Hello everyone, I'm the Creep's Cabin. I know you use these videos to fall asleep. So before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. I had been driving for hours down a narrow, twisting forest road that seemed to get darker the further I went, even though the sun had barely set. The trees grew thick on either side of the road, their branches arching overhead like they were trying to block out the sky. I had rented a cabin in the middle of nowhere for a weekend of solitude. No neighbors, no cell service, just the kind of quiet that makes you feel like the world has forgotten you exist. I had arrived just as the last streaks of sunlight faded, and the forest was settling into the deep, oppressive darkness of night. The cabin itself was small but solid, made of dark, weathered wood that looked like it had been standing for decades. There was a narrow porch in front with a single light hanging above the door, the bulb flickering occasionally as if it were struggling against the night. I parked my car in the gravel driveway and let the engine run for a moment while I took in the surroundings. Everything was quiet, too quiet. The kind of silence that presses against your ears, almost like the forest itself was holding its breath. Inside, the cabin smelled faintly of damp wood and old smoke. Dust covered the corners of the room, and the furniture was simple. A small wooden table, a couple of chairs, and a bed pushed into the corner. A stone fireplace dominated one wall, though the woodpile beside it was damp and the fire wouldn't stay lit. I set my bag down and tried to shake off the uneasy feeling that had been building since I turned off the main road. Night fell fully, and I decided to explore the area around the cabin before it got too dark. The forest stretched all around, trees rising like silent sentinels. The ground was uneven, littered with fallen branches and thick layers of dead leaves. Every step I took sounded unnaturally loud, like the forest was amplifying my presence. I found a small stream not far from the cabin, its water cold and clear. The faint trickle was the only sound aside from the occasional snap of a twig under my own feet. I felt a brief sense of relief. At least there was something living nearby, even if it was just the water. When I returned to the cabin, darkness had fully swallowed the forest. I lit a few candles and tried to make the room feel less intimidating, but the shadows seemed to move in the corners no matter how I positioned them. I unpacked a few things and prepared a simple dinner, but every small noise outside, the creak of a branch, the rustle of leaves, made me jump. I kept telling myself it was just the wind, but my pulse kept quickening with each sound. Later, I decided to sit by the fireplace to read. I had brought a book, though I found I couldn't concentrate. The silence outside was heavy, almost physical, and I kept catching movement in the periphery of my vision, branches shifting, shadows stretching. Eventually, I realized it wasn't the shadows, it was the sound. A low, deliberate crunch of footsteps through the leaves. Someone or something was moving outside the cabin, and it was getting closer. I froze, trying to convince myself it was a deer or some other animal, but the sound didn't match anything I had ever heard in the forest. It was heavier, deliberate, measured. I didn't move, hardly breathing, listening as the steps circled the cabin. The gravel path I had parked on earlier crunched under weight that seemed too deliberate for an animal. I thought about going to the door, but every instinct told me not to. I could hear the faint brush of something against the wooden siding, a scraping that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. My heart raced, and I realized I had no weapon, no way to defend myself if someone came in. The isolation I had wanted now felt like a trap. I grabbed the largest branch I could find in the cabin, a fireplace poker, and pressed myself against the far wall. I could hear breathing now, slow and shallow, but I couldn't tell whether it was human or not. It was getting colder inside, though the temperature outside hadn't dropped that much. My breath fogged in front of me, and the candle flames flickered as if responding to some unseen movement. I wanted to scream, to run, but my body refused to obey. Time seemed to stretch endlessly. The footsteps receded, then returned, moving around the perimeter of the cabin. I could hear them pause at the front door, the scraping sound sharp against the wooden panels. Whoever, or whatever, was out there had stopped waiting. The silence that followed was worse than the noise, like the forest was holding its breath along with me. I waited what felt like hours until the first faint hint of dawn light touched the forest. The footsteps stopped entirely, and I finally allowed myself to move, shaking and pale. I cautiously approached the door and looked outside. There was no one. The gravel path was undisturbed except for a single set of muddy footprints leading away from the cabin and into the trees. Large footprints, too large to be human alone, but the shape was oddly distorted, as if someone had been dragging something or wearing shoes that didn't fit properly. I didn't wait to see more. I packed what I could quickly, ignoring the sense of disorientation and fatigue that made my hands shake. The forest that had seemed so peaceful in the daylight now felt suffocating, threatening. Every tree looked like it could hide something, every shadow a potential danger. I drove out of the gravel path as fast as I could without losing control, the tires crunching over loose rocks, the trees blurring past. Hours later, back on the main highway, I pulled into a gas station. My hands were still trembling, and the sweat hadn't stopped. I bought a coffee I didn't drink, just to steady myself, and tried to tell myself it was over, that the forest and the cabin were behind me. But even then, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been watching me, waiting, patient and deliberate. The next day, I called the rental service to cancel the remainder of my stay. The cabin had seemed innocent in the daylight, almost picturesque, but I knew the truth. There was no supernatural force, no ghost, no fairy tale creature. Just the forest, the darkness, and someone or something that had been close enough to see me, study me, and choose not to act for now. I never went back, and I never wanted to. The memory of that night stayed with me, a constant reminder that sometimes the most terrifying things are not imagined, not fantastical, but painfully real, patiently waiting in silence. Even weeks later, I couldn't shake the feeling that wherever I went, I was being watched. The fear had lodged itself inside me, small and persistent, like a shadow that never left. I stopped going to remote areas, stopped seeking isolation. The forest had taught me a lesson. Some places, no matter how beautiful, are not meant to be visited alone. And some nights, no matter how well you think you prepared, the darkness has a way of reminding you that you are not as safe as you think. I never went back to that cabin, and I never will. But sometimes late at night, I see the forest in my dreams. The tall, dark trees, the heavy silence, the faint crunch of footsteps just beyond the light. And even in sleep, I feel the same terror, the same awareness that something real, something patient, waits where you least expect it. The cabin was gone, but the memory of being utterly alone, utterly exposed, stayed with me in a way nothing else ever had. It's the kind of fear that doesn't fade. It becomes a part of you. And that, I realized, was far scarier than any ghost or fairy tale could ever be. I started avoiding the idea of solitude entirely. Hikes became day trips. Camping trips always had people around. I carried a knife, a flashlight, anything that gave me even a fraction of the control I had lost that night. The forest still called to me in quiet moments, but I never answered. The memory of the cabin, the footsteps, the waiting presence, was too vivid, too real. Years later, when I drive past wooded areas on long roads, I remember that night. The oppressive silence, the cold, deliberate presence of someone, or something, moving just outside my window. And I think about how easy it is to feel safe in a cabin in the middle of nowhere. How quickly that sense of safety can evaporate when the night grows long and the world seems to shrink around you. The lesson is simple but unforgettable. Some places are only safe in daylight, and some dangers do not need to announce themselves to be terrifying. They simply exist, waiting, patient, real. Even now, when I tell the story to myself, I relive the weight of that night, the fear of the unseen, the helplessness. And I know that no matter how far I go, no matter how safe I think I am, the memory will always remind me of what real fear feels like. It's not a story you tell around a fire for fun. It's a memory you carry because it changed the way you look at the world forever. The forest still exists, the cabin still stands, but I don't. Not there. I learned the hard way that some places are better left alone, and that sometimes the scariest things are not supernatural or imagined. They are the ones that quietly, patiently exist, just beyond your sight, waiting for the right moment to remind you that you are never truly alone. I never went back to that part of the country. I never took another trip alone. But the cabin taught me something that has stayed with me longer than anything else. Fear doesn't need to shout. It doesn't need to chase. Sometimes, the most terrifying thing is the silent knowledge that you are being watched, that someone else has the time to wait, to study, to observe you, and that you can't do a thing about it except survive and hope. The memory fades slowly, but it never disappears. And I know, if I ever find myself on a remote road again, near an old, isolated cabin in the woods, I will turn around without hesitation. because some lessons are learned only once, and the cost of forgetting them is far too high. I remember driving down the narrow dirt road that led to the cabin, the tires crunching over loose gravel and the branches scraping softly against the sides of the car. The air was heavy with the scent of pine and damp earth, and the sky was a dull, gray smear that promised rain. It had been a long week, and I had convinced myself that a few days alone in the woods would be exactly what I needed to clear my head. The cabin was tucked into a small clearing surrounded by tall evergreens, their trunks dark and slick from the recent drizzle. It looked abandoned at first glance, weathered by years of wind and rain, but solid. The porch sagged slightly in the middle, and the windows were streaked with dust, but the door locked properly, and the roof had no holes, at least that I could see from the outside. I parked the car and climbed out, feeling the cool dampness bite through my sweatshirt. The smell of wet pine needles and the faint odor of decaying leaves hit me immediately. I unlocked the door, and the hinges groaned in protest as I pushed it open. Inside, the air was colder, heavier, the kind that makes your lungs tighten just slightly. Dust motes floated in the streaks of light coming through the grimy windows. The cabin smelled of wood, old smoke, and something faintly metallic that I couldn't identify. The floorboards creaked under my weight as I moved toward the center of the room. I dropped my bag on a corner table, ran a hand over the rough surface, and took stock of the place. There was a small fireplace, its brick coated with layers of soot, a couch with cushions faded to an almost grayish brown, and a kitchen area with a sink, a small stove, and cabinets that probably hadn't been opened in months. The cupboards were empty except for a few old cans that were probably decades past their expiration date. I checked the back door, then the windows, making sure everything was secure. The thought of being alone in the cabin made a shiver run down my spine, but I told myself it was just the cold. I decided to start a fire. The woodpile outside had some dry logs, and I carried them in, stacking them carefully in the fireplace. I struck a match, and the small flame trembled before catching the kindling, flickering against the walls. The room lit up with a warm glow, and for a moment, I felt some comfort in the crackle of the flames. The shadows danced across the ceiling and walls, moving like restless shapes. I shook off the unease and began unpacking a few supplies I had brought: a sleeping bag, some food, a lantern, and a few extra blankets. Night fell quickly. The gray sky darkened into a thick black, and the forest around the cabin seemed to close in. The wind picked up, rattling branches against the windows, and the rain began in earnest. It was heavy, drumming on the roof and pooling along the edges of the clearing. I lit the lantern, its warm light pushing back some of the darkness, but not all of it. I could hear the forest alive outside, drops of rain hitting leaves, small branches snapping, the occasional thump that could have been a deer or something else. My mind tried to rationalize every sound, but each one made me tense up. I had just settled near the fire with a book when I heard it, a soft scraping, almost like fingernails or claws dragging along the side of the cabin. My stomach twisted. I froze, listening. The sound stopped after a few seconds, and I told myself it was just a branch caught in the wind. I tried to focus on my book, but every creak of the cabin, every thump of the rain, made me flinch. The fire flickered and cast shadows that seemed to move independently of the flames, stretching across the walls in shapes that didn't belong. Hours passed, though it felt like minutes, and the storm showed no sign of letting up. I tried to sleep, rolling up in my sleeping bag, but I couldn't ignore the feeling that something was just outside, watching. The scraping came again, slower this time, deliberate. My heart raced, and I forced myself to remember that I had checked all the locks. I could hear my own breathing, heavy and shallow. I thought about calling someone, but my phone had no signal out here. I realized then that I was completely alone, completely cut off. By midnight, I had moved every piece of furniture away from the windows and doors that could be moved. I found an old baseball bat under the bed and kept it close. I stayed awake, watching the fire, listening. The scraping sound returned, this time followed by a faint thud on the porch, almost like someone stepping carefully but with weight. I forced myself to stay calm, to rationalize it: a fallen branch, a raccoon, a deer. But the noise had a rhythm, a weight that didn't belong to any animal I knew. At some point, I must have dozed off because I woke to silence. The fire had burned low, and the room was dim. The rain had stopped. I could see the moon peeking through breaks in the clouds, pale and cold. I got up, my legs stiff, and moved to the window. Outside, everything was still, the forest dark and dense. But then I saw it, a shape moving among the trees, low and deliberate. My first thought was another animal, maybe a bear, though the movement seemed wrong, too careful, too intentional. I ducked back from the window, my heart hammering. I stayed crouched near the fireplace for what felt like hours, waiting, listening. Eventually, the sky lightened slightly, and I realized the night was nearly over. I hadn't slept properly, hadn't eaten, hadn't even drunk water. My nerves were raw, every sound amplified. I needed to get out, to put distance between me and whatever had been out there. I packed quickly, moving as quietly as I could. My backpack was heavy with the few supplies I'd brought. I checked the locks one last time and stepped outside. The air was crisp and cool, the forest quiet except for the soft drip of residual rain. I kept my eyes on the tree line, scanning for movement. Every shadow made me flinch. I hurried down the dirt road toward the main road, the tires crunching under my feet where I had left the car. When I reached the car, I froze. The tires were flat. I cursed under my breath and checked for tools. There was nothing, no spare, no jack, nothing. I looked back toward the cabin. The clearing was empty, silent. I tried to calm myself, remembering that I was trained to handle emergencies, that I had done this before on long hikes, long trips alone. But my mind raced. I had no way to call for help. No one knew exactly where I was. Then I remembered the old shed a short distance from the cabin. I had seen it when I first arrived, partially hidden by trees. Maybe it had something inside, tools, anything. I ran through the mud and wet leaves, keeping my gaze fixed on the forest edges. Reaching the shed, I found it old and battered but unlocked. Inside there were some old tools, a crowbar, a small axe, and a set of wooden wedges. Nothing to inflate a tire, but at least a way to defend myself if necessary. I grabbed the axe and carried it back to the car, my heart still hammering in my chest. I considered walking all the way to the main road, which could be miles, but I knew I didn't have much time. The sky was lightening, but the sun was barely over the horizon, and I had no idea if anyone would be driving by. I tried to flag down a car, waving frantically as I reached the main road, my boots soaked, mud clinging to every inch of me. Minutes passed, but then, finally, a truck appeared. I waved harder, jumping up and down, screaming as loud as I could. The driver slowed, then stopped, looking confused but alert. I ran to the vehicle, heart racing, and explained in short, clipped sentences that I was stranded, that my tires were flat, that I needed a ride. The driver, an older man with a kind face, agreed without question and loaded my backpack into the bed of the truck. As we drove away, the cabin disappeared behind the trees, smaller and smaller, until it was just another shadow in the woods. The air in the truck was warm, the engine's hum comforting. I finally allowed myself to breathe, to let the tension in my body release. I knew I would come back to that place eventually, perhaps to retrieve the car, perhaps just to prove to myself that it hadn't been some figment of my imagination. But for now, I was safe. I had escaped the cabin in the night, and the forest that had felt so alive with unseen eyes was behind me. Even as the miles stretched between me and the cabin, the images of the night stayed with me. The scraping on the side of the building, the deliberate shape moving in the trees, the weight of isolation pressing down. I knew that what I experienced was real, and that it was a reminder of how unpredictable the wilderness could be, how careful one had to be, and how quickly comfort could turn into fear. But I also knew I had survived, and that knowledge, hard-won and exhausting, gave me a strength I hadn't known I possessed. I kept that thought with me as the truck carried me away, the cabin disappearing into the distance, just another part of the forest, waiting silently for the next person. The rest of the day passed slowly. I found a small town, a gas station, and called for someone to come help with the car. The man from the truck waited, chatting quietly, offering a simple kindness that reminded me of the world outside the forest. By the time help arrived, I had a hot coffee in my hand, my clothes drying in the sun, and the tension in my shoulders slowly easing. I looked back toward the tree line one last time. The forest was quiet, the cabin hidden among the tall pines, and for the first time, I allowed myself to feel relief. I had made it through the night, alone, scared, and uncertain, and I had come out the other side. I would remember it forever, but I would also remember the clarity and the quiet strength that came from facing it and surviving. The cabin remained a memory, real and terrifying, but ultimately, it became a story of endurance, of caution, and of the raw unpredictability of nature. And as I drove further away, I felt a strange mix of exhaustion and pride, knowing that the forest, with all its shadows and sounds, had not claimed me. I drove down the winding dirt road as the late afternoon sun fell behind the trees, the long shadows stretching across the path like dark fingers reaching out. The air smelled sharp with pine and damp earth, a scent that felt both alive and unsettling. I hadn't seen another car for hours, and the silence around me pressed against the windows of the truck. Each bump in the road made me feel smaller, more exposed, as if the forest itself was watching me pass. When I finally reached the cabin, it was nestled in a small clearing, half hidden by overgrown shrubs and tall, dry grass. The structure looked older than I expected, the wood darkened with age and weather, but it held a sturdy shape. A chimney leaned slightly to the side, and the windows, clouded with dirt, reflected the fading sunlight like dull eyes. I parked and got out, feeling the weight of the quiet settle over me. The air was cooler than I had anticipated, and every sound, the rustling of leaves, a distant bird call, even the creak of the truck's door, felt amplified. The first thing I noticed was how alone the cabin was. There were no neighboring houses, no roads visible beyond the one I had driven on, only the thick forest pressing in from all sides. As I walked toward the front door, I could see the ground was littered with pine needles and dry leaves. Footprints from animals were scattered across the clearing, some fresh, some older, each one adding to the feeling that I was stepping into a space controlled by things I couldn't see. The door was heavy, swinging with a soft groan as I pushed it open. Inside, the cabin smelled of dust, old wood, and something faintly sour, like mold or rotting leaves. Light from the windows slanted across the wooden floorboards, illuminating the layer of grime that had settled there over years. The space was small but functional, with a simple kitchen to one side, a stove that looked like it hadn't been used in decades, and a wooden table with chairs that wobbled under the slightest touch. The living area had a small couch, faded and sagging, and a rug that had lost most of its color. I ran my hand along the edge of the table and felt the roughness of the wood, small splinters pricking my skin. Everything in the cabin carried the weight of time, of being left alone in the middle of the forest, and it made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. I set my bag down and walked to the windows, pushing aside the dust-coated curtains. The forest was already deepening into shadow, and the sun had dipped behind the horizon. The sky was a dim gray, and the trees swayed with a quiet, constant motion. I could just make out a narrow trail leading away from the cabin, disappearing into the darker parts of the woods. For a moment, I thought I saw movement, a flash of something darker than the surrounding trees, but when I blinked, it was gone. I told myself it was a trick of the light, my imagination reacting to the isolation. Still, a feeling lodged itself deep in my chest, an unease I couldn't shake. I decided to light a fire in the stove. The match flared, lighting the dry kindling I had found in a corner. The flame caught, sputtering for a moment before steadying, sending a warm glow across the room. Shadows leapt along the walls, long and twisted, and the smell of burning wood filled the cabin. I sat on the couch, my eyes following the play of light and dark, and tried to calm my mind. The forest was quiet, too quiet, and every little sound, the tap of a branch against the window, the rustle of leaves outside, made me jump. I tried to focus on practicalities, checking the locks, making sure I had water, and finding a place to sleep. But even as I ticked off these small tasks, the sense of being watched lingered. It wasn't fear in the classic sense, more like a tension that built steadily, a pressure pressing in from all sides. As night fell fully, the cabin grew colder. The fire gave off warmth, but the corners of the room remained dark, almost absorbing the light. I moved through the space methodically, making sure all the doors and windows were secure. The back door had a simple latch, and I double-checked it, listening for any sounds from outside. The forest pressed against the walls, the trees close enough that I could see the branches sway and hear the occasional snap of a twig. Then I heard it, a low, rhythmic thump, like something heavy moving through the underbrush. I froze, straining to listen. The sound stopped. My heart was hammering, my chest tight. I told myself it was an animal, maybe a deer or a raccoon, moving through the forest. But the thumps came again, deliberate, almost like someone was stepping carefully, aware of the cabin, but trying not to make noise. I grabbed the old flashlight I had brought and shined it toward the windows. The beam cut through the darkness outside, illuminating the trees and the undergrowth, but there was nothing. I walked to the door and held the flashlight out, moving it slowly along the perimeter of the clearing. At first, I saw only the familiar shapes of branches and trunks. Then, near the far edge of the clearing, a shape shifted. My stomach clenched. It was tall, hunched slightly, moving in a way that didn't seem natural for a deer or bear. I held the flashlight steady, trying to get a better look, but when I blinked, it was gone. My mind raced. Could it have been a shadow? A trick of the light? Or had someone, or something, been standing just beyond the tree line, watching me? I decided to sit near the fire and keep the flashlight within reach. Every creak of the cabin, every rustle outside, set my nerves on edge. Hours passed slowly, the wind picking up outside and rattling the roof. The thumping returned, soft at first, then growing louder, closer, as if whatever it was had begun moving toward the cabin. I gripped the flashlight, sweat beading on my forehead despite the cold. I tried to stay calm, reasoning that the sound could only be an animal. But then I heard the faint scrape of metal against wood, deliberate, slow, methodical. Something had touched the cabin. My mind raced through possibilities. A deer brushing against the wall? A branch falling? None of it fit the sound. This was intentional, deliberate, like someone, or something, was testing the cabin, looking for a way inside. I stayed crouched near the fire, barely breathing, listening. The scrape came again, louder, closer to the door. I gripped the flashlight and the small hatchet I had brought, prepared to defend myself if necessary. The sound stopped suddenly. Silence pressed in, thick and heavy. I waited, heart racing, for what felt like hours. Then, from the direction of the trees, I heard a low growl. It was deep, guttural, not the sound of any animal I had heard around these parts. My stomach dropped. My instincts screamed at me to run, but my truck was parked 50 feet away, and to get there I would have to cross the clearing, open and exposed. I stayed frozen, gripping the hatchet tightly, eyes darting between the windows and the shadows. The growl faded, replaced by silence. Minutes passed. I forced myself to calm down, to think logically. I checked the doors and windows again, ensuring they were latched and locked. The cabin was old, yes, but structurally sound. Nothing could get in quickly without effort. I stayed awake the rest of the night, fire dying down to embers, flashlight in hand, listening to every sound. Every shift of wind, every distant crack of a branch, made me jump. Dawn finally crept over the horizon, gray and muted, filtering through the trees. I felt an immense relief just seeing the light. The forest looked less threatening in the daylight, the shadows retreating, the shapes of trees and undergrowth returning to their natural form. I packed my things quickly, not taking the time to eat or even finish checking the cabin. My eyes scanned the tree line constantly, expecting to see the shape from the night before. When I reached my truck, I hesitated, looking back at the cabin one last time. The clearing was empty, silent except for the wind moving through the pines. I climbed into the truck, hands still shaking, and started the engine. The rumble felt reassuring. As I drove away, the road winding back through the forest, I glanced in the rearview mirror. The cabin shrank into the distance, small and still, yet somehow heavier in memory than its actual size. I told myself the feeling of being watched was my imagination, that the sounds had been nothing more than animals and the wind. But deep down, I knew something had been there that night, something deliberate, patient, and observing. By the time I reached the main road and civilization returned, the streetlights, houses, and the distant hum of traffic, I felt the tension in my body slowly unwind. I promised myself I would never return to that cabin alone. The memory of that night stayed with me, haunting in its realism, not because of ghosts or legends, but because of the raw, visceral sense of vulnerability. The forest is indifferent to humans, yet capable of making you feel like the smallest thing alive. And sometimes it seems something else shares that space, something waiting, patient, and real. The thought made me grip the steering wheel tighter, glad to be moving away, leaving the cabin and the forest behind, carrying with me a story I would never forget, a cautionary weight lodged firmly in my mind. I had been driving for hours along a twisting, two-lane road that seemed to vanish into the dense forest on either side. The sun was low, barely pushing its last warm light through the trees, casting long shadows that made the road ahead look like a tunnel of dark green and black. I wasn't in a hurry, but there was this nagging feeling in my chest that I should reach the cabin before nightfall. I had rented it online, a small, secluded place, far from any town, promising solitude and quiet, and I wanted that. What I hadn't anticipated was how quickly the isolation would begin to press against me once I turned off the main road and onto the narrow dirt track leading to it. The driveway was barely wide enough for my car, overgrown with brush on either side. I had to swerve carefully to avoid scraping the sides against thick branches. The cabin came into view finally, tucked between tall pine and fir trees, its wooden exterior blending almost perfectly with the forest. It was small, with a single story and a steep roof. A thin plume of smoke rose from the chimney, though I couldn't see anyone around. The place seemed untouched, almost as if it had been waiting for me. I parked, grabbed my bag, and walked up the small wooden steps to the porch. The boards creaked under my weight, and the sound seemed unnaturally loud, echoing into the trees around me. Inside, the cabin smelled of old wood and dust, but there was a faint hint of smoke lingering in the air. The walls were bare except for a few crooked shelves and a mounted lantern by the door. A small fireplace dominated one corner of the main room, and the furniture was sparse. A single wooden table with 2 chairs, a tattered sofa, and a bed tucked into the far corner. Everything seemed functional but worn. I set down my bag and looked around, noting the windows. They were thick, old glass, and while they let in some light, the forest outside looked darker than it should for this hour. The shadows moved subtly, branches brushing against one another, creating forms that looked like they shifted in the corners of my eyes. I started unpacking, trying to shake off the uneasy feeling crawling along my spine. I lit a few candles and stacked some firewood near the fireplace. The cabin seemed small and cozy now, but the forest pressing against the windows gave it a cage-like feeling. Every creak of the wood under my feet sounded loud. Every rustle of leaves outside felt deliberate. I told myself it was just the wind, just the forest, nothing more. I decided to explore a little before night fell completely. There was a small trail that led behind the cabin, winding into the thick woods. At first, it was easy to follow, soft dirt under my feet and fallen leaves that crunched gently with each step. Birds were silent, and the forest was unnaturally still. After a few minutes, the trail narrowed and twisted, and I found myself stepping over roots and around fallen logs. My legs were getting scratched by low branches, and the air felt cooler, damper. The sun was almost gone, leaving only a faint glow behind the trees, and the shadows deepened. I turned back, realizing that I had gone farther than I intended, and the forest seemed to stretch endlessly. When I reached the cabin again, the darkness had fully settled. I lit the fireplace and let the warm glow fill the room. Outside, the wind picked up, and the trees groaned as if the forest itself were alive. I ate a simple dinner, bread and cheese, and then decided to settle in for the night. The bed looked comfortable, but I chose to sleep in the sofa instead, feeling safer closer to the center of the room. The candlelight flickered across the walls, casting moving shadows that danced as the flames struggled against the draft coming from the slightly open window. Around midnight, I woke to a sound. At first, I thought it was the wind, but it wasn't a soft, distant sound. It was deliberate, a snapping of a branch, then another, coming from somewhere just outside the cabin. My heart rate quickened, and I listened, holding my breath. The noise stopped for a moment, then started again, slower this time, deliberate, as if someone or something was moving around the cabin. I wanted to tell myself it was an animal, maybe a deer or a raccoon, but the way the footsteps shifted and pressed against the underbrush felt human. My hands shook slightly as I moved toward the door, peeking through the curtain. There was nothing visible, just the dark, empty forest. I sat back down on the sofa, trying to control my panic. The noise continued in intervals, faint at first, then growing slightly louder, always outside, never moving away. I grabbed a flashlight from the table, clicking it on. Its beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the edge of the trees, the undergrowth, and the thick shadows beyond. I scanned slowly, carefully, but saw nothing. Still, the feeling of being watched was impossible to shake. Every creak of the cabin, every small wind gust against the roof, sounded like someone moving closer. Hours passed, though I couldn't be sure of time in that isolation. The fire had burned low, and I refilled it, keeping my eyes on the windows. Around 3 in the morning, I heard it again, this time closer, right outside the cabin. The footsteps moved around the perimeter, slow and steady. My pulse was racing, and I kept the flashlight aimed at the door. I couldn't see anyone, but I could hear the faint scraping of leaves and twigs, deliberate and close. Suddenly, the cabin door handle rattled. I froze, staring at it. The sound was small, almost hesitant, but it was definitely there. My first instinct was to run, but there was nowhere to run in the dark. The nearest town was miles away. I grabbed a heavy piece of firewood and held it in front of me. I clicked the flashlight toward the door again. The handle stopped moving, and the forest was silent. Too silent. I stayed awake for the rest of the night, firewood in hand, flashlight pointed toward the door, every nerve stretched tight. Morning came slowly, pale light filtering through the window. I finally allowed myself to breathe, convinced the night had been a test of my imagination, of how much fear the isolation could bring. I opened the door cautiously, expecting to find some evidence of whoever or whatever had been there. There was nothing, no footprints, no broken branches, no sign anyone had been near. I spent the next day exploring the immediate area around the cabin, trying to shake off the lingering dread. I discovered a small creek, its water clear and moving quickly over rocks. The sound of the water was calming, and I used it to fill my water bottles. I followed the creek a short distance, finding that it led to a small clearing surrounded by trees. It was peaceful, almost beautiful, and for a while I let myself relax. The forest wasn't threatening in the daylight. The sounds of birds and rustling leaves felt normal, and the shadows didn't feel like they were moving against me. That night, I prepared for the possibility of another long, sleepless night. I reinforced the door by wedging the remaining firewood against it and ensured all the windows were tightly shut. I slept lightly, fire crackling, flashlight by my side. I woke several times to small noises, branches snapping, the wind moving through the trees, but nothing like the night before. It was a long night, but I survived without incident. The following morning, I decided to leave. I had learned what I needed to. The isolation, the silence, the way the forest could feel like it was closing in, was more powerful than any threat I could see. I packed my belongings, checked the cabin to make sure nothing was missing or damaged, and walked back to my car. The forest seemed different in the light, less oppressive, almost welcoming in a strange way. As I drove back onto the main road, I felt a sense of relief wash over me. The cabin was still there, quiet and undisturbed, waiting for the next person. The experience had been terrifying, but it wasn't supernatural, it wasn't a ghost story. It was the raw, unsettling reality of being completely alone in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by nature that didn't care about me. It taught me to respect the forest, to understand the power of isolation and darkness, and to appreciate the small comforts of safety and light. Looking back, I realized that the fear I had felt wasn't just from the possibility of someone being outside, but from the forest itself, the way it could mask movement, distort sounds, and create shapes from shadows. That knowledge stayed with me, a reminder of how fragile our sense of security really is when we are far from other people. I would never forget that cabin, the oppressive darkness, and the sound of footsteps that might not have been anyone at all. But I left with a clear understanding. The forest is alive, not in a magical sense, but in its ability to make you feel small, vulnerable, and completely alone. And surviving that feeling is an achievement in itself. I drove away, the road curving through the trees, and with every mile, the sense of unease faded. By the time I reached the edge of the forest, sunlight was streaming fully over the hills, warm and reassuring. The cabin was behind me now, but its memory stayed, vivid and sharp. I knew I would return to civilization with a new respect for the wilderness and a deep understanding of what it means to be truly alone in the woods. Even now, years later, when I close my eyes, I can see the cabin, the shadows pressing against the windows, and hear the faint, deliberate snap of twigs outside. And I remember the relief that came with daylight, the understanding that fear often exists not in what we see, but in what we imagine, magnified by the isolation and silence of the forest around us. It is a lesson that has stayed with me ever since. The cabin was deeper in the woods than I expected, nestled in a clearing that seemed to exist only on old maps. The trees around it were thick, their branches intertwined so tightly that even the midday sun struggled to break through. The path that led to it was little more than a faint trail, overgrown in places, with roots sticking out like the spines of some ancient creature. I had been driving for hours, winding through dirt roads and crossing small streams, until finally, the trail opened up to the cabin. Its wooden exterior was weathered, gray, and rough from decades of rain and snow, but the structure itself was solid. The air was still, heavy with the scent of pine and damp earth, and the only sound was the faint hum of insects and the distant call of a bird. I parked the car at the edge of the clearing, noticing that the ground was uneven, soft in patches, and slightly muddy from a recent rain. Stepping out, I felt the chill of the forest wrap around me. It wasn't cold, but the damp air seeped into my jacket, and my boots immediately began to pick up bits of mud and pine needles. The cabin had a small porch with a railing that creaked under the weight of my boots. The door was solid oak with rusted hinges, and I had to pull hard to get it open. Inside, the smell of aged wood, dust, and something faintly metallic hit me. There was no furniture except for a table pushed into the corner and a few wooden chairs stacked haphazardly against the wall. The floorboards groaned under my weight, and the windows were dusty, streaked with dirt that blurred the view outside. I moved through the cabin, testing each room. One was a small bedroom with a bed frame missing its mattress. Another was a tiny kitchen space with a sink that was clogged and a few broken cabinets. I could see spider webs stretched across the corners of the ceiling and a thick layer of dust on every surface. The air felt stagnant, and I could see my breath in the dim light filtering through the dirty windows. I set my bag down on the table and went back outside, feeling the need to stretch my legs and explore the clearing. The clearing itself was roughly circular, surrounded by trees that rose like walls. The grass was overgrown, dotted with patches of moss and small wildflowers. I noticed animal tracks near the edges of the clearing. Deer, maybe, and something larger that I couldn't immediately identify. The forest beyond the clearing was dense, with shadows moving in the corners of my vision whenever I glanced toward the trees. I felt the first edge of unease there, the way the shadows seemed too deep, too still, and too quiet. I shook it off, reminding myself I was here for isolation and the chance to escape the noise of the world, but the feeling lingered. As the sun began to drop, the forest darkened quickly. I started a small fire in a cleared area near the porch, using dry twigs and pine needles I collected from the ground. The fire sputtered at first, but gradually caught, casting a warm glow over the clearing and sending sparks into the darkening sky. I sat on the edge of the porch, watching the flames dance, listening to the crackle of burning wood. The shadows of the trees stretched long and thin, and every small sound seemed amplified. The rustle of leaves, the snap of a branch, the distant movement of something through the underbrush. Night came faster than I expected. By the time it was fully dark, the forest felt alive with movement, even though I saw nothing. The cabin, isolated and surrounded by shadow, seemed smaller and more vulnerable. I lit a lantern and carried it inside, setting it on the table. Its dim light flickered across the walls, showing the scratches and imperfections in the wood. Each creak of the cabin's frame sounded like a groan, each shift of the wind outside like someone walking past the window. I tried to calm myself, reminding myself that everything I was hearing was natural: animals, wind, the settling of the old wood, but the tension in my chest made it hard to breathe. Around midnight, I decided to sleep. I dragged one of the chairs into the corner of the main room and laid my sleeping bag across it. The chair was unstable, rocking slightly under my weight, but I didn't care enough to find another. I closed my eyes, but sleep didn't come easily. Every sound seemed louder at night: the wind in the trees, the distant crack of a branch, the occasional rustle in the undergrowth. At one point, I heard something moving near the cabin, something heavy, deliberate, and slow. I froze, listening, heart pounding. It stopped. Then I heard it again, a soft thud against the outer wall. I held my breath, straining to see in the darkness, but the lantern was too far to cast light outside. I didn't move for what felt like hours. Eventually, the sounds ceased, replaced by the normal, distant noises of the forest. I convinced myself it had been a deer or some other animal brushing against the cabin. I forced my eyes closed and finally drifted into an uneasy sleep. Morning came with a gray light, thick clouds hanging low over the trees. I left the cabin, needing fresh air. The forest looked different in daylight, less threatening, but still dense and isolating. I explored the edges of the clearing, tracing the larger tracks I had seen the previous day. They led to a cluster of trees at the far end, where I found a patch of disturbed ground, flattened in a way that suggested something heavy had lain there. The idea that something had been near the cabin overnight made my stomach tighten, but I rationalized that it had to be a bear or a large deer, nothing more sinister. I spent the day gathering firewood, cleaning the cabin as best I could, and taking notes in a small journal I had brought. I examined the structure, noting the stability of the floorboards, the gaps in the walls, the areas where water had leaked in from the roof. I felt a strange connection to the place, a respect for its age and endurance, even as a part of me remained on edge. The forest seemed to watch me as I worked, every rustle a reminder of the isolation I had sought. That night, I lit the fire again and sat close, making sure it was bigger this time, casting long shadows across the clearing. The sounds came back, more clearly than before. Footsteps, slow and deliberate, moving just beyond the firelight. The shadows seemed to shift unnaturally, bending as though they were aware of me. I gripped a heavy branch nearby, telling myself I would investigate if anything came closer. Hours passed. I stayed awake, eyes locked on the darkness, until the first gray of dawn began to pierce through the trees. The forest grew quiet again, and the tension in my shoulders finally eased. The next day, I decided to leave the cabin. I packed my belongings carefully, noting every detail of the place. Before I left, I walked around the clearing, taking in the tracks again. Something had indeed moved close to the cabin during the night, leaving prints partially obscured by leaves and mud. I traced them to the edge of the forest, seeing signs that a large animal had been feeding or moving in the area. It was unnerving, but also oddly grounding, a reminder that the wilderness was alive and indifferent. I drove away slowly, taking the winding dirt paths back toward the main road. Looking back, the cabin seemed smaller than I remembered, almost hidden beneath the canopy of trees. The clearing, quiet now in the morning light, held no trace of the fear and tension I had felt. The forest seemed calm, almost serene, but I knew better. I knew that at any time, in the depths of that dense woods, the unknown could be moving just beyond sight. By the time I reached the paved road, the forest was behind me, the cabin just another memory. I felt a strange mixture of relief and regret. Relief at leaving the tension and isolation. Regret at leaving a place that had demanded I confront the raw, unfiltered reality of the wilderness. The experience stayed with me, a reminder that nature is vast, unpredictable, and unfeeling, and that isolation can test the limits of endurance, patience, and courage. Even now, months later, I can picture the cabin perfectly, the warped boards, the faint smell of damp wood, the shadows stretching across the clearing at night. I can hear the creak of the porch, the rustle of unseen movement in the trees, the heavy footfalls that may have been nothing more than a bear, or something else entirely. The memory is sharp, vivid, and real. And every time I think about it, I remember the weight of solitude, the necessity of staying alert, and the strange peace that comes from surviving the night in a place that respects neither fear nor comfort, only presence and persistence. I learned that fear doesn't always come from what we imagine. Sometimes it comes from what is real, tangible, and unavoidable, the dark, uncharted corners of the world, and the knowledge that for a few hours or a night or two, you are utterly alone within it. The cabin remains in my memory, not as a place of terror in a storybook sense, but as a place that tested every instinct, every decision, and every ounce of courage. And leaving it, walking back into civilization, I felt a clarity and calm I've never found elsewhere. A reminder that life is full of unknowns, but we are capable of facing them, surviving them, and returning to tell the story. Even now, the thought of that clearing and the forest beyond makes my skin tighten, and I know that if I ever returned, I would tread carefully, respect the space, and remember the lessons it gave me. The cabin, the forest, the sounds, the tracks, all remain engraved in my mind, a vivid testament to the raw, unembellished reality of isolation and the wild. The cabin sat at the edge of a thick forest, far enough from the main road that it felt like it existed in a different world. The trees leaned over the dirt path leading up to it, their branches scraping and creaking with every gust of wind. I had driven in the afternoon, the sun still high, and as I got closer, the air seemed cooler, heavier, and quiet in a way that made me aware of every crunching rock under the tires. The cabin itself was small, made of dark wood, with a steep roof and a stone chimney that looked like it had last been used years ago. The windows were dusty, and the front porch sagged slightly, but it had the charm I was looking for, a place to get away from everything, to escape the noise and the endless responsibilities I'd been carrying for months. The first thing I noticed after stepping out of the car was the smell, the sharp, clean scent of pine mixed with damp earth. The kind of smell that hits your lungs and makes you feel alive, even though it's heavy and thick. I carried my bag up the steps, the boards groaning under my weight. The front door opened with a reluctant creak, and inside the air was cool and musty, like it had been sealed up for a long time. Dust motes floated in the thin streaks of sunlight that pierced through the grime on the windows. The place smelled faintly of wood polish and old smoke, but there was also an underlying dampness that made me wrinkle my nose. The cabin had a small living area with a worn couch, a wooden table with uneven legs, and a tiny kitchen corner with a stovetop that looked barely functional. A staircase in the corner led up to a loft where the bed was tucked under the slanted roof. I set down my bag and walked around, running my fingers over the rough wood of the walls. Everything felt solid, real, tangible, but also isolated. Outside, the wind rustled the trees, and I could hear a faint creak somewhere in the distance, though I couldn't see it from the cabin. I decided to explore the surrounding area before it got dark. The forest was dense, with thick underbrush and towering pines that blocked most of the fading sunlight. The ground was uneven, covered in fallen branches and wet leaves. Every step I took made a sound that seemed impossibly loud in the stillness. I followed a narrow trail I found behind the cabin, the path winding up a gentle slope. Small animals scurried away at my approach, squirrels, rabbits, maybe a deer judging by the tracks. The farther I went, the more I felt the quiet pressing in. Not the comfortable quiet of a park or a backyard, but the deep, endless silence of a forest that has no one else in it for miles. As the light began to fade, I noticed the forest closing in around me. The trees grew taller and closer together, their branches intertwining overhead so that the remaining sunlight barely touched the ground. Shadows pooled in every hollow, and the trail became harder to follow. At one point, I stumbled over a root and nearly fell, my heart jumping at the sudden noise of my own body moving in the stillness. I laughed softly to calm myself and pushed on, knowing I needed to get back before darkness fully set in. By the time I returned to the cabin, the sky had turned a deep indigo. The first stars were visible, scattered faintly across the horizon. Inside, the cabin was darker than I expected. I lit a few candles I had brought, their flickering flames casting long, trembling shadows across the walls. The wind outside had picked up, rattling the windows and making the trees sway as if they were alive. I made a small fire in the stone fireplace, the smell of burning wood filling the cabin and cutting through the musty air. Sitting on the couch, I could feel the warmth of the flames on my face, but I couldn't shake the sensation that the forest was watching. Night fell completely, and the sounds of the forest intensified. Owls called to each other across the darkness, their hoots echoing eerily. The wind gusted through the trees with a low, moaning whistle. Somewhere nearby, an animal, maybe a coyote or a fox, howled its sound long and sorrowful. Each noise made me tense, my body reacting to the isolation. I kept telling myself it was just the forest, that nothing could reach me here, but my mind refused to settle. I went to the loft to sleep, but even with the fire crackling below, sleep didn't come easily. Every creak of the cabin, every snapping branch outside, kept me alert. I thought I heard footsteps in the yard, light but deliberate, moving back and forth as if someone was pacing. I froze, straining to listen, but there was only the wind and the distant rustle of leaves. I told myself I was imagining it, that the shadows and the quiet were playing tricks on me. Still, I didn't feel right. I grabbed a flashlight I had packed and kept it beside me, its beam steady and reassuring in the darkness. Around midnight, I woke to a loud noise that made me sit straight up. It sounded like a tree limb snapping, but closer, almost as if something had fallen in the yard. I stayed perfectly still, listening, my ears straining. A long pause followed, and then I heard it, a slow, deliberate rustling, moving along the perimeter of the cabin. It wasn't fast, like an animal fleeing. It was careful, cautious, almost calculated. I kept my eyes on the loft opening, watching the shadows move across the ceiling. My mind raced, imagining what could be out there. A bear, maybe, or a large dog that had gotten loose from somewhere far away. The rational part of me knew it was probably something mundane, but the fear that gripped me felt real and immediate. I sat there for what felt like hours, the sounds moving closer and farther away, circling the cabin. The wind rattled the windows and the door, and every so often, a branch would hit the side of the cabin with a thud that made my heart jump. I kept the flashlight in my hand, its beam cutting through the darkness, searching for movement. I considered going outside to investigate, but realized that would be reckless, possibly dangerous. The forest was dense, the terrain uneven, and I had no way to know what I might encounter in the dark. Eventually, the sounds faded, leaving only the whisper of the wind and the occasional creak of the cabin settling. I forced myself to lie down again, though sleep was shallow and uneasy. Every small noise made me flinch. When morning finally came, the light filtering weakly through the windows felt like a relief. I got up, pulled on some clothes, and went outside to survey the area. The forest was calm, the night's tension replaced by the quiet chirping of birds and the rustle of small animals going about their day. I walked around the cabin, checking for signs of what had been moving outside. There were no tracks, no disturbed ground, nothing to indicate that anything had actually been there. Only the marks of fallen branches and leaves moved by the wind. Despite the relief of daylight, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. I spent the next few hours exploring further, following a creek that ran behind the cabin and cutting through the dense forest. The terrain was challenging, the ground slippery and uneven, but the exposure to the light and the natural rhythm of the forest helped calm me. I could see evidence of wildlife everywhere: deer tracks, raccoon prints, even the faint trail of a fox. But none of it carried the deliberate, measured presence that had unnerved me the night before. That night, I stayed alert again, but the sounds were different, more natural, less focused. I realized that the previous night, my mind had been creating patterns, imagining threats where there were none. Still, I kept the flashlight within reach, the fire burning low, and the door locked securely. I learned to trust my instincts, to differentiate between the natural noises of the forest and the imagined ones that my isolation had magnified. Over the next few days, I settled into a rhythm. I collected firewood from the surrounding area, ensuring the fireplace could burn long through the night. I explored more of the trails, noting the creek, the small clearing where sunlight hit the ground in the morning, and a rock formation that jutted out of the hillside, offering a panoramic view of the surrounding forest. The isolation became less intimidating with routine, the nights more manageable as I learned to read the subtle signs of the environment: the direction of the wind, the sounds of wildlife, the way shadows moved with the moonlight. On the last night, I sat by the fire for a long time, letting the flames warm me and listening to the gentle sounds of the forest. The rustle of leaves, the distant bird calls, the faint burble of the creek, all of it felt alive, real, and utterly natural. I realized that the fear I had felt wasn't from anything outside, but from the unknown and the quiet. The forest hadn't changed, I had. I had learned to navigate the silence and solitude, to find comfort in being alone with my thoughts and the natural world. When I packed up to leave the cabin, I took one last walk around the property, noting the sturdy structure, the dense forest, and the subtle signs of life all around. The cabin had given me a harsh but necessary lesson. Fear is often amplified by isolation, and clarity comes with attention and understanding. Driving away, I felt a sense of accomplishment, of having faced uncertainty without succumbing to panic, and of having experienced the forest in a way that few people ever do. The road ahead was long, but I left with the knowledge that I could face solitude and the unknown, and that in the quiet, I could find a clear, steady strength within myself. The memory of that cabin remains vivid. The smell of pine and damp earth, the creaking boards, the flicker of candlelight, and the deep, endless quiet of the forest at night. It was a test of patience, of courage, and of perception. And in the end, I left not scared, but aware, alert, and quietly confident in my ability to handle whatever isolation and uncertainty life might throw my way. The air was crisp when I first drove up the narrow, gravel road leading to the cabin. It was late afternoon, the sun already dipping behind the dense pine trees that pressed close on either side. The tires crunched over loose stones, and I felt the tension in my shoulders ease slightly at the thought of leaving the city and its constant noise behind. The cabin was tucked into a small clearing, far enough from the main road that it felt like it belonged to the forest rather than any map. Its wooden siding was weathered and gray, the roof slightly sagging in places, but it had a solid, stubborn look, as if it had stood there for decades, impervious to storms and cold winters. I had planned the weekend as a solitary retreat. No phone signal, no internet, just me and the forest. The moment I parked, the smell of pine and damp earth filled the cabin. I swung the car door shut and dragged my backpack inside, boots clumping on the wooden floor. The interior was simple: one main room with a stone fireplace, a small kitchenette, and a loft above reached by a narrow ladder. Dust hung in the corners, disturbed only by a few mouse tracks near the edges. I set my bag down and took a long breath. The silence was different from city quiet. It had weight, depth, like it could press against your ears and chest. By the time I unpacked, the light had thinned to a pale orange, streaking through the tall windows. I went outside to gather firewood. The forest around me was thick, darkening rapidly, the trees tall enough that they blocked much of the sky. I collected fallen branches and dry logs, noticing how still the air was except for the occasional rustle of leaves. It felt like the world was holding its breath. I returned to the cabin and built a fire. The first sparks hissed and flared, catching the kindling, then settled into a warm glow. I sat on the rough wooden floor, leaning back against the wall, listening. That's when I first heard it, a low, dragging sound outside. It was faint at first, almost like a branch scraping across the ground, but there was rhythm to it, a deliberate pace. I froze, straining to hear. Then it stopped. I told myself it was probably an animal, a deer or a raccoon, moving through the underbrush. Still, I felt my heart rate pick up. As darkness fell, the cabin became a small island of light in the blackness of the forest. Shadows from the fire danced across the walls, stretching and twisting like shapes made by an unseen hand. I tried to focus on the mundane, stacking more wood, checking the cabin windows, making sure the door was latched. But the sound came back. This time it was closer, like someone or something was pacing along the edge of the clearing. My stomach tightened. I thought about stepping outside to check, but the thought of plunging into the dark forest alone made my legs stiffen. I stayed still, listening as the noise faded again. I ate a small dinner, canned beans and a few slices of bread, trying to keep calm. The wind picked up, moaning through the trees, rattling the cabin's loose shutters. Every creak of the floorboards or whisper of wind made me tense. I kept glancing at the windows, trying to see any movement outside. There was nothing at first. Then, a shadow flickered just beyond the firelight. Something tall, moving slowly across the clearing. I couldn't make out any details, just a figure, impossibly dark against the black. My breath caught, and I ducked closer to the floor, heart hammering. I realized then that the clearing wasn't as isolated as I had thought. Beyond the tree-line, the forest seemed to fold inward, creating pockets of shadow where a person, or several, could hide without being seen. I tried to tell myself it was a trick of the firelight, a large branch swaying, a deer standing upright in the right angle. But deep down, I knew the movement had been deliberate. I decided to ignore it, telling myself that panicking would only make things worse. I stacked more wood for the night, each log hitting the other with a sharp clack that seemed louder than it should have been. The dragging sound started again, slower this time, circling the cabin. I held my breath, imagining the footsteps tracing the perimeter. Then I remembered the hunting knife I kept in my backpack. I fumbled in the dark, pulling it out and gripping it tightly. The metal felt reassuring, cold and heavy in my hand. Hours passed. The fire burned down to glowing embers, and the cabin settled into an uneasy quiet. I lay on the floor, knife in hand, listening to every sound. At some point, I drifted into a light sleep, dozing in fits and starts, only to wake every few minutes to a snap of a twig, a whisper of wind, or the skitter of something moving outside. Each sound made my stomach knot, and I found myself scanning the shadows, knife raised. Around midnight, I finally noticed the pattern. The sounds weren't random. There were pauses, long stretches of silence, then deliberate movements. It was like someone was waiting, watching, testing. My mind started racing, thinking of scenarios, burglars, hunters, trespassers, but nothing felt certain. I couldn't see anyone, but the feeling of being observed was undeniable, pressing down like a weight in my chest. I decided I needed to secure the cabin further. I checked the windows, locked the door, stacked furniture against the most accessible points. I even piled a few logs near the door, thinking it would slow someone if they tried to force entry. Then I sat back down, eyes fixed on the window, willing myself to remain calm. Hours dragged by. The forest seemed alive with movement, every sound amplified in the darkness. I realized sleep wasn't coming. Around 2 in the morning, I heard something different. A low, guttural growl, close to the cabin. I froze. It wasn't a deer. It wasn't a raccoon. It was a predator, something big. I thought about the stories of mountain lions in the area, coyotes moving in packs. The fire was nearly out, leaving only a thin line of glowing embers. I knew stepping outside would be suicidal. The growl came again, closer this time, as if circling the cabin deliberately. I gripped the knife tighter, every muscle tensed. The sound stopped. Then, just as suddenly, it resumed, But now there was another noise layered on top, the sound of sticks snapping underfoot, slow and careful, moving through the underbrush. Whoever, or whatever, it was close. Too close. My instincts screamed at me to run, but there was nowhere to go. I was trapped in the small cabin, surrounded by forest that seemed to close in with every passing minute. I waited, frozen, listening. The noises circled the cabin several times, then stopped as abruptly as they had started. I dared not move, imagining eyes in the darkness, catching the slightest motion. I realized then that I had underestimated the forest, underestimated the isolation. The silence afterward was worse than the sounds. It stretched on, pressing against me, filling the cabin with tension. By first light, I had convinced myself that whatever had been out there had finally left. I was trembling, exhausted from the adrenaline and lack of sleep. I lit a small fire, more for courage than warmth, and ate a quick breakfast of cold bread and coffee. Every rustle of leaves outside made me jump. I spent the morning clearing the area immediately around the cabin, trying to get a sense of the terrain, looking for tracks. I found some, large and irregular, not human. My heart sank. Whatever had been circling the cabin was likely still close, maybe watching. I knew I couldn't stay another night. I packed quickly, gathering my things, trying not to make noise. I kept the knife within reach, constantly scanning the shadows. The forest felt alive, each tree a potential hiding place. As I climbed into my car, I felt the weight of every sound, every movement, as if the forest itself were holding its breath, waiting to see if I would leave. Driving down the gravel road, I kept glancing in the rearview mirror. Nothing followed. The road stretched straight, flanked by tall pines, until finally, the first signs of civilization appeared. Power lines, a mailbox, a faint glow of distant lights. I exhaled, relief washing over me. I didn't look back again until I reached the highway. Weeks later, I went back once, during daylight, to gather the things I had left behind. The clearing was empty, silent in a way that almost felt unnatural. The forest seemed to have swallowed the cabin's shadow completely. I found the tracks again, but nothing more. I realized that sometimes the forest doesn't need to act aggressively. The presence alone is enough to make you question everything. That weekend left its mark. I learned to respect isolation, to trust instincts over rationalizations. I never returned to that cabin again. The memory of the dragging steps, the growls, and the circling presence stayed with me for years. A reminder that the forest has its own rules, and human reasoning often doesn't apply. No one else was ever involved. No one came close. It was just me, the cabin, and the vast, watching wood surrounding it, a place where silence can scream, and every shadow has a story. I woke up that morning to the faint smell of wood smoke lingering in the cabin, a smell that had clung to the walls for years. The cabin was small, more of a shack than a house, tucked into a dense patch of forest on the edge of a mountain ridge. Sunlight barely filtered through the thick canopy outside, painting the wooden floor with pale, uneven stripes. The boards beneath me creaked with every movement, and the cabin's windows were grimy, streaked with dust and watermarks from previous storms. I could hear the wind outside rattling the loose shingles on the roof, a soft, persistent clattering that made the whole place feel fragile, like it could collapse at any moment. I had planned this trip to escape everything, phones, schedules, people. But now that I was here, the isolation started to feel heavy, almost pressing. The cabin had been empty for months, maybe years. The previous tenant had left in a hurry, judging by the scattered belongings in the corners. An old, rusty kettle on the counter, a cracked mug in the sink, and a stack of newspapers yellowed with age. The fireplace held a layer of ash, the smell of long burned wood still faintly clinging to it. I started a small fire to warm the cabin, the sound of wood crackling a welcome comfort at first, until I noticed the shadows it cast on the walls. They stretched long and distorted, twisting like they had a life of their own. The first day passed slowly. I wandered outside, walking along a barely visible path that led down toward the creek. The forest around me was dense, full of gnarled trees and undergrowth, and the sounds of wildlife were minimal. Birds occasionally chirped, but mostly there was a low hum of wind and the distant rush of water. The path was overgrown in places, roots and fallen branches threatening to trip me with every step. By mid-afternoon, I found a small clearing where the sunlight broke through, but even here, the feeling of being watched gnawed at me. I kept telling myself it was the forest, the trees, nothing more, but the sensation refused to leave. As the sun sank lower, I returned to the cabin and began gathering firewood. That's when I first noticed it, the footprints. Not mine, and not entirely animal. They were deep, heavy impressions in the soft soil near the cabin, partially filled with water from last night's rain. I crouched to examine them, feeling the chill run down my spine. The prints were large, human-sized, and they led straight up to the cabin before disappearing behind a tree. My first thought was another hiker, someone passing through. But then I remembered. The nearest trailhead was over 2 miles away, and I hadn't seen a car or sign of anyone else. My pulse quickened, but I convinced myself it was likely an old track from some previous visitor, and I brushed the feeling aside. That night, the wind picked up. The sound outside became more aggressive, like the trees were groaning under some invisible weight. I sat near the fire, trying to read, but my eyes kept drifting to the window. Every time I looked, the shadows seemed to shift differently, like the branches outside were moving with intent, bending toward the cabin. Then I heard it, a snap of a branch somewhere nearby, distinct and deliberate. I froze, listening. There was nothing else at first, just the wind, until a second snap followed, closer this time. Then silence, thick and suffocating, as if the forest had paused, waiting. I stayed there for what felt like an eternity, clutching the mug of cold tea I hadn't touched in hours. Eventually, the fire burned low, and exhaustion dragged me to sleep despite the unease pressing down on my chest. I woke in the early hours to the sound of something brushing against the cabin walls. Not the wind, not the trees. Something soft and wet, a scraping noise that traveled along the outer wood. My heart jumped into my throat. I stayed still, listening, straining in the darkness. The noise stopped abruptly, leaving only the low groan of the wind through the eaves. I told myself it was a raccoon or a deer, maybe just branches rubbing against the siding. But the way it had moved, so purposeful, made that explanation feel hollow. I didn't sleep much after that, keeping the fire alive until the first weak light of dawn seeped through the grime on the windows. During the morning, I inspected the cabin thoroughly. Everything seemed in place except for one detail. The back door had a faint scrape along its frame, as though something had tried to force it open. I remembered locking it the night before. My stomach sank. I went around the perimeter, checking the windows. Most were shut tight, but one at the side had a small crack I was sure hadn't been there before. My mind raced through possibilities. Animals, wind, or someone else entirely. I found it hard to convince myself the forest could be this active without the presence of another human. My sense of safety, already fragile, was starting to unravel. I decided to stay put during the day, keeping the cabin secure. The forest seemed quiet, almost too quiet. When I ventured to the creek to fetch water, I noticed more footprints, fresh ones this time. They led in from the forest, veered around the creek, and vanished into the undergrowth. I felt a cold, tense knot forming in my chest. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe another hiker was nearby, lost, or maybe it was a hunter. But the footprints didn't resemble a hunting boot. They were bare, human-like, and strangely light, like someone wasn't putting their full weight down. I returned to the cabin, checking the locks repeatedly, feeling a growing pressure in my temples. The forest had become an oppressive presence, a living thing watching from every shadow. That night, I couldn't bear the thought of being alone inside the cabin. I packed a small bag with essentials, a flashlight, matches, a pocket knife, and a water bottle. I prepared myself to leave, thinking about hiking back down the overgrown trail to the main road. But the forest outside was different in the darkness, the path barely visible, twisted by fallen branches and shadows. As I stepped outside to test the terrain, I saw movement. A figure, or at least the shape of one, stood near the tree-line. I froze, barely breathing. It didn't move closer or call out. It just watched, impossibly still. I ducked behind the cabin, heart hammering, and waited. After what felt like 10 minutes, it disappeared into the trees. I didn't see it move, just gone, leaving me alone with the quiet murmur of the wind and the firelight flickering from the cabin window. Sleep was impossible after that. I stayed awake, the knife clutched in my hand, eyes darting to every shadow. When dawn finally arrived, I made a plan to leave immediately. I packed quickly, checking all corners, every window, every door. The cabin felt suffocating now, every creak amplified into a potential threat. The air smelled of damp wood and earth, heavy and oppressive. I stepped outside and started down the trail, flashlight in one hand, knife in the other. The forest seemed alive, the shadows stretching long, twisting around me. Every snap of a twig or rustle of leaves made me jump, but I pressed on, adrenaline pushing me past the fatigue that had been building all night. The trail was treacherous. Roots and rocks tore at my boots, and the undergrowth scratched at my arms and face. I kept glancing behind me, half expecting to see the figure again, but there was nothing. Hours passed. I followed the trail until it widened into a faint dirt road, leading eventually to a small clearing where a ranger station sat. I waved my flashlight, calling out. A truck pulled up, the driver's eyes wide with concern when they saw me, disheveled, exhausted, and shaking. I explained briefly, though I didn't need to embellish. My relief was overwhelming as they offered me water, a blanket, and a ride down the mountain. As we drove away, I looked back at the cabin, now tiny in the distance, the forest around it dark and foreboding. I didn't stop thinking about the footprints, the noises, and the figure that had watched me. The experience had left a mark, a constant awareness of how fragile safety can be in the wilderness. But leaving the cabin, stepping back into civilization, feeling the warmth of the truck and the reassurance of another human presence, I finally allowed myself to breathe. The forest had held its secrets close, but I had escaped, and that was enough. The cabin faded behind me, a memory of fear and tension, but one I survived, and I knew that the relief of returning to safety was something I would carry with me far longer than the terror itself. The woods would always be there, dense and silent, but I had learned the one undeniable truth. In the wilderness, being cautious, aware, and prepared wasn't just smart. It could be the difference between making it out and becoming just another story whispered by the trees. I reached the highway, and for the first time in days, I felt the weight of fear lift, replaced by the warmth of sunlight on my face, the normal sounds of traffic, and the presence of other people, ordinary and solid, reminding me that safety wasn't a guarantee, but it could be found again if you refused to let go of it. I remember the first time I realized just how small and exposed you can feel in the middle of nowhere. I had been driving for hours on a twisting, two-lane road that seemed to disappear into a dense canopy of pine and fir. The sky was gray, heavy with clouds, and the kind of silence that comes from being far from civilization pressed on my ears. I wasn't entirely sure why I had chosen that cabin. It was advertised as remote and peaceful, tucked away in a national forest, ideal for a weekend of writing and solitude. On paper, it sounded perfect. In reality, I had underestimated just how isolated it truly was. The cabin sat at the end of a dirt road that had long ago begun to reclaim itself. Potholes and ruts had formed pools of dark, murky water from last week's rain. The tires of my car sank slightly each time I passed through one, and I could feel the tension building with every turn of the wheel. When I finally reached it, the place looked like it belonged to a completely different era. Weathered cedar siding, a steep, shingled roof with some shingles missing, and a stone chimney that had long since gone unused. The front porch sagged in the middle, and I had to step carefully over a loose board to get inside. Inside, the cabin smelled like damp wood, old smoke, and the faint, musty odor of someone or something, having passed through and left traces behind. The air was still, thick, almost tangible in its heaviness. There were cobwebs in the corners, and the floor creaked with every cautious step I took. I had only brought minimal supplies, thinking I would be comfortable enough with a small pile of firewood, canned food, and water. I set my bag down in the living area and ran my hand over the rough surface of the kitchen table. It was covered with scratches and stains, evidence of years of use and neglect. The only window in the room looked out onto the surrounding trees, which were so close that their branches nearly touched the cabin walls. By evening, the forest was beginning to darken in a way that made the cabin feel like a tiny island in a sea of shadow. I decided to light a fire in the fireplace to take the chill off. The matches struck quickly, and soon the flames were dancing against the stone, giving the room a flickering warmth. It felt comforting for a moment, the kind of warmth that makes you think the world outside is quiet and manageable. But outside, the wind picked up, rattling the edges of the windows and sending shadows of swaying branches across the walls. Every gust sounded like a low, drawn-out groan, and I found myself glancing at the door more often than necessary. I tried to distract myself by unpacking the few items I had brought. Food, notebooks, pens, a small lantern. My phone barely worked, a single bar if I stood on the porch and stretched my arm just right. I didn't really care, I had come for isolation after all. But it was unsettling not to know if anyone could reach me if something went wrong. The sun disappeared completely, and the forest around the cabin became a wall of black. The wind was constant now, and with it came a variety of unfamiliar sounds. Branches snapping, leaves rustling in patterns that didn't seem entirely natural, and the occasional low-throated grunt that I tried to convince myself belonged to deer or some other wildlife. At some point, I realized the fire was dying, and I didn't have much wood left. I got up to fetch more from the pile outside. The wind had picked up even more, blowing snow, or maybe it was just frost, against the cabin in gusts that sounded like scraping metal. As soon as I stepped outside, the cold hit me like a wall, sharp and biting. I grabbed the next stack of logs and turned to head back inside when I noticed movement out of the corner of my eye. A shadow between the trees, moving slowly and deliberately. I froze, unsure whether it was an animal or something else. The forest was deep, and the shadows cast by the moonlight made shapes dance and stretch in ways that were almost impossible to read. I told myself it was probably a deer, or maybe just the wind twisting branches, but my stomach twisted into a tight knot anyway. I hurried back inside, slammed the door, and locked it. I leaned against the wood, listening to the storm, or whatever it was outside. The sounds of movement persisted, faint but undeniable. Something large was out there, moving in a calculated way. I had no weapons, no way of defending myself except for the flimsy door and my own presence. I kept telling myself it was a bear, or a deer, or some animal curious about the cabin. Still, the feeling of being watched was oppressive. I built the fire back up as best I could and stayed close, the flames my only comfort. Night stretched on. The wind howled, banging against the walls, making the cabin groan and shudder. Every sound made me jump, the creak of the floorboards, the whistle of air through a gap in the window, the thump of something heavy landing on the forest floor outside. At one point, a distinct sound made my blood run cold. The soft, deliberate crunch of footsteps in the snow, moving closer to the cabin. My first instinct was to hide, but there was nowhere to hide in that small space. I had to keep moving, stay alert. I grabbed a kitchen knife from the drawer, the only thing with any weight to it, and held it loosely, more for comfort than for actual protection. Hours seemed to stretch into an eternity. I didn't sleep. I stayed close to the fire, listening. Sometimes the footsteps stopped, sometimes they circled, and every now and then a tree branch would snap, almost as if something massive had collided with it. My mind kept running scenarios, none of them comforting. I considered trying to leave, but the storm outside had grown violent. Snow whipped horizontally across the landscape, visibility reduced to a few feet. The dirt road was likely impassable. I was trapped in the cabin with something, or possibly someone, watching from the darkness. By the early morning, the storm had lessened. The forest was quieter, the wind reduced to intermittent gusts that rattled the cabin like distant echoes. Exhausted but still alert, I cautiously stepped outside to assess the situation. The snow was deep, covering the ground and the path back to the road. Tracks surrounded the cabin, large, unmistakably human. Someone had walked around the entire perimeter during the night. There were no footprints leading away, only the ones around me. I felt a chill unrelated to the cold. Whoever, or whatever, had been outside had left its mark, and the thought of crossing that forest alone in daylight was terrifying. I spent the morning preparing. I gathered as much firewood as I could, reinforced the door with a makeshift brace from a fallen chair, and packed my bag with essentials. Every shadow seemed exaggerated, every sound amplified. I stayed vigilant, even as the sun rose higher, revealing the forest in stark, detailed clarity. I saw the tracks more clearly now, their size and spacing unmistakable. An adult male, large build, careful in every step. There were no other signs, no discarded items, no weapon, nothing. But the sense of being observed lingered like a weight pressing on my chest. When I finally decided I couldn't stay another night, I made a plan to leave. I waited for the storm to retreat fully, ensuring the road was navigable. With my bag slung over my shoulder and the knife still in hand, I moved cautiously, keeping my eyes on the tree-line. Every step on the snow was loud, my breath visible in the frigid air. I didn't dare look back, even though the urge was almost overwhelming. The cabin faded behind me, a small, battered silhouette against the dense forest. I kept walking, following the ruts in the road, until finally the trees began to thin. Hours later, I reached the main road, where my car had been parked along the shoulder, half buried in snow. My hands shook as I slid into the driver's seat, fumbling to start the engine. The heater kicked in, warm air washing over me, but it did little to ease the tension coiling in my muscles. I drove for hours, unwilling to stop until I reached a small town. I checked into a motel, not speaking to anyone, barely eating. Sleep came eventually, but it was shallow and fragmented, haunted by the memory of the tracks, the footsteps, and the overwhelming feeling of being watched. Even weeks later, the image of that cabin and the forest around it stayed with me. Every time I think about going back, my stomach tightens. I realize that isolation is not always peaceful. Sometimes it is exposure in its purest form, vulnerable, raw, and inescapable. The cabin was meant to be a retreat, a place to find quiet and focus. Instead, it had been a reminder that in the wild, there are boundaries and presences you cannot control, and the world outside the safety of doors and walls can feel as threatening as anything you imagine. I never returned to that forest. The cabin remains somewhere in the trees, silent and abandoned, a place that holds the memory of that long, cold night when I truly understood what fear felt like. And I know that while the cabin itself is inanimate, the experience of being utterly alone in a place designed for solitude has a weight that never leaves you. Every time I hear wind rattling through a nearby forest or snow crunching underfoot, I am reminded of it, and it keeps me cautious, alert, and aware of just how fragile a sense of safety can be when it is stripped away completely. I remember the drive up to the cabin like it was yesterday, even though it was years ago. The road was nothing more than a winding dirt path that cut through thick forest on both sides. The sun was setting when I arrived, and long shadows stretched across the ground, making every tree look like a towering, menacing figure. The cabin itself was tucked away at the end of a small clearing, almost hidden by overgrown pine and oak. From the outside, it looked quaint, even inviting, with its weathered wooden walls and a small porch that sagged slightly in the middle. But there was something about the way the wind moved through the trees that made it feel isolated in a way I hadn't fully grasped until I stepped out of the car. The air was dense and sharp, smelling of wet earth and pine resin, and it carried a quiet that was almost oppressive, as if the forest was holding its breath. The cabin door creaked when I opened it, and I was greeted by the stale scent of wood that had soaked up years of damp air. Dust motes floated in the last rays of sunlight slipping through the windows. The interior was small and compact. There was a low ceiling with thick wooden beams that had darkened over time, and the floorboards were uneven, creaking under every step. A fireplace dominated one wall, its blackened stones a reminder of fires that had burned long ago. The furniture was minimal, a couple of wooden chairs, a small table, and a narrow bed pushed into the corner. There was a faint chill in the air, even though I hadn't even stepped fully inside yet. I spent the first hour walking through the cabin, checking the doors and windows, making sure everything was locked. Outside, the forest seemed calm, but it wasn't the calm of a sunny day in a park. It was the kind of calm that feels heavy, like the air itself is watching you. As darkness fell, the forest became a wall of black, the trees blending together until I couldn't see anything past the first few yards. I lit the fireplace and tried to make the cabin feel more like home, arranging the small pile of firewood I had brought, listening to the way the flames crackled and hissed as they licked the old logs. The shadows the fire cast danced along the walls, turning ordinary objects into shapes that my mind instantly recognized as threats. Every sound from the outside, the snapping of a twig, the rustle of leaves, the soft thump of something hitting the ground, made me freeze and listen. By nightfall, the full weight of isolation had settled in. I realized there was no road nearby that cars could use, no neighbors, nothing but forest in every direction. I hadn't heard a human voice since I arrived, and even the occasional bird or insect seemed to have fallen silent. The wind began to pick up, rattling the cabin windows, and for the first time I noticed just how much the cabin itself groaned and shifted as it settled. I kept telling myself it was just old wood, nothing more, but the sound was eerie, long and hollow, like the house was breathing. I tried to read, to distract myself, but every rustle outside made me look up. Every shadow on the wall made me tense. Around midnight, the real fear started. I heard a faint scratching at one of the windows facing the forest. At first, I thought it was a branch brushing against the glass, but then it happened again, slow, deliberate, and heavier this time. My pulse jumped. The scratching didn't follow a random pattern like a branch swaying in the wind. It seemed methodical. I stood frozen, staring at the dark forest beyond the glass. The wind died for a moment, and everything was silent. Then came the thump, a heavy, muffled sound against the wooden wall of the cabin. Not a branch, not an animal that moved like a deer or a raccoon, something larger, heavier. My mind raced, trying to make sense of it. A bear? Maybe. But the sound repeated, coming closer each time, moving around the cabin in a pattern that made me certain it was tracking me. I grabbed the flashlight from the shelf and shone it out the window, trying to catch movement. The beam cut through the black, lighting up nothing but trees and underbrush. I scanned around, heart pounding, every instinct screaming that I wasn't alone, even though logically I told myself the forest was full of animals and nothing more. But the way the sound moved, deliberate and patient, didn't belong to any animal I knew. It circled the cabin once, twice, then stopped. The silence that followed was almost worse than the noise itself. My chest tightened, and I realized I had been holding my breath, listening to every creak and crack of the old wood. Hours passed in that tension, every minor noise amplified. I kept the fire burning as long as I could, shoving more wood onto the flames to create light and warmth, trying to convince myself that I wasn't being hunted by something intelligent. Occasionally, I heard the soft crunch of leaves or pine needles outside. My mind imagined footsteps pacing, watching, waiting. Sleep was impossible. The next morning, light brought some relief. Sunlight spilled through the windows, and I could finally see the forest in daylight. The previous night's terror didn't vanish entirely, but I felt safer. I stepped outside carefully, looking for signs of whatever had circled the cabin. That's when I noticed the tracks in the damp soil, large and uneven, moving in a semicircle around the cabin. They weren't human, but they were too big to be a deer. I followed them cautiously, sticking to the edges of the clearing. The tracks disappeared into the forest, vanishing as though whoever, or whatever, had melted back into the trees. I stayed alert, walking the perimeter, examining broken branches and disturbed undergrowth. Everything pointed to a creature that was aware of me, aware of the cabin, but careful enough not to reveal itself fully. I spent the next day repairing the cabin's weak points, making sure windows and doors were secure, piling extra wood near the walls, and making noise deliberately to mark my presence. Every crack of a branch or rustle in the leaves had my muscles tense. By evening, I had barricaded myself inside as best I could. I lit the fire, gathered all my tools and makeshift weapons, and resolved to wait out the night. That second night was worse. The creature, or person, outside tested the cabin's defenses. I heard scratching at the door, loud thumps against the walls, and occasionally a heavy step that made the floorboards tremble. I could tell it was walking deliberately, pausing at corners, circling, assessing. My fear was sharp, stabbing, but it was tempered by a clear sense. I needed to survive until daylight. I stayed awake, listening, watching, heart pounding for hours. At dawn, the sound stopped. I didn't hear anything moving outside. When I finally ventured out, I discovered something terrifyingly clear. The tracks from the night before were gone, but the earth around the cabin had been disturbed, with deep gouges in the dirt and broken branches forming a rough circle around the structure. Whoever, or whatever, had been there had clearly been studying the cabin. The realization hit me fully. I had been under surveillance, completely alone, with nothing between me and danger but thin wooden walls. Over the next few days, I remained vigilant. I stayed mostly inside, exploring the cabin only during daylight. I mapped the surrounding forest as best I could, noting signs of movement, animal paths, and possible hiding places. Eventually, I realized the pattern. The creature stayed at the edges of the clearing, rarely venturing closer in daylight, but it had circled the cabin repeatedly at night, sometimes close enough that I could hear its breathing through the thin wood. I learned to move quietly, to watch for subtle signs, and to trust my instincts. By the end of the week, I had adapted to the cabin and the forest. I could anticipate sounds, interpret movements, and recognize the subtle signs of the creature's presence. I never saw it directly, but I knew it was there, intelligent and patient. When I finally left, driving back down the dirt road as the sun rose behind me, I felt a strange mix of relief and respect. I had survived, but the memory of the nights spent listening, waiting, and calculating every movement haunted me long after. The cabin still sits there, deep in the forest, silent by day, mysterious and watchful by night, and I know that if anyone were to stay there now, they would feel it too. The quiet, the isolation, and the patient awareness of something larger than themselves lurking just beyond the walls. Even now, years later, I can close my eyes and hear the wind in the trees, the creak of the cabin, and the faint, deliberate scratch of something circling, waiting. I survived because I learned to respect the forest, the cabin, and the hidden eyes that watched me. And I understand now that true fear isn't in ghosts or fairy tales. It's in the silent, deliberate presence of something very real, just beyond your line of sight, patient and watching. The air hit me first, thick and heavy with the damp smell of pine and decaying leaves. I had driven hours to reach this cabin, isolated deep in the mountains where cell service flickered like a candle about to go out. The road was nothing more than a narrow, winding track, its edges overgrown with brambles and tall grass. I had parked my car on a small clearing just beyond a sharp curve, where the gravel had been packed down by years of infrequent visitors. The forest stretched endlessly in every direction, dark and silent, the only movement coming from the occasional flicker of leaves in the wind. I stepped out, feeling the immediate drop in temperature as shadows clung to every crevice, and I noticed how quiet it was, almost too quiet, as though the forest itself were holding its breath. The cabin was old, built from thick logs darkened with age and weather. Moss had claimed the roof in patches, and some shingles were missing entirely. A thin chimney jutted out crookedly, and I could see blackened streaks along the wood where smoke had once escaped. The porch sagged slightly on one side, and the steps creaked under my weight. I ran my hand along the rough wood of the railing, feeling splinters dig into my palm. Inside, the cabin smelled of dust, old wood, and a faint sourness that hinted at moisture trapped somewhere unseen. The floorboards groaned under every step. I flicked on the single overhead light, a weak bulb that cast more shadows than it eliminated, and it revealed a small room with a stone fireplace, a table with a few scattered chairs, and a narrow bed in the corner. A thin layer of dust covered everything, except for a few strange, circular marks on the floor near the door, which I assumed were from previous visitors. I set down my bag and began to explore. The kitchen was tiny, with a rusty sink and a stove that looked like it hadn't been used in years. The fridge hummed weakly, and I imagined it probably didn't work. There were cupboards, mostly empty, but I found a few cans of beans and a half-full bag of rice, which I set aside for later. The windows were grimy and streaked with dirt, the kind of grime that makes everything outside look distorted, dreamlike. I opened one and leaned out, staring at the thick trees that pressed in from every side. The sun was beginning to set, and the last light painted the forest in dull oranges and purples. Shadows pooled around the trunks, and I realized that if someone, or something, was out there, it could easily watch me without me seeing it. I decided to start a fire in the fireplace. The kindling was damp and smelled of rot, but after much struggle, I got a small flame going, feeding it piece by piece. The fire slowly grew, the warmth pushing against the chill that had settled into my bones. I sat back in one of the chairs, listening to the subtle sounds of the forest, branches cracking under their own weight, leaves rustling in the wind, distant birds calling before they settled for the night. Time passed quietly, the cabin growing darker as the light from the fire began to dominate the room. The shadows it cast were long and twitching, following every plank of the cabin's walls. I tried to focus on normal things, like checking the supplies and making sure the locks on the doors were secure, but every creak and groan of the cabin, under its own weight, made my stomach tighten. Night fell fully, and with it came a deeper silence. The wind had died down, leaving only the occasional snap of a branch, close enough to make me flinch each time. I sat near the fire, trying to read, but my eyes kept drifting to the windows, half expecting to see movement. That's when I noticed it, a faint, slow shuffle outside, just beyond the dim reach of the firelight. My heart jumped. I froze, listening. The sound didn't repeat immediately, but then it came again, closer this time. Footsteps? Or something dragging? I couldn't tell. I rose quietly and crept to the window, pressing my face against the cold glass. The forest beyond was black, almost impenetrable, but I thought I saw a figure, or at least the shape of one, moving between the trees. It didn't run, didn't make noise, just shifted steadily, methodically. I stepped back, telling myself it was a deer or some other animal. The forest was full of wildlife, and it was easy for the mind to play tricks in low light. But then the sound came again, this time from the side of the cabin. Something brushed against the wood outside. A low, dragging noise that sent a shiver down my spine. My rational mind screamed it had to be a fallen branch, but instinct told me otherwise. I grabbed a flashlight, checking that the batteries worked, and tried to peer outside. The beam cut a narrow path through the darkness, illuminating only the base of a tree and a patch of forest floor covered in leaves. Nothing moved. I waited, my pulse racing, ears straining. Minutes passed. Then came another sound, unmistakably deliberate, a soft, heavy thump against the porch. Someone was there. Or something. I tried to tell myself it was the wind, that maybe an animal had jumped up, but the thump came again, closer this time, and then a faint scrape along the wood. My breath caught. I considered leaving, but my car was parked down the small clearing, and the thought of stumbling through the dark forest without knowing what was out there was worse. I grabbed a kitchen knife from the counter, feeling the cold metal in my hand, and edged toward the door. My ears picked up every detail, the faint rustle of leaves, the crunch of gravel, the whisper of wind through the trees. I reached the door, pressed my back against it, and listened. Silence followed for a moment, and I thought maybe the sound had moved on. I took a cautious step outside, the flashlight in one hand and the knife in the other. The night air was colder than I expected, biting at my cheeks. I swept the beam across the clearing. Nothing, just trees and shadows. I let out a shaky breath and started walking toward the car, my steps light but hurried. The gravel crunched sharply under my feet. I glanced back once and saw a shadow shift near the edge of the forest. I ran the last few steps to the car, fumbling with the keys. The engine roared to life, loud and solid against the oppressive silence. I didn't look back as I pulled onto the narrow road, the headlights cutting a path through the darkness. But I noticed something in the rearview mirror, a flash of movement, something large and low, retreating into the black of the trees. My chest heaved. I drove without pause, gripping the wheel so tightly my knuckles hurt. By the time I reached the main road, the forest had disappeared behind me, replaced by faintly lit stretches of asphalt. My heart slowly began to settle, though the adrenaline still buzzed through my veins. I stopped at a gas station several miles down, bought water, and forced myself to sit for a while. I kept thinking about the cabin, the strange sounds, and the deliberate movements I had seen or imagined. I told myself over and over that the forest was full of animals, that the night plays tricks on your mind, that isolation amplifies fear. But I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, the certainty that something had been tracking my movements outside the cabin. I drove until the sun began to rise, casting everything in soft, pale light. The mountains that had seemed foreboding in the dark now appeared peaceful and quiet, their peaks dusted with early morning frost. I stopped at a small overlook, just to catch my breath, and looked back at the path I had come from. The clearing where the cabin sat was gone in the distance, swallowed by the trees. A thin trail of smoke curled from the chimney, and I realized it had been empty all night, abandoned in a way that made the presence I had felt even more unsettling. Weeks later, I returned with a friend during the day to check the cabin again. It was exactly as I had left it, except there were new footprints in the mud outside. Human footprints, unmistakably. They led to the forest and vanished. There was no one around. The marks near the door inside were fresh, too. I realized then that whatever had been outside that night hadn't been an animal, and the thought lingered longer than any rational explanation could chase away. I never stayed there again. I never felt the need to test the silence of that forest or the isolation of that cabin. The memory of the dragging sound, the thumps on the porch, and the shadow among the trees stayed with me, a constant reminder that some places hold a presence you can feel even when nothing is visible. The cabin was quiet now in the daylight, but I knew what had been there, and I knew it was waiting for the next person foolish enough to come alone. I arrived at the cabin in the late afternoon, just as the sun was beginning to tilt low behind the trees. The gravel road had been a narrow, twisting trail for miles, bordered by dense forest on both sides. I had driven slowly, aware that a wrong turn could have left me stranded in the wilderness for hours. The cabin itself was isolated, perched on a small clearing surrounded by thick pine and oak. It was old, built from rough-hewn logs, the roof sagging slightly in the center, and the wooden porch boards creaking underfoot as I stepped out of the car. The place had a smell of damp wood, dust, and the faint tang of mildew, like it had been waiting for someone to notice it again after years of neglect. Inside, the air was musty but not unpleasant. The cabin had a single large room with a stone fireplace at one end and a small kitchen area at the other. A staircase led to a loft above, which I assumed was the sleeping area. The furniture was sparse: a battered couch, a wooden table with mismatched chairs, and a few shelves holding a scattering of old cooking utensils and canned goods. Light filtered through the grimy windows, creating sharp contrasts across the floorboards. I set down my bag and started to explore, making mental notes of the state of the cabin, checking the locks on the doors and windows, and testing the fireplace. The chimney seemed intact, though it was clearly long and used. I decided I would need to sweep it before lighting a fire. By the time I had finished inspecting the cabin, the sun had dipped below the horizon. The forest outside turned almost black, the last traces of daylight vanishing into deep shadows. I lit a lantern, placing it on the table, and prepared a simple dinner with the supplies I had brought. The sounds of the forest at night became clearer as darkness settled. Leaves rustled with the movements of small animals, branches cracked under the weight of squirrels or raccoons, and the wind carried occasional whines and whistles that I couldn't immediately identify. The isolation made every sound more pronounced. After eating, I decided to take a walk around the clearing to stretch my legs. The ground was uneven, covered with fallen branches and patches of thick undergrowth. The moon had risen high enough to give some light, but the shadows between the trees were long and deep. I felt exposed, as if the forest itself was watching. I made a mental note to stay within the clearing after dark, but curiosity drew me closer to the tree-line. Something in the movement of the branches caught my eye, a shape slipping between the trees, quick and low. I paused, heart hammering, and tried to focus. The shadows were dense, but the movement seemed deliberate, not like that of a deer or a raccoon. It vanished as suddenly as it appeared. I returned to the cabin, convincing myself it was just an animal or a trick of the light. I double-checked the doors, secured the windows, and settled on the couch with a blanket. I tried to read, but the rustling outside kept drawing my attention. It was constant, closer now, with a subtle crunching that suggested something heavy was moving through the underbrush. I sat very still, listening, straining to hear more. Then I realized the sounds were circling the cabin. Slow, deliberate, moving around the perimeter. I grabbed a flashlight and cautiously stepped outside. The cold night air hit me, sharp and biting. I swept the beam across the clearing, revealing nothing but empty trees and darkness. No eyes reflecting in the light, no figure, nothing. Yet the sounds continued, always moving, sometimes stopping, then resuming in another direction. I began to pace, my mind racing through possibilities. A bear, a pack of coyotes, or perhaps someone else in the woods. The thought of another person being here made my stomach tighten. I had told no one where I was going. There was no reason for anyone to be here. The minutes stretched long. I returned inside and barricaded the door as best I could with the heavy table pushed against it. I kept the lantern close, ready to grab a heavier object if needed. Every shadow in the cabin seemed alive. A gust of wind rattled the windows, making me flinch. My flashlight's beam danced across the walls as I swept it over the room again and again. The noises outside continued, now accompanied by a faint snapping sound, like twigs breaking underfoot in short, uneven bursts. Sleep was impossible. Every time I closed my eyes, I imagined movement in the shadows, the presence of someone just beyond the edge of light. Around midnight, I decided I could not sit still any longer. I needed to know what was out there, to make sure I wasn't imagining it. I grabbed my coat, boots, and a small hatchet for protection, and stepped outside once more. The cold air stung my face. My flashlight's beam carved a narrow path through the darkness, revealing only trees, the uneven ground, and the occasional glint of a wet branch. As I moved around the cabin, I began marking a rough mental map. The sounds had settled into a pattern, moving through certain parts of the forest repeatedly. I noticed broken branches and disturbed leaves, footprints in the soft mud near the edge of the clearing. Too large for any deer I knew, irregular, possibly human. My pulse quickened. Whoever or whatever had been circling the cabin had left evidence now. I considered leaving, but my car was on the narrow road half a mile away, and the forest seemed thicker at night, making it almost impossible to navigate blindly. I returned to the cabin and reinforced the doors, then decided to climb into the loft. It felt safer up there, away from the ground, with a better vantage point through the small windows. I piled chairs and boxes under the loft ladder, making it more difficult to access. Hours passed. The sounds outside waxed and waned, sometimes almost stopping, sometimes circling again. Eventually, exhaustion took over. I dozed lightly, listening for any disturbance. At first light, I descended to find that the forest was calm, the noises of the previous night reduced to normal morning sounds of birds and small animals. The footprints were gone, as if whoever, or whatever, had been there had disappeared with the night. I decided to spend the day inspecting the surrounding forest carefully. I found signs of recent human activity. A small, camouflaged trail leading into the woods, discarded wrappers, and a makeshift campsite a few hundred meters from the cabin. It seemed abandoned, though, with no one present. Whoever had been circling the cabin had used this trail. My unease grew, but I was relieved to have evidence that it was likely a person, not some animal. I spent the day preparing better defenses, blocking windows from the inside with heavy furniture, placing makeshift alarms from cans and string around the perimeter, and keeping my hatchet and flashlight close at hand. By nightfall, I had a plan in case someone tried to approach. The forest seemed quieter, almost holding its breath. I could see the road from the porch now, which gave me some comfort. The second night was long but different. I stayed alert, scanning constantly. At one point, a figure appeared at the edge of the clearing, illuminated by the faint moonlight. I held my breath, ready to call out or strike if necessary. But the figure hesitated, then turned and disappeared back into the woods. I realized this person had been observing the cabin, and I had been equally cautious, outwitting each other without confrontation. By morning, I made my decision. I packed my belongings quickly and locked the cabin securely behind me. I followed the road back to my car, leaving the forest and the small clearing behind. The sun was fully up, lighting the trees and clearing, making it appear serene and harmless. The isolation that had felt so threatening at night now seemed peaceful, almost beautiful. Driving away, I felt a mix of relief and curiosity. Whoever had been out there had retreated, and I had survived, but the thought lingered. I would return one day, perhaps with friends or with more preparation. But for now, I had my story, my caution, and my memory of a night when the forest felt alive in ways I had never imagined. The cabin still stood, quiet, waiting for someone to notice it again. And I knew if I ever returned, I would be ready. The experience left me with a heightened awareness, an understanding of how vulnerable isolation can make you feel. I replayed every sound, every movement, every shadow in my mind, learning to trust my instincts and respect the wilderness. The forest had not been supernatural, and there were no fairy tales at play. Just human presence, the raw tension of isolation, and the subtle terror of the unknown. In the end, I walked away unharmed, aware, and stronger, carrying the memory with me in vivid detail. I drove up the narrow dirt road as the late afternoon sun was starting to sink behind the trees. The forest was dense, the kind where sunlight barely touched the ground, and the road seemed to wind endlessly without any sign of life beyond the occasional bird or squirrel. The cabin was tucked back a few hundred meters from the road, partially hidden by a stand of pines and oaks. Its wooden walls were darkened with age, and the roof sagged slightly in the middle. I had rented it for a week to get away from everything, work, people, noise, but as I pulled up and cut the engine, a quiet unease settled over me that I couldn't quite shake. The kind of quiet that felt like it was watching. The cabin looked abandoned from the outside, but the smell of must and old wood inside was not unpleasant. It was just old. Dust motes floated in the beams of sunlight coming through the windows. I ran my fingers over the table and counters, feeling the grain of the wood and noticing tiny cracks and scratches. The floor creaked under my weight, and every step echoed in the empty space. I could see the corners were shadowed, and at first I thought it was just the light, but some shadows seemed to move slightly as if the air itself was pulling them along. I shook my head and set my backpack down, trying to focus on something practical. Outside, the wind rustled through the trees. It wasn't strong, just enough to make a soft susurration that filled the forest. I unpacked my things slowly, setting my clothes and food in the small cabinets, checking the tiny fridge, and lighting a few candles I had brought. The electricity worked, but the switches clicked loudly, and the bulbs flickered when turned on. That only added to the feeling of isolation, as if the cabin itself was reminding me I wasn't alone, even though I knew I was. As evening fell, the shadows deepened, and the forest outside seemed to grow darker and heavier. The smell of damp earth and pine grew stronger, almost choking at times. I stepped outside to stretch my legs, noticing how quiet it was. Not the calm quiet of a peaceful forest, but a weighty silence that pressed in from all sides. No birds, no insects, nothing, just the sound of my own breathing and the crunch of dry leaves under my boots. I walked a short path around the cabin, trying to see if there was any sign of a neighbor or another property nearby, but there was nothing. Only trees, dense and dark, as far as I could see. I returned inside and started a fire in the small stone fireplace. The flames crackled and sent sparks up the chimney, giving the room a warm glow. I sat in an old chair near the fire, listening to the wind outside, and tried to relax. But I couldn't stop glancing at the windows, half expecting to see someone, or something, just standing there. Hours passed, and the fire dwindled, leaving the room half lit and cold. My eyelids grew heavy, and I decided to sleep, though I left a candle burning just in case. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke to a strange sound. At first, I thought it was just the wind, but the noise was rhythmic, deliberate. A crunching, like footsteps, but slow, measured, moving around the perimeter of the cabin. I froze, straining to hear over my own heartbeat. The wooden floorboards outside groaned slightly, and then the noise stopped. My pulse raced. I told myself it had to be an animal, a deer, maybe, or a raccoon, but the sound was too heavy for small creatures. Too precise. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. Every small noise made me tense. The hiss of a branch snapping, the rustle of leaves, even the wind shifting against the walls. I stayed by the fireplace, wrapped in a blanket, watching the darkness outside as best I could. When dawn came, it brought little relief. The forest was still oppressive, still dense, but at least I could see it in the light. I went outside, circling the cabin to see if there were any signs of an animal or person, but found nothing, only footprints in the soft dirt, which I immediately dismissed as my own from the day before. The next night was worse. I had thought the sounds were a one-time thing, a fluke of imagination and an overactive imagination in the dark, but as darkness fell again, I heard them return. Crunch, pause, shuffle, pause. I could hear it circling the cabin, slow and careful, sometimes stopping, then moving again. I stayed inside, trying to ignore it, but the sound grew louder, more deliberate, closer to the walls. At one point, I was certain I could hear a faint scratching, like nails against wood. My stomach dropped. I checked the locks on the doors and windows, making sure everything was secure. Even though the locks were old and slightly rusted, I felt safer knowing that at least the doors were closed. I stayed awake all night again. My candle burned down to a stub, my firewood was low, and I barely moved from the chair. In the morning, I went outside and examined the perimeter once more. Near the back of the cabin, I found deep footprints in the soft earth. Larger than human, but not impossibly so. I froze. They were fresh, and they led around the cabin in a wide arc, disappearing into the forest. Panic rose in my chest, but I forced myself to calm down. Whatever it was, it hadn't tried to enter, and I could see no sign of attempts to force doors or windows. I spent the day preparing. I moved furniture to block the windows I could reach, set up makeshift noise traps with cans and stones that would rattle if touched, and made sure I had my phone and keys close by. The sun dipped low behind the trees again, and the shadows stretched across the cabin. I lit a strong fire, stacked my limited firewood nearby, and stayed vigilant. The first footsteps came just after twilight. Crunch, shuffle, pause. I watched through a window, the fire casting flickering light outside. The footprints appeared at the edge of the clearing, and a large, dark shape moved slowly between the trees, circling the cabin. I caught glimpses of it, tall, broad, moving carefully, deliberately aware of my presence. Night after night, the pattern repeated. I began to notice small signs of intelligence, too. Broken branches carefully placed to mark paths, deeper impressions in the ground that suggested it was checking doors or windows, and occasional faint scratches on the wood. The creature, or person, was patient, almost methodical. I realized I couldn't confront it. There was no way I could match whatever strength or stealth it possessed. I had to wait for a safe chance to leave. On the fourth night, I made a plan. I stayed close to the cabin, keeping my fire lit, but I prepared a route to the road, noting every obstacle and area of cover. I waited until the shape moved far enough around the cabin to the far edge of the clearing, then slipped out the back door, moving low and fast toward the road. Every step was careful, deliberate. The forest seemed to hold its breath around me, the shadows thick, the ground soft beneath my boots. My heart pounded, and I could hear the shape moving again, but I kept going, using trees and underbrush to hide my path. I reached the road just as dawn was breaking, the pale light filtering through the trees. My legs ached, my lungs burned, but I kept moving, walking quickly until I hit a main gravel road. Eventually, I saw a truck coming, and I flagged it down, breathless and shaking. The driver stopped without question, letting me climb in, and I gave them the address of the nearest town. As the truck drove away from the cabin, I looked back once. The forest behind it seemed calm again, almost ordinary, but I knew better. Something had been watching, calculating, waiting. I never went back. The cabin was beautiful in the light of day, the forest peaceful and inviting, but I couldn't shake the memory of those nights. Even now, thinking back, I can feel the weight of the silence, the deliberate steps in the dirt, the sense that something was out there just beyond the edge of sight, aware of me. I told myself it was likely a large wild animal, a bear or something similar, but the footprints, the scratches, the careful circling, none of it matched any bear I had ever seen. Months later, I learned that several cabins in the area had been broken into by a skilled poacher or survivalist, someone who moved silently, observed, and knew the forest well. No one had been hurt, but the cabins had signs of methodical exploration, doors checked, paths mapped. Everything matched what I had experienced. I realized then that I had been lucky. If I hadn't stayed alert, had made a wrong move, I might not have made it out that first week. The memory stayed with me, sharp and visceral. Even now, when I walk through a forest or hear footsteps in the dark, I feel that same tension. The knowledge that some things in the woods are patient, calculated, and waiting, and that survival sometimes comes down to staying still, staying quiet, and trusting your instincts above all else. I remember driving down the long, winding dirt road that led to the cabin. The trees were tall and dense on either side, their branches arching over the path, creating a tunnel that swallowed up most of the sunlight. It was late afternoon, and the air had a heavy, earthy smell from the recent rain. I could hear the faint rustle of leaves above me and the occasional crack of a distant branch snapping under its own weight. The cabin had been rented through a small local agency, the kind that specializes in remote properties, and the pictures online had made it look cozy, secluded, and inviting. In reality, it felt much more isolated than I had anticipated. The drive had been longer than I expected, with the GPS cutting out halfway through and me relying on rough paper directions scribbled by the rental agency. The first thing that struck me when I arrived was the silence. No cars, no distant voices, no hum of electricity. Even the wind seemed muted under the canopy of trees. The cabin itself was modest, a simple wooden structure with dark-stained logs, a pitched roof, and a small stone chimney. A thin wisp of smoke curled from it, suggesting it had been used recently, though the place appeared deserted when I walked up. The air was thick with the scent of wet pine, damp earth, and moss. As I set down my bag and looked around, I noticed the surrounding forest seemed unervingly still. There was no movement, no birds, nothing, just the heavy weight of quiet pressing in from every side. Inside, the cabin was dimly lit by the fading sunlight streaming through dirt-smudged windows. Dust covered the wooden floors and furniture, and the air had that distinctive musty smell of an unused space. The main room was small, with a stone fireplace taking up most of one wall, a few worn chairs scattered around, and a wooden table in the center. The kitchen was equally sparse, a small counter, a few cabinets with basic utensils, a sink, and a tiny stove. A hallway led to two bedrooms, both furnished with old mattresses and blankets that looked freshly laundered, though their age showed. There was no running water, only a large barrel in the corner that smelled faintly of chlorine. The cabin had electricity, but only a single, weak light bulb flickered on in the main room. I unpacked slowly, trying to shake the creeping feeling of unease that had settled in the pit of my stomach. The isolation was one thing, but there was something more, subtle and indefinable, in the way the shadows clung to the corners of the rooms and the forest pressed close to the cabin walls. I lit the fireplace and stacked some wood, listening to the sharp crackle as the flames took hold. The warmth was comforting, but the shadows only deepened, dancing along the walls in uneven, unpredictable patterns. Outside, the wind rustled the treetops, sending a series of soft, hollow knocks against the cabin walls, like distant fists rapping at a door. Night fell faster than I expected. The forest outside was black, and the thick canopy blocked the moonlight almost entirely. I went outside briefly, flashlight in hand, to take in the area. The ground was soft and uneven, covered in a thick layer of fallen leaves and twigs. I could barely make out the outlines of other trees beyond the small clearing around the cabin. It was so quiet that my own breathing sounded loud, echoing in the darkness. I stayed outside only a few minutes before returning to the warmth of the fire. As the night deepened, strange noises began. At first, it was the familiar sounds of the forest, the creaking of trees, distant animal calls, the occasional rustle of underbrush. But then I noticed something different, heavier, deliberate sounds, like someone walking across the forest floor. The steps were slow, measured, and seemed to circle the cabin. At first, I tried to rationalize it. Maybe a deer or a raccoon or some other wildlife common in the area. But the sounds didn't match any animal I knew. There was a weight to them, a distinct rhythm that suggested something larger. I froze near the window, straining to see anything beyond the circle of flashlight and firelight, but the darkness was thick and unyielding. Hours passed. Every few minutes, the sound would return, close enough that I could hear the crunch of leaves and the snap of twigs under heavy feet. I kept the fire going, moving slowly around the cabin, checking the windows, trying to convince myself it was just wildlife. But the sense of being watched was overpowering, pressing against my chest, making each breath feel shallow. At one point, I caught a glimpse of movement just beyond the tree line, a flicker of shadow that vanished the instant I blinked. My hands trembled slightly as I fumbled with the matches to keep the fire alive. I realized I had to secure the cabin. I locked the doors, wedged the furniture against them where possible, and checked the windows. Every creak of the wooden walls, every whistle of wind through the gaps sounded amplified, like it was echoing some presence just beyond. The fire had dwindled to a low glow, and I fed it more wood, listening to the muffled thumps outside. The weight of isolation, the sheer darkness, and the uncertainty of what was out there combined into a tension I could physically feel in my chest. Sleep was impossible. I lay on one of the narrow beds, eyes open, firelight casting weak glows into the room. The noises outside continued sporadically, some near, some far, but always deliberate. I tried to make sense of them, telling myself over and over that there was a reasonable explanation. Hunters, a large animal, someone else renting property nearby. But deep down, I knew none of those explanations fit the pattern. The sounds moved in a way that suggested observation, circling, testing boundaries. Around midnight, a particularly loud thump against the side of the cabin made me sit up sharply. I could hear scratching along the wooden siding, uneven and persistent. My heart pounded so loudly, I was sure it would give away my presence if anyone, or anything, was outside. I grabbed a heavy flashlight and crept to the door. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating nothing but shadows and trees. Every instinct screamed at me to stay inside, but curiosity and the need to understand what I was hearing drew me to the edge of the porch. The beam of the flashlight swept over the forest floor and caught nothing. No movement, no figure, only darkness and the occasional shimmer of leaves. The noise stopped. Silence returned, but it was an even heavier silence, the kind that presses down and makes your ears ring. I stayed on the porch for what felt like hours, listening, straining to catch any sound, any hint of movement. Then, slowly, faint crunching returned, further away this time, receding into the blackness. I didn't follow. I didn't want to. The sound diminished gradually until it was gone, leaving only the low whisper of wind in the trees. By dawn, exhaustion overcame the tension. I hadn't slept, but I had survived the night. The forest outside was transformed in the daylight. Trees that had seemed oppressive and menacing now looked normal, even peaceful. Birds called from the canopy, and a thin mist clung to the undergrowth. I stepped outside, surveying the perimeter. The ground was disturbed in several places, trampled leaves and broken branches forming tracks that suggested a large animal, or multiple animals, had circled the cabin overnight. I photographed the marks, careful to document what I could, though I knew no one would fully understand how real the fear had felt. After breakfast, I packed up the cabin, deciding not to linger another night. As I loaded my car, I felt the eyes of the forest on me once more, the trees silent witnesses to the tension of the previous night. Driving back down the dirt road, I looked in the rearview mirror at the cabin, receding into the distance, small and solitary. I promised myself I would never return. The experience stayed with me, not like a ghost story or an imagined fear, but as a stark, realistic reminder of how isolation in the wrong place can strip away comfort and leave only raw, primal awareness of what lies in the shadows. I shared my experience with the rental agency, emphasizing the signs of disturbance around the cabin. They acknowledged the report, mentioning occasional sightings of wildlife that could be dangerous and cautioning other renters, though no one ever seemed to confirm exactly what had caused the night's terror. I realized later that the most terrifying part had not been an attack or direct threat, but the uncertainty, the raw vulnerability of being alone in a remote place where the rules of the city didn't apply, where the smallest sound could mean life or death. Months later, I still recall every detail vividly. The smell of damp pine, the creak of the cabin floor, the flicker of shadows in the firelight, the thud and scrape outside in the dark. It left a mark, a lesson in awareness and respect for nature and solitude. I never returned, but the experience taught me to prepare carefully, to trust instincts, and to understand that sometimes the real horror is not monsters or myths. It is the stark reality of isolation, the awareness of how vulnerable a single human can be when surrounded by endless, indifferent wilderness. I had been driving for hours on narrow, twisting roads lined with dense pines and oaks, the kind of roads that made you feel like the world had been cut off from everything else. My goal was a small cabin my uncle had bought years ago, sitting on a remote piece of land in the mountains, far from any town or main highway. The GPS signal had long since vanished, leaving me with only the map my uncle had mailed me and the faint memory of his directions from years before. The last few miles were rough, the road crumbling in places and littered with rocks and fallen branches. The sun was dipping low, burning orange and gold across the trees, and shadows stretched long and uneven across the path. I had driven carefully, but each bend brought the road closer to disappearing into the forest, until I finally spotted the cabin, its weathered wood blending into the landscape, almost invisible against the surrounding trees. The cabin looked small from the outside, more like a sturdy hunting lodge than a place for living, but it had been built to last. A wide, wraparound porch stretched across the front, with a few rocking chairs that had seen better days and a small stack of firewood leaning against the wall. The windows were dark and reflective, and the chimney, though empty now, hinted at the warmth the place could provide in winter. I parked my car in a clearing just beyond the porch, stepping out to stretch and take in the quiet. The air was thick with the smell of pine and damp earth, a smell so strong it almost felt like a physical presence. No sounds of people, vehicles, or even distant wildlife reached me. Only the occasional creak of the trees as a gentle wind passed through. I carried my backpack and a small duffel bag with essentials, enough food and supplies for a few days, and I was hoping to spend the weekend alone, away from work and the city noise. The porch floorboards groaned under my weight as I stepped inside, immediately feeling the drop in temperature. The cabin interior smelled faintly of old wood and something else, a mix of mildew and dust that seemed to settle into the corners. The living room was small, with a low ceiling and a single window that let in fading light. There was a fireplace with old ashes and a few logs stacked to the side. I set my bags down and went through the small kitchen, checking the stove and sink, and then made my way to the bedroom. It was modest, a bed, a dresser, and a small desk. I placed my things down, glad to see the blankets were clean, and glanced out the window. The forest was already swallowing the edges of the clearing in darkness, the tall trees casting long shadows that flickered in the wind. By the time I had unpacked, the sun was gone, and the forest outside had turned into a wall of near-complete darkness. I lit a lantern in the living room, its yellow glow painting soft circles across the walls, giving the cabin a quiet, almost comforting warmth. I made a small fire in the fireplace, the crackle of burning logs filling the room and making the shadows dance. The forest outside was silent, but there was a faint sense of movement. It could have been the wind shifting the branches, but I kept catching glimpses of something at the edge of my vision. Trees swaying unnaturally or shadows that didn't align with the wind. I tried to ignore it, chalking it up to the exhaustion from the drive and the strangeness of being completely alone. I decided to take a short walk around the clearing before it got too dark, flashlight in hand. The beam cut a narrow path through the trees, illuminating roots, fallen branches, and patches of moss. The cabin, once a comforting sight, now felt like a small island in the middle of a sea of trees. I walked slowly, listening. My footsteps sounded unusually loud against the forest floor, but every so often, I thought I heard other sounds, a branch snapping, a rustle that didn't match any wind movement. I stopped, holding my flashlight out in front of me, scanning the darkness. The forest was dense, the undergrowth thick, and the trees so tightly packed that my beam barely reached more than 10 feet in front of me. I convinced myself it was just small animals moving through the brush. Deer, maybe a fox. I had read about coyotes being active at night in these mountains, but nothing I heard could be pinpointed. Returning to the cabin, I felt the warmth of the fire and the stability of the four walls around me, but the uneasy feeling didn't leave. I prepared a simple dinner, beans and bread, heating them on the stove. The smell was oddly comforting. I ate slowly, listening to the occasional creak and pop of the wooden cabin settling, or maybe just the sound of the trees brushing together outside. Afterward, I sat in one of the rocking chairs by the fireplace, letting the firelight fill the room, and tried to relax, reading a book by the lantern. Outside, the wind had picked up, whispering through the trees, and I kept noticing sounds that seemed to be moving closer. Around 10 o'clock, I decided to check the perimeter again. The moon was bright, but it barely penetrated the forest's thickness. I walked slowly, keeping close to the cabin, the beam of the flashlight slicing through the darkness. I noticed footprints in the soft earth near the edge of the clearing. Human footprints, too large to be mine. My heart rate spiked. They didn't seem fresh, but I couldn't be sure. They came from the edge of the forest and stopped just short of the clearing. I scanned the trees with the flashlight, the beam catching nothing but branches and shadows. Still, the hairs on my neck stood on end. I decided to head back inside, locking the door behind me. Inside, I checked all the windows. Each was latched, the doors secure. Still, the feeling of being watched didn't go away. I paced the room, trying to calm down, listening to every creak, every shift of the cabin. The wind had died down, and now the forest was eerily silent. The kind of silence that presses on your ears, making you notice even the tiniest sound. Then I heard it, a low, deliberate crunch of footsteps just outside the cabin, moving slowly from one side to the other. I froze. The sound wasn't natural, not like a deer or a raccoon. It was careful, deliberate, almost patient. My mind raced. Whoever it was could be just a hiker or hunter. But why hadn't they announced themselves? Why were they lingering in the dark? I grabbed the phone from my pocket, checking for a signal. Nothing. No bars. I tried to remember the directions my uncle had given me for emergencies, but I realized I was alone, completely cut off. I spent the next few hours in the living room, moving from the fireplace to the desk and back, keeping the fire going, listening. The footsteps came and went at irregular intervals, sometimes close, sometimes fading back into the forest. I kept a baseball bat close by, and a small knife in my pocket, just in case. Sleep was impossible. Every shadow outside seemed to shift toward the cabin. Every sound felt amplified. The wind occasionally rustled through the trees, but now it seemed like it was carrying the footfalls closer. When morning finally came, I was exhausted, my nerves raw. The first light made the forest look almost peaceful, but I knew it was only an illusion. I stepped outside cautiously, scanning the clearing. The footprints from last night were gone, but new ones appeared around the edges of the clearing, closer this time, circling the cabin in a wide arc. Whoever had been there had spent the night moving around me unseen. My stomach turned. I quickly gathered my things, deciding to leave immediately. As I drove back down the crumbling road, the forest seemed alive, every branch, every tree, every shadow watching. The sun rose fully, burning through the mist in the valleys, and I finally reached a place where cell service returned. I called my uncle, telling him I wasn't coming back for now. Later, I learned that the area had a few cases of squatters, people who lived off-grid and sometimes moved through the forest at night, avoiding any traceable presence. It explained the footprints, the careful circling of the cabin, and the sense of being watched. No harm had come to me, but the thought of someone moving unseen in the dark, so close, made my skin crawl even weeks later. The cabin was beautiful, isolated, and quiet, but I realized that isolation could hide more than peace. There were shadows in the forest that could wait silently, watching, knowing you were there while you slept, and the memory of that made me wary of going back alone. The experience stayed with me, the way the wind sounded like whispers, and how the trees seemed to lean in, almost eager to conceal something waiting just beyond the edge of light. I eventually returned, this time with friends, and we installed motion sensors and reinforced the doors. The first night with people around was easier, and the feeling of being watched dissipated. I explored the forest during the day, mapping paths, understanding the terrain, and realizing that while it was beautiful and remote, it wasn't empty. Wildlife and humans alike passed through these woods. The key was respect, preparation, and knowing the difference between being alone and being vulnerable. The cabin became a retreat, a place where I could feel safe because I had acknowledged the risks, prepared for them, and had others around when it mattered. It remained my escape from the city, but I never again underestimated how close someone or something could be without your knowing, and how that closeness could make every shadow, every sound, and every night feel far longer than it had any right to. Even now, years later, when I drive past that stretch of road, I remember the quiet darkness, the circling footsteps, and the way the trees seemed to lean closer, as if they were hiding something waiting. It taught me that solitude in the forest isn't always peace. It can be awareness, and awareness is the difference between leaving unharmed and leaving as just another story the forest keeps to itself. I remember the first time I went to that cabin. It was late October, the kind of cold that seeps into your bones no matter how many layers you wear. The forest surrounding it was dense, mostly tall pines mixed with a few scraggly oaks, their leaves long gone, leaving bare, twisting branches. The road that led to the cabin was little more than a dirt track, overgrown in places and slick with fallen leaves and early frost. By the time I arrived, the sun had dipped below the horizon, and the shadows between the trees were deep and solid. There was no cell phone signal. There wasn't even a clear view of the sky because the canopy was so thick, and the fading light made the world seem more enclosed, tighter, heavier. The cabin itself was small, made of old logs, the kind that had been cut and stacked decades ago. It looked sturdy but tired, the roof sagging slightly in the middle, shingles missing in patches, and the windows dusty and streaked from years of rain and wind. The porch creaked under my boots, and when I stepped inside, the air was musty and cold, smelling of old wood and damp fabric. I had brought some supplies, enough to stay a couple of nights. A small bag of food, a lantern with extra fuel, blankets, and a few candles. The cabin had a wood stove, which was crucial because the temperature had already dropped close to freezing. I started a fire immediately, the smell of burning pine filling the room and giving me some comfort. I spent the next hour checking the cabin, making sure the windows latched and the doors closed tightly. One of the doors didn't lock properly, but the old bolt on the inside worked, and that would have to do. I unpacked my things, laid the blankets neatly on the bed, and tried to relax, though there was a tension in the air I couldn't shake. It wasn't fear at first. It was just an awareness of being completely alone in the middle of nowhere, far from any help, with only the sounds of the forest outside. Night fell quickly. With no streetlights or passing cars, darkness enveloped the cabin like a thick blanket. The lantern flickered as I read by its light, and every small noise, the wind through the pines, the occasional snapping of a branch, the distant howl of a coyote, felt louder than it should have. Around 11, I went to check the fire. The wind had picked up, rattling the window panes and making the cabin groan in ways it hadn't during the calm afternoon. I stacked a few more logs, trying to ignore the chill creeping through the floorboards. It wasn't long after that when I first noticed it. A sound outside, low and deliberate. At first, I thought it was a branch falling, or maybe an animal moving through the underbrush. But then I realized it wasn't random. There was a rhythm to it, a crunching pattern like someone, or something, was walking around the cabin, just beyond the line of trees. I froze, listening. My heart was racing, but I kept as still as possible, waiting for the sound to either go away or become identifiable. The noise continued for several minutes, circling the cabin, stopping occasionally, then moving again. I could hear it moving slowly, deliberately, boots crunching on frozen leaves, or claws scratching the ground. I checked the windows. Outside, in the dim light of the moon, all I could see were the dark shapes of trees, shifting slightly in the wind. No shadows moved between them, but I knew something was out there. My instincts screamed at me to leave, but the thought of stepping into the forest at night, in freezing conditions, with only a single flashlight, seemed more dangerous. I lit another candle and tried to focus on the fire, telling myself it was an animal, maybe a deer or a coyote, moving near the cabin. But the sounds didn't match anything I knew. They were too heavy, too deliberate. I sat by the fire for what felt like hours, listening. At some point, the steps stopped. Silence settled over the cabin, heavy and complete. I tried to sleep, but every crack of wood, every rustle of leaves outside, made me jump. Around 3 in the morning, I woke to another sound, this one closer. A tapping, soft at first, like a finger lightly drumming on the wooden walls. Then it became more pronounced, moving across the cabin exterior, pausing at each window, as if someone was testing them. My pulse shot through the roof. I stayed still, thinking, calculating. The doors were locked from the inside. The windows were closed. Whoever, or whatever, was out there couldn't get in easily. But the knowledge didn't make me feel safe. I grabbed my flashlight and cautiously opened the door, just a crack, to peek outside. The beam swept across the yard. Nothing. Only the forest, quiet and dark, the ground glistening with frost. I stepped outside fully, flashlight in hand, moving slowly around the cabin to see if I could find a trail or any sign of movement. There were footprints in the dirt, large, booted, leading from the tree-line around the side of the cabin and disappearing into the woods behind me. I didn't recognize them. They were human-sized but too heavy, the imprint deep and deliberate. No one should have been here. I went back inside and secured everything again, placing a chair under the doorknob as a precaution. I couldn't sleep, not really. I kept thinking about the footprints and the sound of deliberate movement outside. At some point, as the sky began to lighten, I finally dozed, exhausted and tense. Morning brought no relief. The sun was weak behind thick clouds, barely lighting the clearing around the cabin. I stepped outside and examined the yard. More footprints had appeared overnight, circling the cabin, leaving the snow and frost disturbed. I realized then that I hadn't heard footsteps leaving. Whoever had been there had stayed close, watching, waiting. Panic began to settle over me, but I forced myself to stay calm. I needed a plan. I packed my things, deciding to leave immediately, but as I loaded the last of my gear into the car, I noticed something else. The firewood pile, which I had neatly stacked the day before, was disturbed. Logs were scattered, some broken, arranged in a way that suggested someone had leaned against them, or worse. The sense of being watched returned, sharp and insistent. I got into the car, locked the doors, and started the engine, listening. There was no one there. Nothing but the wind and the distant groan of the trees. I drove slowly back down the dirt road, eyes darting to the tree line, scanning for movement. Every shadow seemed like it might hold something, every bend in the road a potential hiding place. When I finally reached the main highway, relief washed over me. I stopped at the first gas station I saw, shaking, and called a friend, telling them where I had been. I didn't stay long. Weeks later, I learned that a group of hikers had been camping nearby the same week I was there. One of them had reported hearing heavy footsteps around their tents at night and waking to find items moved or missing. Rangers investigated, but found nothing conclusive. I don't know who, or what, was in those woods that night. All I know is that I'll never go back to that cabin. The forest itself, with its dark, enclosed paths and the way it swallowed sound, felt alive in a way I couldn't describe. I could still see the footprints in the frost, the broken logs, and hear the echo of heavy steps circling, always circling. Since then, I avoid isolated cabins in dense woods, especially in late autumn and winter when the cold and darkness make the world seem smaller and stranger. I stick to populated trails, cabins near towns, anywhere I can be seen or helped quickly. The memory of that night still comes back in dreams sometimes, and when it does, I feel that same icy weight in my chest, the sense of being watched, the echo of footsteps that don't belong to anyone I've ever met. I learned that some places are just too lonely, too quiet, and too easy for danger to hide in plain sight, waiting patient until it knows you're alone. I remember the first time I stayed in that cabin. It was deep in the mountains, far from the nearest town, and I had convinced myself that isolation would be peaceful, maybe even freeing. The drive up the winding dirt road was long and exhausting, with trees pressing in on both sides, their branches scratching against the car windows like fingernails. By the time I reached the small clearing where the cabin sat, the sun had begun to sink behind the mountains, casting long, dark shadows across the uneven ground. The cabin itself was old, made of rough-hewn logs darkened by years of weather, with a tin roof that had rusted in patches and a small porch that sagged slightly in the middle. The air smelled of pine, wet earth, and something faintly metallic, though I didn't think much of it at the time. The first thing I did was unpack the car, moving slowly because I could feel the cold creeping into my fingers, even in the late summer. I stacked firewood by the porch, careful to keep it dry, and lit a small lantern inside the cabin. The interior was dim and smelled of dust and wood smoke, a faint, lingering odor of mold in one corner where the roof had leaked in a previous storm. The floors were uneven, with boards that creaked sharply under every step. I set my bag down by a small table and tried to ignore the way the walls seemed to lean in slightly, as if the cabin itself were watching me. I told myself it was silly, just the imagination. As night fell, the sounds outside became more pronounced. The wind moved through the trees, making a low, moaning sound, and every so often, a branch would snap under its own weight or from some unseen animal. I could hear the distant howl of a coyote, then the rustle of something moving in the underbrush. I tried to focus on small tasks, checking the fireplace, stacking more wood, making sure the lantern had oil. But the noises didn't stop. They grew more varied, closer, and harder to place. Something scuttled near the cabin, a fast, deliberate movement that I couldn't see through the darkened windows. My stomach twisted, but I kept telling myself it was just a raccoon or a deer. I slept fitfully that first night, waking every hour to a new sound. The floorboards groaned beneath me, the wind tapped at the windows, and once, I could have sworn I heard something scratching at the door. Morning brought a false sense of relief. Sunlight poured into the cabin, and the forest looked peaceful in the early light. Birds were chirping, a small stream babbled in the distance, and I felt foolish for being so jumpy. I spent the day exploring the area, walking the perimeter of the clearing, noticing signs of animals, claw marks on tree trunks, flattened grass where deer had bedded down, and tracks that led nowhere I could follow. It was the second night when everything started to feel wrong. I had been reading by the fire, the lantern flickering, when I heard a sound outside, footsteps. Slow, deliberate, crunching through the gravel and dead leaves. I froze, straining to listen. They stopped near the porch, then moved around the side of the cabin. I didn't make a sound, didn't even breathe, trying to convince myself it was just the wind or a branch falling. But the sounds didn't leave. They circled the cabin slowly, methodically, always stopping where I couldn't see. My heart hammered in my chest. I wanted to leave, but the nearest town was miles away, and the dirt road had washed out a bit from recent rains. My car was parked in the clearing, but to reach it, I would have had to walk through the dark woods. I sat still for hours, listening to the footsteps that seemed to echo in my mind more than the clearing. Every now and then, I heard a faint rustle, a soft scraping, like something brushing against the cabin's walls. The fire had burned low, and the shadows danced across the room, making the corners seem darker than they were. I tried to stay rational, telling myself that maybe some deer or a large raccoon had found its way close to the cabin, but deep down, I knew the rhythm of the movements didn't match any animal I'd ever heard. Sleep came eventually, but it was shallow. I dreamed of being outside, moving through the forest, always feeling eyes on me, always hearing that slow, deliberate step following just behind. When I woke, the lantern had gone out. My fire had died. The morning light didn't help as much as I hoped. I felt exhausted and hollow, like a part of me had been left in the night. I decided to stay inside, checking the cabin from the windows, scanning the tree line for any movement. By midday, I began to gather wood again, but every trip outside made my skin crawl. Branches snapped underfoot, shadows shifted unnaturally, and I was sure I saw shapes moving between the trees. By the third night, I couldn't ignore it anymore. I was tired, hungry, and constantly on edge, my nerves raw from hours of listening and watching. The wind picked up, rattling the windows, and the cabin seemed to shrink around me. I couldn't tell if the sounds were outside or inside, and every little noise made me jump. Then I heard it, a sharp, distinct tap at the window, like a knuckle knocking. My heart stopped. I stayed as still as possible, my eyes fixed on the spot. After a long moment, it came again, then again, slow, deliberate, a rhythm meant to be noticed. I realized with a sickening certainty that someone, or something, was out there, watching, waiting. I gathered the courage to look outside, but the forest was thick, dark, and silent. No figure, no movement, just the shadows of the trees swaying in the wind. I checked the perimeter, walking cautiously, my bare feet crunching on the gravel. There was nothing, only the marks of animals, but the feeling of being watched remained. I realized I had been right all along. It wasn't the wind, it wasn't animals. Someone had been circling the cabin, hiding, waiting for me to leave or fall asleep. The next day I made a decision. I couldn't stay another night. I packed quickly, keeping my movements quiet, and loaded the car. I waited until the sun was high, then left the cabin without looking back. The drive down the mountain was tense. Every shadow along the road seemed like someone standing there, waiting to stop me. I arrived at the nearest gas station with my hands shaking and my heart pounding, trying to tell myself it was over. Weeks later, I returned with the police. They searched the cabin, the surrounding woods, and the road leading up to it. There were no signs of anyone having stayed there recently. No tracks, no evidence, just the marks of wildlife and the uneven earth around the cabin. It made me question what had happened, if maybe it had been my imagination running wild from isolation and fatigue. But I knew what I had heard, what I had felt, the deliberate steps, the taps on the window, the circling in the dark. I would never stay in that cabin again, and I would never forget the feeling of being watched when there was supposedly no one there. Even now, I can remember the smell of the damp earth, the cold bite of the wind through the broken windows, the way the shadows clung to the walls inside, and the sound of those steps moving around the cabin as if it had a mind of its own. That cabin wasn't haunted by ghosts, but by something just as unsettling. The certainty that someone else had been there, hidden in the dark, waiting. And I'll never go back to see if they still are. I remember driving up the winding dirt road, the tires crunching over loose stones and patches of dried leaves, feeling a mixture of excitement and unease. The forest on either side was dense and dark, the tall pines and oaks leaning over the road like silent sentinels. I had found the cabin online, listed as remote and quiet, and the pictures had made it seem cozy, tucked into a small clearing far from the nearest town. The reality was even more isolated. By the time I reached the cabin, the sun was just a low orange smear behind the trees, and the shadows stretched long across the forest floor. The cabin itself was made of weathered logs, the kind that had seen decades of rain and wind. The roof sagged slightly in the middle, and the porch creaked underfoot as I stepped onto it. The windows were clouded with dust, and the front door, though solid, looked like it had been left to the elements for years. I unlocked it and pushed it open, the hinges groaning loudly, echoing into the empty interior. Inside, the air was heavy and cold, carrying the smell of damp wood and something faintly sour, like old mold. Dust motes floated in the last rays of sunlight that managed to sneak through the dirty windows. I dropped my bags on the floor and started inspecting the cabin. The living area had a stone fireplace, blackened from years of use, and a wooden table with chairs that wobbled when I touched them. The kitchen was small, with a rusted sink and counters covered in dust and stains. There was a bedroom off to one side, a single bed with a thin mattress, and a bathroom with a cracked mirror, and a sink that leaked slightly when I turned the tap. Everything felt untouched for a long time, like someone had walked away and never come back. I felt a shiver run down my spine, but tried to brush it off. I had stayed in remote cabins before. The isolation was part of the appeal. I spent the next hour getting the fireplace going. The wood stacked outside was damp in places, and it took several attempts to get a decent fire going. By the time the flames caught, the cabin glowed faintly with a warm orange light. Outside, the wind rustled the trees, and I could hear branches snapping under their own weight, but inside, I felt a small sense of comfort. I unpacked some food, boiled water for coffee, and settled in with a blanket on the creaky couch. Night came quickly. The sky outside darkened to a deep blue, and the forest became almost impenetrable in the shadows. I had brought a lantern and some flashlights, but I kept the fire going as my main source of light. Everything outside the cabin seemed alive in a way I wasn't used to. Every crack of a branch, every rustle in the leaves, sounded amplified in the quiet. I told myself it was just deer or small animals moving through the forest, but the feeling of being watched was difficult to shake. I checked the locks on the door and windows, making sure everything was secure, even though logically, I knew the nearest neighbor was miles away, and any person would have to drive an hour just to get here. As the night deepened, the noises in the forest grew. A distant howl echoed between the trees, low and mournful, and my stomach tightened. I had heard wolves in these woods before, but the sound was closer than I had anticipated. I tried to focus on the fire, keeping it alive, feeding small logs one at a time. The crackle and pop of the flames became almost hypnotic, but then I heard it, a distinct thump against the outside wall of the cabin. My heart stopped. I froze, listening. The sound came again, slow and deliberate, like someone stepping cautiously across the deck. I grabbed the flashlight, my fingers trembling, and shone it toward the window. Nothing. Only shadows of the trees swaying in the wind. I reminded myself that it could be an animal, maybe a raccoon or a deer brushing against the wood. But then I heard another sound from the other side of the cabin, a dragging noise, faint but definite. My pulse raced, and I moved toward the door, flashlight in hand. Every step creaked, announcing my movement to whatever might be outside. I reached the porch, shining the beam over the clearing. There was nothing, just the black silhouettes of trees and the ground littered with leaves. I scanned the forest, my breath catching in my throat every time a branch snapped nearby. Nothing moved, but the sense of being observed didn't fade. I tried to laugh quietly, telling myself I was letting my imagination run wild. I went back inside, bolting the door and pulling a chair against it for extra security. I sat back down, the firelight flickering across the walls, but sleep didn't come. Every noise outside, the wind shifting, the branches rubbing together, even the faint crunch of snow or leaves underfoot, felt magnified. I started checking the cabin again, going through each window and door, making sure everything was locked. The flashlight's beam danced across the room, catching every shadow, and I realized that the darkness outside made the cabin feel smaller, almost suffocating. Hours passed slowly. The fire burned low, and the wind picked up, rattling the cabin and making the walls groan. I could hear something moving near the back of the cabin again. This time, it was deliberate, slow, and cautious, almost like someone was circling. My stomach twisted, and I debated leaving, but the forest around the cabin was impenetrable in the dark. My only option was to stay put and hope that whoever, or whatever, was outside would leave. I kept the lantern close, the weak light casting shadows that danced across the walls. The sounds continued sporadically, never constant, always just enough to keep me tense. Eventually, I decided to try to sleep. I moved the chair back, closed the bedroom door, and lay down under the thin blanket. The noises outside didn't stop, but they became a background rhythm. I told myself I would leave first thing in the morning, after daylight returned. Sleep came in short bursts, broken by the occasional noise that made me sit up and listen. Morning arrived slowly, the first light of dawn creeping through the dirty windows. I opened the door cautiously, the cold air hitting my face. The forest was still, eerily quiet. I stepped onto the porch and looked around. The ground was covered with scattered leaves, but no footprints. No signs of anyone having been near the cabin, except for the tracks of deer and small animals. I breathed a sigh of relief, but the unease lingered. My body was tense, adrenaline still high from the night's events. I decided not to waste time. I packed quickly, leaving behind nothing that might weigh me down, and locked the cabin securely. As I drove away, the winding road stretching before me, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone, or something, had been watching me all night. The thought was unsettling, but there was nothing I could do about it. The cabin faded into the trees behind me, looking just as empty and uninhabited as when I had arrived, and yet I knew I wouldn't be returning. The experience left a mark, a constant awareness of how vulnerable isolation can make you feel. The forest was beautiful, serene even, but it was alive in ways that I hadn't fully appreciated before. I had faced the night alone, and though I made it out unharmed, the tension and fear had been real, palpable, and unforgettable. Even now, thinking back, I remember the smell of the damp wood, the cold that seemed to seep through the floorboards, and the sounds that made me jump at every turn. It taught me a lesson about being truly alone in the wilderness, and about the small but important things, like a locked door, a fire, and a flashlight, that can mean the difference between feeling safe and feeling hunted. The cabin stood silently in the forest, waiting for the next visitor, and I knew it would take someone else's courage, or recklessness, to experience the same fear that I had. I left with a mix of relief and lingering dread, grateful for daylight, for the safety of a road, and for the ability to drive away from a place that had made me feel truly exposed, aware of every sound, every shadow, and every inch of the wild around me. I remember the first time I went out to that cabin. It was late summer, the kind of summer that hangs in the air like a thick blanket, making the evenings warm but the mornings sharp and cold. The cabin itself sat at the edge of a dense forest, a small clearing surrounding it just wide enough for a car to squeeze in and for some grass to grow. The structure was old, probably built decades ago, with logs darkened by age and weather, and a roof that had clearly survived more storms than I cared to imagine. From the outside, it looked cozy, almost inviting, but there was a stillness to it that didn't sit right. Standing there on the porch, I could feel the silence pressing in from the woods, a quiet that felt unnatural, like the forest was holding its breath. The path leading up to the cabin was narrow and overgrown, more of a track than a road. Driving up, I had to swerve around fallen branches and large stones that dotted the path. Each bump in the car made my stomach tighten, the sound echoing in the quiet like a warning. When I finally pulled into the clearing, I stepped out and noticed how the forest seemed closer than it should have been, the trees towering over the cabin like silent sentinels. There was no wind, not even the faintest rustle of leaves, and the air felt heavy, humid but still. I shook it off and carried my bag inside. Inside, the cabin smelled of wood, old blankets, and a faint dampness that suggested it hadn't been aired out in a while. The floorboards creaked under my weight, and the furniture was sparse. A table, a few chairs, and a couple of rickety beds pushed against opposite walls. There was a small wood stove in the corner, a stack of firewood beside it, and a lantern hanging on a hook near the door. I set down my bag and began inspecting the place, opening the windows to let in some air and checking the locks. Everything seemed intact, but the quiet felt denser inside, as if the walls themselves were listening. That evening, I decided to make a fire. The sun had dipped below the horizon, and the forest was turning into a black mass, the edges blurred in shadow. I stacked some logs in the stove and struck a match. The flame caught, flickering and casting long shadows that danced across the walls. I sat back in a chair and watched the fire, the warmth comforting but the silence pressing. Outside, I could hear nothing. Not a bird, not the wind, not even the scuttling of small animals. The quiet was so complete it was almost loud. I tried to read, but every time I turned a page, the creak of the floorboards seemed amplified, and I imagined something moving just outside the window watching. Around midnight, I went to bed. The mattress was thin and hard, the blankets rough against my skin. I kept the lantern lit, more for comfort than anything else, and lay listening. At first, there was nothing. The silence remained, absolute and complete. But then I thought I heard it, a subtle sound, like something brushing against the cabin from the outside. I froze, straining my ears, and the sound stopped. I waited, heart pounding, and after a few minutes, I convinced myself it had been the wind, a branch against the roof. I tried to sleep, but every small noise, the crack of the firewood, the distant rustle of leaves, made me startle awake. Hours passed like that. I would drift into half-sleep only to be jerked awake by noises I couldn't place. A soft scrape on the porch, the brush of something moving outside, the occasional thump that seemed to come from the trees themselves. Each time I convinced myself it was nothing, but each time the feeling of being watched grew stronger. I got up and checked the windows. All were closed, the locks secure, and yet the sensation of someone, or something, lurking beyond the walls refused to fade. By dawn, I was exhausted but restless. I left the cabin and walked the perimeter, looking for any sign of animals or intruders. There were tracks in the dirt outside, but they were strange, inconsistent. Too big for a deer, too small for a bear, the impressions oddly spaced. I traced them through the clearing and toward the edge of the forest, where they disappeared into the shadows. I tried to shake the unease, telling myself the tracks belonged to some wild animal passing through, but there was a pattern to them that made my stomach tighten, as if whatever had made them had been circling the cabin watching. That day passed in a haze of anxiety and vigilance. I kept checking the locks, inspecting the windows, and sitting near the door with a heavy stick in my hand. Every sound outside made my pulse spike, the distant caw of a bird, the flutter of leaves, the snapping of a twig. By evening, I was too wound up to eat or relax. I built another fire, keeping the lantern nearby, and sat in a chair facing the door, eyes constantly scanning the shadows beyond the clearing. Darkness fell quickly in that forest, the trees swallowing the edges of the clearing, and with it, the cabin seemed to shrink, confined within the weight of the shadows pressing from all sides. Around midnight, I heard it again, louder this time. A distinct, deliberate scraping at the porch, followed by the sound of wood shifting, like someone leaning against the wall. I froze, every muscle tense. The lantern flickered, casting long, uncertain shadows that made the corners of the cabin seem to writhe. I gripped the stick, my knuckles white, and held my breath. The sound continued intermittently, scraping, shifting, moving around the cabin. Then silence again. I waited, straining to hear anything. the minutes stretching unbearably. When nothing came, I dared to peek out the window. The clearing was empty, but I could see movement at the edge of the forest, shadows slipping between the trees like liquid. I knew I couldn't stay inside, trapped by fear. At first light, I packed everything quickly. My hands shook as I threw blankets, clothes, and the few supplies into my bag. I took one last look around the cabin, the walls and floorboards suddenly hostile and unfamiliar, and stepped outside. The air was cold and crisp, a stark contrast to the oppressive warmth inside. I moved quickly down the path, keeping my eyes on the edge of the forest. Every rustle, every whisper of movement, made me tense, but I kept walking, stepping over the branches and rocks, moving faster than I ever had in that stretch of clearing. By the time I reached my car, the sun was rising, spilling pale light across the path and the tops of the trees. The forest seemed less menacing in the daylight, but the memory of the night lingered, a tight knot in my chest. I got in the car, locked the doors, and drove off the narrow track, glancing in the rearview mirror. The cabin disappeared behind the trees, swallowed up by shadows that the morning couldn't fully chase away. I didn't look back after that, focusing only on the road ahead. When I finally got back to a place with other people, the sense of isolation faded, but the fear remained as a shadow at the edge of my thoughts. The cabin itself had been untouched, structurally sound and unremarkable, but the experience stayed with me. I realized that what had terrified me wasn't anything supernatural, wasn't a ghost or a creature from a story. It was the silence, the isolation, the knowledge that something unseen could be just beyond the walls, watching, moving, and waiting. I never went back, and I don't think I ever will. That cabin, the forest around it, and the oppressive quiet had carved themselves into my memory. A reminder that some places are dangerous simply because the unknown is enough to keep you awake, tense, and unsettled, even when nothing directly harms you. I remember driving down the winding dirt road toward the cabin, the sun just starting to dip behind the dense forest. The gravel crunched under the tires, and every time I hit a small rock, it jolted through the floor of the old car. I had been excited about the trip for weeks, seeking some quiet away from the city, away from the constant hum of lights, cars, and people. The cabin was in a remote area, far enough from any real town that the GPS signal faded completely once I hit the last turn off the main road. That thought both thrilled me and unnerved me a little. It was exactly what I wanted, solitude. But as the shadows stretched and the trees thickened, I began to notice just how dense and unbroken the forest really was. There were no other houses, no signs of life, just the dark green mass of pines and oaks pressing in on both sides of the narrow road. By the time I reached the small clearing where the cabin stood, the last traces of sunlight were gone, leaving a soft gray twilight. The cabin itself looked older than I expected. Its wood siding was dark and weathered, the kind of wood that had soaked up decades of sun, rain, and snow. A thin trail of smoke curled from the chimney, meaning someone had been here recently, though no one was around now. The porch sagged slightly in the middle, and the front steps creaked under my weight as I climbed them. I fumbled with the keys, finally getting the lock to turn after several tries. Inside, the cabin smelled of old pine and something faintly metallic, probably from rusted tools stored in a corner. I dropped my bags and started a fire in the small stone fireplace. The first flames seemed to flicker unevenly, struggling to catch, but after a few minutes, they grew strong and steady. The warmth felt good against the sudden drop in temperature outside, and the light made the room feel a little less empty, a little less like I was the only person alive in the middle of a vast forest. I had expected isolation, but the silence here was deeper than I anticipated. It was the kind of silence that made every creak and snap of wood or shifting of the fire feel amplified. After setting up the fire, I wandered around the cabin, taking note of every detail. The furniture was sparse, a wooden table with 4 chairs, a couple of cabinets with basic dishes, a small bed pushed into the corner, and a loft that could be accessed by a narrow ladder. The windows were thick with grime and dust, making it hard to see the forest outside clearly, though I could just make out the silhouettes of the trees swaying gently in the wind. Everything looked untouched for months, maybe even years. There was a sense of abandonment here, even if it had been maintained enough to still be livable. Night fell fully, and I ate a simple dinner I had brought along. The sounds outside the cabin had grown sharper. The wind rustled through the branches, and somewhere, a bird or small animal let out a sudden cry. I tried to convince myself it was nothing, just the natural life of the forest, but the darkness pressed against the windows in a way that felt oppressive. It was more than just visual darkness. It felt like the trees themselves were leaning in, watching. After dinner, I decided to explore the area immediately surrounding the cabin. I walked down the small path behind it, trying to stay close to the clearing where I could see the moonlight reflecting off patches of snow that hadn't yet melted. The forest floor was uneven, littered with fallen branches and thick patches of dead leaves. Each step felt deliberate, cautious. Every snap of a twig underfoot made me tense. I noticed animal tracks, deer mostly, but also smaller ones that I couldn't immediately identify. The forest was alive in a way I hadn't felt in years. The deeper I went, the quieter it became, and it was then that I realized how easy it would be to lose the path and be swallowed by the trees. I turned back before venturing too far. Back in the cabin, I double-checked the locks on the doors and windows. The sense of isolation was both thrilling and unnerving. I tried to focus on reading a book by the fire, but every time I looked up, I felt the weight of the darkness pressing against the walls. At some point, I noticed a faint sound from outside, a low, rhythmic thumping that seemed too deliberate to be random. My heart jumped, and I strained to listen. The sound would stop, then start again a few seconds later. It wasn't like any animal I had ever heard. I couldn't see anything outside, just the black silhouettes of trees. I considered that it might be some kind of natural phenomenon, maybe a falling branch or an animal dragging something. But the pattern was too consistent, too purposeful. I grabbed a flashlight and stepped onto the porch, shining the beam into the forest. The light cut a narrow path through the trees, illuminating nothing but leaves and trunks. The sound stopped as soon as I was outside. I scanned the clearing and the shadows beyond, and after a few tense minutes, I decided to head back inside. As the night grew colder, the noises became more frequent. Thumps, scratches, something moving just beyond the reach of my firelight. I stayed in the cabin, huddled near the fireplace, flashlight at the ready. The longer I sat there, the more I realized how exposed I really was. The cabin was just a thin layer of wood and nails between me and whatever was out there. The thought was both terrifying and oddly fascinating. Around midnight, I was awakened by a loud crash from the back of the cabin, near the small storage shed I hadn't explored yet. My heart pounded in my chest as I grabbed the flashlight and carefully approached the door. The shed door was ajar, swinging slightly on its hinges, though I was certain I had closed it earlier. I shone the light inside, but it was empty. The crash had apparently come from the interior walls, as though something had struck them from the inside. I stepped back, trying to rationalize it. Perhaps the wind had blown a branch into the wall, or maybe a raccoon or deer had gotten inside. I decided to stay up the rest of the night, unable to sleep with that sound echoing in my mind. Hours passed slowly. Every rustle, every snap made me jump. I kept checking the windows, listening intently. The forest felt alive, almost aware of my presence. The moon moved across the sky, casting eerie shadows through the dirty glass. Morning finally came, pale light seeping into the cabin. I stepped outside, cautious but determined to check the surroundings in daylight. The forest looked entirely different in the morning sun, less threatening, more natural, but still imposing. I inspected the shed and found signs of animals. Squirrels or raccoons had clearly been inside, leaving bits of food and droppings. The thumping, the crashes, it seemed plausible now that they had caused at least some of the night's disturbances. I decided to make the day productive, exploring the paths leading out of the clearing. I found a small creek not far from the cabin and a few clusters of wild berries. The forest was beautiful, but I remained aware of how easily one could get lost. I marked trees along the way to ensure I could find my path back. The daylight made the forest navigable, but I knew the shadows would return, and with them, the same uneasy tension from the night before. That evening, I prepared another fire and settled in with a sense of accomplishment. I had survived the first night, explored the area, and realized the disturbances weren't supernatural, just animals and natural occurrences amplified by fear and darkness. Still, I remained cautious. I kept a log of every noise, every movement outside. The cabin, though old and weathered, felt increasingly like a fortress the more I understood it. On the third night, I was better prepared. I reinforced the shed door with some old planks I found, cleared some brush around the cabin to improve visibility, and made a small pile of stones in case I needed to create noise to scare animals off. The forest still pressed in, still loomed, but I had a plan. Every sound, every movement was noted and rationalized. The fear was still there, but it had shifted from paralyzing terror to cautious respect. By the fourth day, I had developed a rhythm. Mornings were for exploration, afternoons for maintenance and preparation, evenings for fire and observation. The nights were still tense, but I had learned to manage my fear, to stay alert without panicking. I realized that the cabin, the forest, and the solitude were teaching me more than I had expected. The sense of danger was real, but it was manageable, tangible, and understandable. On the final night, I sat by the fire reflecting on the experience. The forest was alive, yes, but it was a natural life, not something malevolent. The crashes, the thumps, the sounds that had terrified me were all explainable. I had learned to observe, to anticipate, to prepare. The cabin was old and creaky, but it was solid. I could survive here. I had survived here. Morning arrived, clear and bright. I packed my belongings carefully, made one last sweep of the cabin, and locked the doors behind me. Walking back to the car, I felt a strange sense of calm and accomplishment. The forest had tested me, but it had also shown me resilience, patience, and awareness. The sun rose higher, and I drove away, the gravel crunching under the tires now sounding less ominous and more like a familiar rhythm. The forest receded in my rearview mirror, vast and endless, but no longer threatening. I had faced the isolation, the darkness, the unknown, and emerged with a clear understanding and a sense of mastery. The cabin, the forest, the long nights, they were behind me, but the lessons I had learned would stay with me forever. The drive back to civilization was quiet, but I didn't mind. I had the memory of the forest, the cold nights, the fire, the thumps in the dark, all recorded vividly in my mind. I felt stronger, more alert, and more aware of the world around me. The cabin had been scary, but it had also been a place of growth. By the time I reached the first signs of the city, the streetlights, the hum of traffic, the distant sirens, I realized I wasn't just leaving the forest behind. I was bringing I remember the drive up to the cabin vividly. The road was nothing more than a rough dirt path, winding through thick forest on either side. The sun was low in the sky, filtering through the dense pine trees in long, slanting beams that painted the dust in the air gold. Every so often, a gust of wind would shake the treetops, sending a cascade of needles down like rain. I had been looking forward to this weekend for weeks, a chance to get away from the city and the noise, to be completely alone in the woods. What I didn't anticipate was how alone it would feel once the sun dipped completely below the horizon. The cabin itself appeared out of the trees suddenly, small and made entirely of dark, weathered logs. Smoke from the chimney rose lazily into the evening air, a faint promise of warmth inside. The front porch sagged slightly, and the boards creaked under my weight as I stepped onto it. The air smelled faintly of damp wood and pine resin. The door was old, with a rusted iron handle, and when I turned it, it groaned in protest. Inside, the cabin was simple but functional. A stone fireplace dominated one wall, a thick layer of ash already visible in its hearth. The furniture was sparse, a rough wooden table, 2 chairs, a small bed in the corner with a thin mattress. The floor was made of worn planks that creaked with every step. I set down my bag and unpacked a few essentials. The cabin was quiet in a way that felt unnatural at first. There was no hum of electricity, no distant road noise, no chirping of crickets yet. Just the faint whisper of the wind outside and the occasional snap of a branch. I decided to light a fire in the fireplace to keep warm and to illuminate the cabin. Matches struck with difficulty in the damp air, but eventually the kindling caught. The flames licked upward, casting long, moving shadows across the walls. The glow was comforting, but it also made the darkness beyond the windows seem deeper. Night fell quickly. The forest outside seemed to close in around the cabin, swallowing the last traces of twilight. I could hear the rustle of leaves, the distant call of an owl, but mostly it was silence. I ate a simple meal from the cooler I had brought, trying to ignore the growing feeling of being watched. It wasn't that I actually saw anything, but the awareness of the dark, empty forest pressed in on me. After dinner, I decided to explore the property. The cabin sat on a small clearing, perhaps 50 yards across, before the trees began again. I walked to the edge of the clearing, my flashlight cutting through the blackness. Everything looked normal, nothing out of place, yet every crack of a branch or rustle of leaves made me jump. I tried to convince myself it was just the wind, small animals moving in the underbrush, nothing more. But there was a rhythm to some of the sounds, a pause, and then another step that didn't feel natural. Returning to the cabin, I double-checked the locks and windows. The door rattled slightly in the wind, but otherwise seemed secure. I sat in a chair by the fire, trying to calm my nerves, listening to the wind and the distant sounds of the forest. After a while, I convinced myself I was imagining things. It had to be the isolation playing tricks on me. I told myself I would go to sleep, wake up early, enjoy a quiet morning, and all of this would just be part of the experience. I didn't sleep well. Every sound seemed amplified in the silence. Branches snapping, the wind rattling the roof, distant calls of animals I couldn't identify. Around midnight, I heard something different. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate, outside the cabin. At first, I froze, straining to hear. The steps moved around the perimeter, pausing occasionally. The sound of crunching leaves and twigs was unmistakable. Whoever, or whatever, was outside knew I was in there. My heart pounded, but I forced myself to stay calm. I thought maybe it was a deer, but the rhythm of the steps, the weight behind them, didn't match any animal I knew. I grabbed a flashlight and went to the window. The beam swept over the trees and the clearing, but nothing moved. No shadows, no figure, nothing. Yet the sound continued, circling the cabin. My rational mind screamed that it was probably an animal, maybe a bear, maybe someone hiking in the area. But the area was remote, miles from the nearest trail. There shouldn't have been anyone out here. The footsteps stopped. For several long minutes, there was nothing. Then a knock on the door, faint but deliberate. I froze, unsure what to do. The door was locked, but that didn't ease my fear. I moved to another window to look out, scanning the darkness, shining the flashlight in every direction. Still nothing. I considered calling for help, but cell service was weak at best, unreliable at worst. My rational mind kept trying to argue that the woods could play tricks, shadows could bend and stretch, noises could echo strangely. But the knock had been real, tangible, and it had come from outside. I spent the rest of the night in the living room, sitting close to the fire with the flashlight across my lap, listening. Every time the wind shifted, I imagined footsteps. The fire died down, leaving the room darker than before. I refilled it with logs, trying to maintain a circle of light and warmth. The forest outside was alive with noises now, far more intense than before, and every time a branch cracked, I jumped. Sleep came in short, uneasy bursts, interrupted by the slightest sound. Morning finally arrived with a dull, gray light. I opened the door cautiously, peering out. The clearing was empty. No footprints in the soft dirt, no disturbance in the underbrush. Nothing. My unease eased slightly, but I remained cautious. I decided to explore further during daylight, hoping to make sense of the previous night. I walked through the forest, flashlight in hand, inspecting the perimeter, trying to find tracks or signs of an intruder. I saw some animal tracks, deer, probably raccoon, but nothing human. The forest seemed normal, peaceful, though every few minutes I would hear a noise behind me, a snap of a branch, rustle of leaves, making me spin around. By midday, I had convinced myself that the night had been an exaggeration, that isolation had amplified every minor sound. I returned to the cabin, feeling some relief as the sun climbed higher. I spent the afternoon chopping firewood, checking the cabin for weaknesses, reinforcing windows and doors where I could. Every so often, I would hear a distant sound, a rustle, a snap, or a low groan of the trees, but the sun made the forest less intimidating. Evening came again, bringing shadows and lengthening shapes. I lit the fire early, prepared to stay vigilant. The wind picked up, rattling the roof and shaking the trees, sending long shadows across the cabin walls. Around 8 o'clock, I heard it again, footsteps in the clearing, slow and deliberate. My pulse quickened. I stayed by the window, watching, flashlight in hand. The steps moved along the edge of the clearing, close to the tree-line. No figure was visible, yet the sound of weight, of someone moving, was unmistakable. I decided to wait it out. I kept the fire high, maintained the circle of light, and sat silently listening. The steps circled the cabin, coming closer, then receding, like a predator testing its prey. Then, after what felt like an eternity, silence fell again. Hours passed. The fire burned low. My eyes grew heavy. Eventually, exhaustion took over, and I slept fitfully in the chair, still alert enough to wake at the slightest noise. At dawn, I woke to silence and the gray light of morning. I carefully stepped outside, scanning the clearing and the surrounding forest. Nothing moved. The dirt was undisturbed. No footprints of any kind. I realized the person, or animal, had left sometime during the night. Relief washed over me. I spent the morning packing some things, deciding not to risk another night. I took a long walk down the dirt path, making sure the cabin was secure, then left, glancing back only once. The cabin stood there, silent and empty, with smoke still curling lazily from the chimney, a small, harmless structure in a vast forest. Driving back down the rough road, I felt a mixture of relief and disbelief. Nothing tangible had happened in the end, nothing confirmed, yet I would never forget that feeling of being watched, the slow, deliberate footsteps around the cabin, the knock on the door that came from nowhere. It was a reminder that isolation magnifies fear, that the mind fills in the blanks with what it expects or fears the most. But I left knowing I was safe, knowing the forest, while intimidating, had no supernatural force. It was just the raw, unsettling presence of the wilderness, patient and silent, indifferent to anyone who passed through it. The fear stayed with me, but it was a fear rooted in reality, and somehow that made it manageable, and even afterward, it felt like an experience I could carry with me without breaking me. The cabin itself remained a distant shape in my memory, its dark logs and creaking floors, the heavy silence, the small circle of firelight. I never saw or heard anything again like that, yet the sense of awareness, the instinct to notice every detail, stayed with me long after I left the forest behind. It became a story I told myself over and over, a reminder of how the world can feel larger and stranger when you are alone, and how even the simplest place, a small cabin in the woods, can hold a tension that tests every nerve. I never returned to that cabin, and I don't think I will. But I remember every detail, every sound, every shadow, and every heartbeat of that long, uneasy night. The memory is sharp, real, and completely human. It doesn't need anything supernatural to terrify. It is fear itself, distilled into one long night, in one small cabin in the middle of nowhere. The forest remains the same as ever, indifferent, quiet in the daylight, alive at I arrived at the cabin just as the sun was beginning to dip behind the line of tall pines, casting long, dark shadows over the narrow dirt road that led to it. The place was isolated, deep in the woods, far from any sign of civilization. Even though I had been here before during the day, the approaching darkness made it feel like a different world entirely. The air had a sharp bite to it, and the smell of damp earth and pine needles was thick and heavy. I parked the car on the small gravel patch near the cabin and stepped out, feeling the weight of the quiet pressing down on me. There were no sounds of traffic, no voices, only the occasional rustle of branches in the wind. The woods seemed to hold their breath, as if waiting to see what I would do next. The cabin itself was small but sturdy. Its wood was aged and weathered, grayish-brown with the sun having bleached it over years of exposure. A thin layer of moss clung to the north side, and the roof sagged slightly, though not dangerously. The windows were dark, reflecting the last streaks of sunlight like black mirrors. I unlocked the door and pushed it open. The smell of old wood and faintly of mildew hit me immediately. It wasn't unpleasant, just raw and untouched. The cabin had a single room that combined a small kitchen and a living space, and a narrow stairwell led up to a loft where the sleeping area was. I dropped my bag near the door and ran my hands over the counter, feeling the grooves and roughness of the wood. Everything was still, and I felt a strange mix of anticipation and unease. I set about lighting a small fire in the stone fireplace, careful to arrange the kindling just right. Sparks leapt from the logs as the flames caught, and the cabin slowly filled with a warm, flickering light. The sound of crackling would seem unnaturally loud in the otherwise silent cabin. I watched the shadows dance across the walls, long and jerky, stretching the corners of the room. Once the fire was stable, I went outside to gather some more wood. The forest around me was thick, and as I stepped onto the soft bed of pine needles, the ground felt uneven beneath my feet. Every step made a faint crunch, and I found myself constantly glancing over my shoulder. The light from the fire behind me cut through the dark like a thin line, and the trees seemed to press in closer, their branches swaying even though the air was still. I collected a small pile of logs and stacked them near the cabin door, trying to convince myself that I was only being cautious. But there was something in the silence that felt alive, like the forest was watching, waiting. I went back inside, shutting the door and pulling the bolt across. The cabin suddenly felt smaller, the walls closing in with the night. I sat by the fire, absently poking at it with a stick, when I heard it, the first sound that didn't belong to me or the fire. It was a soft, deliberate scraping, like something heavy moving across wood. I froze, listening. It came again, slower this time, as if whatever it was testing the structure of the cabin. My heartbeat quickened. I told myself it was probably an animal, a raccoon or a deer brushing against the outside wall. But the sound didn't stop. I grabbed a flashlight and moved to the window, shining it across the dark forest. The beam sliced through the black, revealing the trunks of trees and the underbrush, but nothing more. I circled the cabin slowly, trying to see if anything had left marks or tracks, but the ground was soft from earlier rains, leaving the forest floor looking like one uniform carpet of needles and mud. I kept walking around the cabin, shining the light into the dark, my hands trembling slightly. That's when I noticed the prints. They weren't small like a raccoon's, and they didn't match any deer tracks I had ever seen. They were human-sized, deep impressions in the soft earth, starting at the edge of the woods and leading straight toward the cabin, stopping abruptly at the porch. A cold sweat ran down my back. I backed away, my mind racing. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was an old print from hikers or hunters, but the soil had been wet all morning. No one had been here until I arrived. The prints were fresh. I went inside quickly, locking both doors, and sat back down by the fire. I tried to calm myself, telling myself I had imagined the sound of scraping, that the prints had to be old. But the firelight, dancing over the walls, cast shadows that seemed too deliberate, almost like they were moving on their own. My ears strained for any sound. Then I heard it again, footsteps slow, deliberate, approaching the cabin. My stomach dropped. The steps paused at the edge of the porch, just outside the door. The wood groaned faintly under the weight. My hand hovered over the fireplace poker, and I gripped it tightly. The footsteps moved slowly along the perimeter of the cabin, circling from one side to the other. The scrape I had heard before returned, closer this time, like something scraping against the side of the building. I tried to think clearly. The cabin had no other exits besides the door I had entered through, the loft window, and a small basement hatch beneath the floorboards, which was heavy and locked with an old padlock. I grabbed my keys and flashlight, weighing my options. Running through the woods seemed impossible. It was dark, I didn't know the terrain, and whatever was outside could be anywhere. I stayed put, moving quietly, trying to listen. The fire flickered, and I caught a glimpse of movement outside the window, a shadow moving along the far wall of the cabin. It was too fast, too precise, like whoever or whatever it was knew exactly where I was. I backed away, keeping low, and tried to slow my breathing. The shadow paused, and the night went silent again. I didn't dare move for what felt like hours. Eventually, I realized that whoever it was hadn't tried to break in. The footsteps retreated, fading into the forest. I stayed by the fire until the flames burned low, listening for any hint of movement outside. When I finally stepped outside again, the forest was quiet. The prints, however, had not disappeared. They led into the woods, disappearing among the trees. The next morning, I woke early. The sun was just breaking through the canopy, casting golden streaks across the forest floor. The air was fresh, and the smell of wet earth was strong. I examined the area around the cabin more thoroughly. There were no footprints beyond those I had seen the night before, no signs of broken branches or anything else suggesting recent passage. It was as if whoever had been there had vanished completely. I searched the trees for anything unusual, but there was nothing. I stayed inside the cabin for most of the day, keeping the doors locked and the fire going. I explored the small loft, the corners of the room, even the attic space above the ceiling beams, trying to make sense of what had happened. Everything was exactly as it had always been: old wood, familiar cracks, no sign of intrusion. Still, the feeling of being watched lingered. By the second day, I began to notice small details I had missed the first time. The subtle scuff marks near the porch, tiny scratches on the siding that looked fresh, a displaced rock by the edge of the cabin. Each one confirmed the events of the night before. Whoever had come to the cabin had been cautious, deliberate, and remarkably silent. I decided to stay until evening, thinking that leaving too soon might be dangerous. I kept the fire burning high and stocked it with extra wood. As night fell, I watched the shadows of the trees stretch long across the clearing. The wind whispered through the branches, creating faint sounds of movement, but nothing approached the cabin. I realized I had survived the first night. The fear was still there, low and persistent, but manageable. I started planning my departure in the morning. When dawn finally came, I packed my things, making sure to lock the cabin behind me. I followed the narrow dirt road back to the main highway, constantly scanning the woods. I didn't see any sign of the previous night's visitor, and I didn't hear a single noise that made my stomach twist with fear. By the time I reached the paved road and the first glimpse of a passing car, relief washed over me. I never saw the footprints or the shadowed figure again, and I never returned to that cabin alone. But the memory of that night, the sense of isolation, and the knowledge that someone had been there, observing me, stayed with me for a long time. It was a reminder of how vulnerable you are when you are alone in the wild, how quickly quiet can turn into fear, and how careful you must be, even in places that seem safe. The cabin was still standing when I drove past months later, empty and silent, the same old wooden structure, but I never stepped foot inside again. The experience had left its mark, a lesson carved into my memory as sharply as the footprints in the soft forest floor outside the cabin. The woods can be beautiful, they can be peaceful, but they can also be patient, and they can hold secrets that no fire or flashlight can chase away. And sometimes the fear isn't about what is there. It's about what could be, waiting quietly, just beyond the edge of sight. I learned that night that safety is fragile, that silence can be as loud as a scream, and that some places, no matter how familiar, carry the weight of uncertainty that never fully lifts. I still think about the cabin, sometimes, when I'm driving past a stretch of forest, or when the wind rattles the trees outside my window. The memory doesn't haunt me with images of a face or a shadow. It haunts me with the knowledge that someone had been there, and I had no way to know why. It left me cautious, hyper-aware, but also strangely respectful of the isolation, of the wild, and of the fact that some experiences in life are unforgettable because of how real and unexplainable they are. Even now, years later, I can feel the weight of that night pressing down when I close my eyes. The dark, the silence, the careful, calculated steps on the porch. The fire I built still flickers in my mind, casting long, uncertain shadows across walls that were supposed to be safe. And though I have moved on, I know that cabin in the woods will always be a part of me, a reminder that fear is often not born of ghosts or monsters, but of Hello everyone, I'm the Creep's Cabin. I know you use these videos to fall asleep. So before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. I never thought a short trip into the woods would change the way I see the world around me. I had gone out alone that weekend, wanting to clear my head. Life back in town had been pressing in on me. Work, noise, people everywhere, and I wanted silence. I had found a small cabin for rent near the edge of a thick forest, a place that seemed far from everything. It looked old but sturdy, with a narrow gravel road leading up to it. When I first pulled in, the forest around it felt endless, with trees rising tall and close together, blocking most of the daylight even though it was only late afternoon. The cabin itself had no neighbors in sight. From the front porch, I could see only trees in every direction. Behind the cabin, the woods sloped down toward a low valley, and I noticed the way the shadows gathered there, darker than the rest. I unpacked my things, set them inside, and then stood for a while on the porch, breathing in the smell of pine and damp earth. The silence felt heavier than I expected. At first, it was calming, but the longer I stood there, the more it felt like the woods were pressing in on me, watching me. I brushed the feeling off. I had planned to hike, cook some simple meals, and sleep. That was it. No phone calls, no screens, no noise. By the time the sun began to drop, I started a small fire in the stone ring outside the cabin and cooked a quick meal. The light from the flames flickered against the trees, and the smell of smoke mixed with the forest air. It should have been peaceful, but my eyes kept drifting past the firelight into the shadows beyond. I couldn't see much out there. The woods were too dense. When night settled, it did so quickly, as if someone had flipped a switch. One moment the last light of day was slipping between the trees, and the next it was black, the kind of black you only find far from town. I turned on my flashlight a few times, sweeping it through the trees, but the beam only made me feel more exposed. It caught trunks and low branches, but past a certain distance, it was just darkness swallowing the light. I sat close to the fire for a while longer, then went inside. The cabin was small, one room with a bed, a table, and a stove that looked like it hadn't been used in years. I set my things near the bed and lay down, listening to the faint crackle of the fire outside. For a while, all I could hear was my own breathing, but then I started noticing the sounds of the forest. At first, it was only small things, crickets, the occasional snap of a twig, the rustle of leaves. Normal forest sounds. But as the night stretched on, I began to pick out heavier sounds, ones that didn't fit in as easily. A branch breaking with too much force, the sound of something moving through the undergrowth, slow and steady. I told myself it was just animals, deer maybe or raccoons. The woods were full of them, after all. But the longer I lay there, the more I felt the noises lining up with me, circling closer to the cabin. I kept sitting up in bed, staring at the window, but the glass showed nothing beyond its reflection. Around midnight, the sound stopped. Just like that, silence returned, and I eventually drifted off to sleep. The next morning, I stepped outside and felt a bit foolish for how unsettled I'd been. The fire had burned down to ashes, and the ground was damp with dew. The woods looked different in the daylight, less threatening, more like what I had expected when I came here. I decided to take a walk. I followed a narrow trail that started just behind the cabin and wound down into the valley. The air was cool, and the deeper I went, the more the trees closed in overhead. I noticed how quiet it was compared to most hikes I had taken before. There weren't many birds calling, no distant sound of water running. The stillness felt thick. As I walked, I kept glancing back, making sure I could still see the faint outline of the trail. After about an hour, I found a small clearing. The ground there was uneven, with patches of moss and a few stones sticking up. I stopped to rest, setting my pack against a tree. That was when I noticed something strange. In the dirt, there were impressions. At first, I thought they were just deer tracks, but the longer I looked, the less they resembled anything I could identify. They were long, almost like a boot print, but wider, and they sank deeper into the soil than I thought a single step should. I crouched down, running my hand along one of the impressions. It felt old, the edges softened by weather, but it still unsettled me. I stood up quickly, scanning the trees around me. Nothing moved. Still, I felt the same weight in my chest that I had felt the night before. I didn't stay in the clearing long. The rest of the day passed slowly. I made another fire, cooked, and tried to relax, but my eyes kept darting to the tree line. I noticed how easily the forest seemed to hide things. The shadows between the trunks could be empty, or they could be holding something that I couldn't see. Each time a breeze stirred the leaves, I tensed up. That night, the noises returned. Louder this time. I heard the steady crunch of something moving just outside the circle of firelight. I sat in the cabin, lights off, listening. The steps were slow, deliberate, not the random scurrying of animals. My heart pounded in my chest, and I strained to hear. At one point, I thought I heard breathing, heavy and close, but when I looked out the window, there was nothing but blackness. I barely slept. Every creak of the cabin made me jolt awake. At some point near dawn, I heard one last sound, like something brushing against the cabin wall itself, and then silence. When I stepped outside later, the ground near the porch looked disturbed, as if something had pressed into the dirt. I knew I should have left then. Packed up, driven back to town, forgotten the whole thing. But I stayed. I kept telling myself I was imagining it, letting my mind play tricks. I tried to distract myself with small chores, cleaning up the cabin, gathering wood, keeping the fire strong. The third night was the worst. The noises began earlier, just as the sun dipped. This time, they came from all sides, as if something was circling the cabin slowly. The fire popped and hissed outside, but it didn't make me feel safe anymore. The air felt charged, the way it does right before a storm, though the sky was clear. Hours passed like that, my nerves stretched thin. I sat with my back against the wall, flashlight in my lap, waiting. Then, all at once, the sound stopped. The silence was heavy. I waited, holding my breath. That was when I heard it clear, distinct, right outside the window. A slow inhale, a pause, and then a long, low exhale. I didn't move. My whole body was rigid, my skin prickling with fear. The sound repeated once more, then faded. I didn't dare look. I stayed frozen until the first light of dawn touched the edges of the window. When I finally stepped outside, the ground beneath the window was marked with prints, deep and strange, like the ones I had seen in the clearing. They led back into the trees, vanishing into the shadows. That was enough. I gathered my things, packed quickly, and left the cabin without looking back. As I drove down the gravel road, the forest seemed to close in on both sides, as if it didn't want me to leave. My hands shook on the steering wheel, but I didn't stop until I reached the highway. Even now, the memory of those nights stays sharp. The sound of breathing in the dark, the way the woods seemed to shift and press in, the prints in the soil. I never found out what was out there, and maybe it's better that way. I learned that silence can carry weight, that darkness can hide more than you want to know, and that sometimes the most frightening things are the ones you can't explain, the ones that never show themselves fully. When I think back, I remember the cabin most clearly, the rough wood, the single window, the fire outside. I can see myself sitting there, waiting, listening. I know now that some places are not meant for people, no matter how peaceful they seem in daylight. The forest had its own rules, its own presence, and I had only been a visitor, one who stayed longer than I should have. I never went back. I never even thought about renting another cabin like that again. The woods might look quiet, but I know better now. I know how it feels when something unseen breathes against your window in the middle of the night, and that feeling never leaves. It stays with you long after you've left the trees behind. I woke up earlier than I wanted that morning. The air inside the cabin was cold and heavy, the kind that sinks into your bones when you breathe too deep. The wooden walls held the chill from the night, and the faint smell of damp pine filled the small space. I had planned on sleeping in, but once I was awake, my mind refused to let me drift back down. I lay there staring at the ceiling, following the thin cracks in the wood above me until my eyes hurt from the effort. The forest outside was quiet, too quiet. Usually, I'd hear birds at first light, or the low hum of insects, or even the shifting of branches as squirrels fought over something. But that morning it was still, as though the world outside the cabin had been pressed mute. I pulled myself from the thin blanket, feet hitting the rough floorboards, and stretched until my joints popped. The air smelled stale inside, so I pushed the door open. The hinges groaned, and the moment I stepped onto the small porch, the cold morning air wrapped itself around me. The clearing that surrounded the cabin was drenched in a gray light, the sky hidden by a low layer of clouds. The trees looked darker than they usually did, like something had drawn all the color out of them overnight. I stood there a while, rubbing my arms and trying to shake the strange unease that was already working its way into me. It wasn't like I hadn't stayed here before. I had spent plenty of nights in this cabin, sometimes alone, sometimes with friends. But that morning had a weight to it, like I had walked into a room just after someone whispered something meant only for themselves. The cabin sat in a clearing not much bigger than a small yard. Beyond that, thick woods pressed in from every side. The trees were tall, mostly pine and oak, with thick underbrush in places that made it hard to see far. There was a narrow path leading out, one that wound about half a mile down to the dirt road where I had parked my truck. I had carried in enough supplies the day before to last me for several days. Cans, water, a small propane stove, some jerky and nuts. My plan was simple. A few days of quiet, no one around, no phones, no distractions. Just the woods, the cabin, and me. But as I stood on that porch, I couldn't help feeling like I wasn't as alone as I should have been. I scanned the tree line slowly, taking my time with each shadow, each knot in the bark, each space between the branches. Nothing moved. Nothing stirred. I tried to tell myself I was just being paranoid, that the stillness of the morning was only throwing me off. But deep inside, I knew something about this silence wasn't right. I forced myself back inside and lit the small stove to make coffee. The hiss of the flame and the smell of the grounds gave me some comfort, filling the cabin with something human, something familiar. I ate slowly, watching the door more often than I cared to admit. After I finished, I decided I'd take a short walk down to the creek. It wasn't far, maybe 10 minutes through the trees. I thought the sound of water might clear my head. I grabbed my jacket and stepped back outside. The ground was damp from the night's dew, and my boots sank slightly into the soft earth. The air felt colder under the trees, like the branches held back any warmth that tried to pass through. As I walked, I paid attention to every little sound, the crunch of leaves beneath me, the snap of a twig, the low creak of the pines shifting with a breeze too soft to feel. But no birds, no insects, nothing alive except me and the forest itself. The creek was low, barely running, but the trickle of water was enough to cut through the silence. I crouched near the bank, dipped my hands into the cold flow, and splashed my face. The shock of it helped me wake fully, but when I looked up, water dripping from my chin, I froze. Across the creek, maybe 30 feet away, the ground sloped upward into a thicker patch of trees. For just a second, I saw movement there. Something tall, something dark slipping between two trunks. It wasn't an animal, at least not one I recognized. It had moved upright, smooth, deliberate, not the jittery, quick dart of deer or fox. It was gone as quickly as I caught it, swallowed back into the brush, but I knew I hadn't imagined it. My chest tightened, and I stayed crouched there, staring at the spot where it had been. My ears strained for any sound, any sign of movement, but the creak and my own breathing drowned everything else out. I don't know how long I waited, crouched low like prey. Finally, I forced myself up, wiped my face, and started back toward the cabin. Each step felt louder than it should, like I was announcing my exact path through the woods. My neck burned from the constant feeling of eyes pressing against it. I didn't look back, though every nerve screamed for me to. When I reached the clearing, the cabin looked almost too small, too weak to keep anything out. I went inside, shut the door, and locked it. My heart hammered hard in my chest, and I paced the small room, trying to make sense of what I had seen. It could have been another person. Maybe someone was out there hiking, though this wasn't exactly a place people stumbled across. It was too deep in, too far off any marked trail, and whoever it was hadn't made a sound when they moved. It had been quiet, too quiet for a person pushing through brush. My gut told me it hadn't been someone out for a walk. The rest of that day stretched on endlessly. I tried reading, tried writing in the small notebook I had brought, but my eyes kept dragging back to the single window in the cabin and the tree line beyond it. Every so often I swore I saw movement, a darker patch between branches, a shift in the shadows that didn't fit with the sway of the trees. I stopped eating halfway through dinner, no appetite left in me. By the time night began to fall, the silence outside was so heavy I could hear the ringing in my own ears. I lit a lantern, dimmed it as low as it would go, and sat near the door with my back against the wall. I couldn't bring myself to climb into bed. Every creak of the wood, every groan of the cabin settling, made me tense until my muscles ached. Hours crawled by. My eyes burned, but I didn't close them. Then, sometime deep into the night, I heard it. Footsteps. Not animals. Not random shifting. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate, crunching lightly over the damp ground. They circled the cabin, just outside. The boards beneath me vibrated faintly with each step, as if the sound was crawling up through the floor itself. I sat there, frozen, my breathing shallow, straining to hear. The footsteps stopped by the porch. The wood groaned under weight that wasn't mine. Then silence. I didn't move. I didn't dare. My whole body felt locked in place, every muscle trembling with tension. Minutes passed, then more. Nothing. No more footsteps. No sound of retreat. I couldn't tell if whoever, or whatever, was out there had left, or if they were still standing just outside the door waiting. At some point, I must have dozed off, because when I opened my eyes again, pale light was creeping through the window. My body ached from sleeping against the wall, but I was alive. I waited, listening, before I finally unlatched the door and stepped out. The clearing looked the same, but near the porch, the ground was disturbed. Not boot prints, not paw prints, but deep impressions in the earth. Long, bare. Human-like, but not quite. The toes seemed too long, the shape stretched in a way that made my stomach twist. They led from the trees to the porch, and then back again, vanishing into the woods. I knew then I couldn't stay. I packed as quickly as my shaking hands would let me. I didn't even bother with breakfast. Every few minutes, I stopped, listening for the sound of footsteps returning. I kept glancing at the trees, certain I'd see something watching. When my bag was ready, I slung it over my shoulder, stepped off the porch, and forced myself onto the path toward the road. The walkout felt 10 times longer than it should have. The trees closed in on both sides, and I couldn't shake the thought of those long prints following just out of sight. I kept turning my head, scanning every inch of shadow. 100 times I thought I heard something, branches snapping, the soft thud of earth under weight. But each time I stopped, the forest gave me nothing back but silence. When I finally saw the dirt road, relief nearly buckled my knees. My truck was still there, waiting, a little island of safety in the middle of nowhere. I hurried across the last stretch, threw my bag into the cab, and climbed inside. My hands shook so badly I struggled with the keys, but when the engine roared to life, I felt a wave of relief like I had never felt before. I pulled onto the road and didn't look back until I was miles away. And even then, the trees behind me looked darker, heavier, as if they held something I would never fully understand. I never went back to that cabin again. I don't even like driving near that stretch of woods anymore. Sometimes late at night, I think about the prints, about the sound of those footsteps circling me while I sat frozen inside. I remind myself it was real, that I didn't imagine it. And when I lie awake in the dark, listening to the silence of my own house, I can almost hear the faint crunch of footsteps just outside, moving slow, patient, waiting for me to forget. I never thought that one simple decision could leave me shaken for the rest of my life. Looking back, it almost feels like it was something waiting for me, like it didn't matter what I chose, I would have ended up there anyway. But the truth is, I chose to go. I chose to step into that moment, into that place, and I learned just how quickly a normal night can turn into something terrifying. It was late summer, the air still heavy and warm, but already hinting at the coming fall. The days had been hot, and the nights cooled down just enough to make sitting outside feel comfortable. I had driven out to a small wooded area just outside of town, a place I liked because it was quiet. People rarely went there, and even fewer stayed after dark. The spot wasn't official parkland, just some old trails cut by hunters and kids looking for a place to drink. There was a clearing in the middle of the woods that I had found a couple months before, and it became a place where I could go and be alone. That night, I packed a small backpack with a flashlight, some water, and a folding chair. I parked my car on the gravel pull-off by the road and followed the narrow path into the trees. It was about a 15-minute walk to the clearing, and as I went, the sounds of the world behind me faded. No cars, no houses, no voices. Just the forest, with its mixture of insects buzzing, leaves rustling, and the occasional sharp crack of a branch snapping somewhere in the distance. I always tried not to think too much about those noises, because if you thought too hard about them, your mind would start inventing reasons for them. Every small sound could turn into footsteps. Every shadow could hide something waiting. I told myself it was just raccoons or deer, maybe even a stray dog moving around. Still, I kept my flashlight in hand, thumb on the switch, ready to snap it on if I had to. The clearing opened up suddenly, a wide circle where the trees stopped and the grass grew waist-high in some places. I had flattened down a small area for my chair and kept a few stones around from when I had once made a small fire pit. I set the chair down, sat, and let out a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. Out there, under the open sky, I always felt both exposed and safe at the same time. Exposed, because there was nothing shielding me from the woods that pressed in all around. Safe, because I could see the tree line in every direction, nothing close enough to sneak up without me noticing. The first hour passed quietly. I listened to the insects, the soft breeze moving through the grass, and the occasional night bird calling from the trees. My phone stayed in my pocket, and I just let the dark settle around me. But after a while, something shifted. I didn't notice it at first. It wasn't sudden, like a loud noise or movement. It was more subtle. I realized that I was leaning forward in the chair, listening harder than before. My eyes kept drifting to the right, toward the far edge of the clearing. At first, I thought I was imagining it. A darker shape among the trees, something that didn't quite match the pattern of branches and shadows. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, and told myself it was just my brain adjusting to the dim light. But the longer I stared, the more I felt sure that something, or someone was standing there, just inside the tree line. I stayed frozen, my hand on the flashlight, but I didn't turn it on yet. I wanted my eyes to stay adjusted to the dark, because the beam of light might blind me for a few seconds when I turned it off again. I tried to focus on the spot, waiting for movement, but nothing happened. After a couple minutes, I convinced myself I was wrong. My mind had just built a shape out of the shadows, the way it does when you stare too long at the dark. I sat back again, but I didn't feel relaxed anymore. The quiet felt heavier now. I realized I couldn't hear any of the night insects that had been buzzing so loud before. The air felt still, like even the breeze had gone. I told myself that sometimes it happened, that the forest had its own rhythms. But my skin prickled, and my stomach twisted. I felt like the whole clearing was holding its breath, waiting for something. Then came the sound. It wasn't loud, but in the silence it felt sharp, cutting straight through everything. A footstep. Not the random snap of a branch from an animal, not the soft scurry of a raccoon. It was heavy, deliberate, and it came from the tree line to my right, the same spot where I thought I had seen the shape. My hand tightened around the flashlight. I turned it on, the beam slicing through the dark, flooding the grass and hitting the trees. For a second, all I saw were trunks, branches, and shadows. Then the beam caught movement. A shape shifted, pulling back, just out of reach of the light. I jerked the beam toward it, but whatever it was had already moved deeper into the trees. My chest tightened, and I could feel the pounding of my heart in my ears. I stood slowly, sweeping the light back and forth along the tree line. Nothing, just the still, waiting forest. I told myself it was an animal, but the sound had been too heavy, too human. I debated packing up right then and leaving, but a part of me didn't want to believe it. I didn't want to accept that someone else had been standing there, watching me. I waited, holding the light steady on the trees, but the forest stayed still. Finally, I shut it off, plunging the clearing back into darkness. My eyes adjusted slowly, and I sat back in the chair, trying to steady my breathing. For a while, nothing happened. My muscles started to loosen, and I almost convinced myself I had overreacted. But then I heard it again. Not from the right this time, but from directly across the clearing. Another footstep, slow, heavy, pressing into the ground. I stood up fast, swinging the flashlight across the clearing. My heart hammered in my chest as the beam lit up the opposite tree line. Again, I caught the faintest flicker of movement, something slipping back behind the cover of the trees, staying just out of full sight. That was enough. I shoved the chair down, grabbed my bag, and started for the path. My flashlight beam shook with my hands as I walked quickly, then faster, until I was nearly jogging. Every few steps, I swung the light behind me, half expecting to see someone following. Nothing, just the endless dark of the forest. The path twisted, and every shadow seemed to move. My breath came hard, and my skin was slick with sweat despite the cool night air. I kept telling myself not to run, that running would make me trip, but my body didn't care. By the time I saw the faint glint of my car through the trees, I was sprinting. I broke out of the woods, nearly throwing myself into the driver's side. I yanked the door open, tossed the bag inside, and slammed it shut behind me. My shaking hands fumbled the keys, and I dropped them once before jamming them into the ignition. The engine roared to life, and I threw the car into reverse, tires spitting gravel as I turned back onto the road. As I drove, I kept checking the mirrors, half expecting to see headlights behind me, or worse, someone standing in the road. But the night stayed empty. It wasn't until I was halfway home that I let myself breathe again. My body ached with the release of tension, my hands cramping from how tightly I had been gripping the wheel. When I finally pulled into my driveway, I sat in the car for a long time, the engine off, the world silent. My mind kept replaying the sound of those footsteps, the way the shape slipped just out of sight. Whoever it was, they hadn't called out, hadn't made a sound except for those slow, deliberate steps. They had just watched, waited, and moved along the edge of the clearing, staying in the dark where I couldn't see them. That was the part that stayed with me the most. Not the fear I felt, not the sprint back to the car. It was the knowledge that I had been out there alone, sitting in the open, while someone else had been in the trees, watching me, circling me. And they had never tried to leave the shadows. They wanted me to know they were there, without ever letting me see them fully. I never went back to that clearing again. Even now, when I drive past that stretch of woods, I feel the same tightness in my chest, the same prickle on my skin. I tell myself it was just someone passing through, maybe a hunter or another camper. But deep down, I know it wasn't that simple. Because if it was, why didn't they ever step out into the light? Why didn't they say a word? Why did they stay hidden, circling, waiting, until I finally fled? And why, even now, do I sometimes feel the same sensation I felt that night? The weight of unseen eyes on me, watching from just beyond the edge of the light. I had decided to take a short trip into the woods on a weekend when I didn't have much going on. I told myself it would be a simple hike, nothing serious, just a way to clear my head and spend a night alone away from the usual noise of everyday life. I packed my backpack with the things I thought I would need: a tent, sleeping bag, small cooking stove, a little bit of food, water, a flashlight, and a knife just in case. The drive out to the area was uneventful, the kind of drive where the road gets more narrow and the trees grow taller and closer together as you go farther. The air seemed fresher as I rolled the windows down, cooler too, and the smell of pine was so strong it almost felt sharp in my nose. When I finally parked, there wasn't another car in sight. The gravel lot was small, uneven, and cracked, with weeds poking through. There was a small wooden sign, weathered and faded, that marked the trail. I shouldered my pack, locked the car, and started walking. The path started out wide, covered in a layer of dried leaves that crunched under every step. Sunlight still slipped through the branches, broken up into golden patches on the ground. My boots pressed down on them, each sound carrying farther than I expected in the quiet of the woods. I walked slowly, trying to adjust to the extra weight of the pack and get used to the silence. As I went deeper, the trees grew closer together, the path narrowing and twisting. It wasn't a hard hike, but the silence was thick. My breathing, the sound of my boots, and the occasional caw of a crow were the only interruptions. Time slipped by strangely, as if the forest swallowed up the hours. Eventually, I reached a small clearing just big enough for my tent. The ground was fairly even, and there was a fallen tree nearby that I could use as a kind of seat. It felt like the right spot. Setting up camp was simple. I laid down my pack, stretched my back, and began unrolling the tent. The earth was firm but damp beneath the top layer of leaves. I hammered the stakes in, pulled the rainfly over, and arranged my sleeping bag inside. It wasn't anything special, but it looked comfortable enough. I sat down on the log, pulled out some food, and ate slowly. The quiet of the woods made every crunch and bite sound too loud, like I was disturbing something that didn't want to be disturbed. As the sun dropped lower, the clearing dimmed quickly. The trees cut the light sharply, and shadows stretched across the ground. I lit my small stove, boiled some water, and made myself something warm. I could feel the temperature dropping already. A chill carried through the trees, brushing against my skin and making me pull my jacket tighter. After eating, I decided to collect some wood for a fire. Even though I had the stove, something about having a fire felt safer. I walked just beyond the clearing, searching for branches that were dry and not too thick. I gathered an armful and carried them back. On the second trip, I wandered a little deeper. The trees looked darker now, and the undergrowth tangled around my boots. At one point, I bent down to pick up a good piece of wood when I noticed how still the forest had become. The breeze had stopped, and I couldn't hear any birds or insects. For a moment, it was like standing in a room where everything had been muted. I shook it off, told myself it was nothing, and carried the wood back to camp. The fire started easier than I thought. The flames caught on the smaller twigs, then spread to the thicker branches. Soon, the fire was bright enough to push back some of the shadows around me. I sat close, feeling the heat, listening to the pops and cracks of the burning wood. Night came quickly, faster than I was ready for. The sky darkened into a deep blue, then black, with only thin cracks of stars showing through the canopy. As the night deepened, the forest seemed to change. The shadows thickened, the trees became looming shapes, and every sound carried differently. I sat by the fire, staring into the flames, when I first noticed movement just beyond the light. It wasn't clear at first, just the sense that something shifted between the trees. I squinted, leaned forward slightly, but couldn't see anything solid. My heartbeat quickened, and I told myself it was just my imagination. But then I heard it, a faint crunch of leaves. Slow, deliberate. Not the random sound of something falling, not the wind. This was the sound of weight pressing down. My skin prickled, and I stayed very still listening. The fire popped, and for a moment I thought maybe it was just a deer or some other animal. But the steps didn't sound like an animal moving casually. They were spaced out, heavy, as if whoever, or whatever, it was being careful not to make noise but failing to be silent. I stood slowly, the fire at my back, the knife in my hand now. My eyes tried to pierce the darkness, but it was impossible to see beyond the small circle of firelight. I turned in slow circles, watching, waiting, holding my breath at times to hear better. The steps had stopped. The forest returned to silence. I told myself to calm down, to sit back down and not overthink it. I forced myself onto the log again, staring into the fire, but my body was tense. My ears strained to pick up anything. And then, just when I had convinced myself it was nothing, I heard it again. Closer this time. A soft drag of a boot or a shoe across leaves. My mouth went dry. I got up again, this time moving toward the edge of the light, holding my flashlight in one hand and the knife in the other. I flicked the light on, aiming it into the woods. The beam cut through the dark, revealing the rough bark of trees, the uneven ground, the undergrowth. Nothing moved, Nothing shifted. I swept the light slowly, trying not to miss anything, but there was only emptiness. Still, the feeling of being watched pressed down hard on me. I backed toward the fire and sat again, this time with the flashlight resting across my lap. My chest felt tight, every muscle ready to spring. Minutes dragged by like hours. The fire burned lower, so I added more wood, forcing myself to move quickly, almost clumsily. The flames rose again, crackling, but I didn't feel safer. The steps came back later, faint but steady. Not rushing, not stumbling. Just careful, patient. I realized with a chill that whoever it was had circled me. The steps seemed to come from a different direction than before. My stomach twisted, and my breathing became shallow. This wasn't an animal. This was someone moving around me, keeping distance, waiting. I stayed awake the whole night, staring at the dark, the fire burning down, and then being fed again whenever it dropped too low. I never saw anyone, never caught a clear shape or figure, but the sound of footsteps circled, paused, and shifted again and again until the sky finally lightened in the east. When dawn finally came, the forest looked normal again. The trees stood quiet and still, the ground damp with morning dew. I felt sick with exhaustion but relieved. I decided not to stay another night. I packed everything as quickly as I could, my hands trembling from lack of sleep and nerves. When I went to collect the last few things, I noticed something that froze me in place. Just beyond the edge of my clearing, in the soft earth between the trees, were footprints. Human footprints. Not boots like mine, but worn-down shoes. The prints were fresh, pressed deep into the dirt, circling the clearing exactly as I had heard the night before. Some were so close to where I had been sitting by the fire that I could see the tread clearly. I didn't think, I just grabbed my pack and left. The trail back felt longer than before, every step heavy, my nerves stretched thin. I kept looking over my shoulder, certain I was being followed, though I never saw anyone. By the time I reached the gravel lot, the sight of my car was almost enough to make me collapse. I threw my pack in, got behind the wheel, and drove away without even taking one last look. The silence of the woods stayed with me, though, pressing in on me even as the road widened and other cars appeared. I didn't relax until I was back in town, surrounded by noise and people. That night, when I lay in my own bed, I thought about those footprints. Whoever it was had been right there, just out of sight, walking circles around me while I sat awake by the fire. They could have stepped in at any moment if they wanted to. The thought of that stayed with me long after, heavier than anything else. The woods had felt so big and empty at first, but that night, I learned just how close someone can be when you least expect it. I never thought a simple trip out in the woods would end the way it did, but when I look back on it now, it all makes sense why every step of that day still plays over in my head. I can still feel the ground under my boots, the weight of the backpack digging into my shoulders, and the way the air changed when things started to go wrong. It wasn't supposed to be anything more than a quiet hike, just me and the trail, but it became something else entirely, something that still keeps me awake at night. The morning had started off calm. I parked my car near the trailhead where only a couple of other vehicles sat, probably belonging to hunters or other hikers who had gotten an earlier start. The forest stretched out in front of me, thick with pines, oaks, and underbrush that tangled so close it was like stepping into a wall of green. The air was cool, the kind that makes you pull your jacket tight, but feels refreshing after being in the car. The dirt lot behind me was quiet, no sound of traffic, just the distant calls of crows and the steady hum of insects. I slung my backpack over my shoulders, locked the car, and headed up the trail. The ground was soft from rain earlier in the week, but dry enough that my boots didn't sink. Each step made a muted crunch, and the deeper I walked, the more I noticed how the noises of the world faded away. No engines, no voices, not even the sound of planes above. Just me, my breathing, and the forest pressing in around me. For a long while it felt peaceful. I liked the way the sunlight filtered through the branches, painting shifting patterns on the ground. I noticed deer tracks pressed into the mud near the start of the trail, and even a set of raccoon prints cutting across toward a stream I could hear rushing nearby. I stopped to drink some water and just listened, breathing in the smell of damp leaves and pine needles. But somewhere around noon, something shifted. It wasn't anything big at first, just a slow awareness that I wasn't as alone as I thought. I had that prickling feeling on the back of my neck, like eyes were on me. I stopped walking and scanned the trees, trying to shake it off as nothing. The woods were thick, and I couldn't see far in any direction. It made sense that my mind would play tricks on me. But even telling myself that didn't make the feeling go away. I pushed on, moving slower now, paying more attention to the sounds around me. The forest wasn't silent, but it was strange. The bird calls had become scattered, as if they'd moved off somewhere else. The wind had died down too, leaving the air heavy and still. My boots scraped against roots and stones, each sound too loud in the quiet. Not long after, I saw it. At first, I thought it was just a shadow between the trees, but when I squinted, I realized it was a shape, tall and upright, moving slowly across the ridge a couple 100 feet ahead. The figure didn't stop, didn't look around, just kept walking until it disappeared behind the slope. My chest tightened. I wasn't expecting to see anyone way out here, especially not off the main trail. They hadn't waved, hadn't called out, hadn't even changed pace when I saw them. I stood there a long time, trying to decide what to do. It could have been another hiker, maybe a hunter checking the land, but something about the way they moved bothered me. There had been no pause, no hesitation, as if they knew exactly where they were going and didn't care who saw them. I tried to shake it off. People hike all the time, I told myself. There was no reason to overthink it. Still, I felt uneasy, like I had seen something I wasn't supposed to. I tightened the straps on my backpack and walked on, keeping my head down, pretending I hadn't noticed. By late afternoon, I stopped to gather firewood near the edge of the forest. I wasn't camping out there overnight, but I liked to make small fires at rest stops when I hiked longer trails, just to sit and eat near. I stepped just inside the trees, snapping smaller branches off fallen logs and piling them into my arms. The deeper I went, the darker it got, the light from the open field behind me swallowed up by the thick canopy overhead. That's when I heard it. A sound so clear it froze me where I stood, heavy breathing. Not the kind of panting an animal makes, not the fast huff of a deer or the grunts of a boar. This was human. Slow, steady, ragged breaths, close enough that I could hear the wetness in them. My heart lurched, and I turned my head, scanning the trees. I didn't see anyone at first, but I could sense movement. Something shifted behind a trunk, and for a split second, I caught the blur of a figure slipping between the branches. The breathing grew faint, moving farther away, but I knew without a doubt it had been right behind me moments earlier. The wood slipped from my arms. My legs carried me before I even made the choice, running back through the trees toward the open field where my pack lay. My chest ached, my throat burned, but I didn't stop until I burst out of the shadows into the clearing, panting harder than I ever had in my life. I forced myself to calm down, sitting on a fallen log, trying to slow my breathing. My ears rang with the rush of blood, but under it, the forest was too quiet again. I felt exposed in that clearing, yet the thought of stepping back into the trees made my skin crawl. Whoever, or whatever, that had been, it had followed me close enough to breathe down my neck, and I hadn't heard a single footstep until it was already there. I didn't stay long after that. I stuffed what little wood I had into my pack, didn't bother with the fire, and started back down the trail toward the car. Every bend in the path made me nervous. I kept glancing over my shoulder, certain I'd see someone standing there, watching. I moved quickly, but not so fast that I tripped. The silence was unbearable, the kind that makes every crack of a twig under your boot sound like a warning shot. The hike back felt endless. My legs grew heavy, and my eyes scanned constantly, darting at every shadow. By the time I reached the dirt lot, the sun was dipping low, painting the tops of the trees in gold. My car sat alone now, the other vehicles gone. I fumbled the keys, my hands slick with sweat. I opened the door and slid in, locking it instantly. My chest finally eased a little when I turned the engine over, but even then, I couldn't shake the thought that I had been followed the whole way back. I half expected to see a figure at the tree line as I pulled away, but when I looked, the woods stood still and empty. Driving out, I realized something that chilled me more than anything else. There hadn't been any footprints on the trail besides mine when I walked back. The ground was soft enough that I should have seen them, but I hadn't. And yet I know what I heard, what I saw moving between those trees, what I felt breathing so close behind me. I don't go back there anymore. Every time I think about it, my mind replays the sound of those breaths and the sight of that figure on the ridge. Someone was out there that day, someone who didn't want to be found, someone who followed me without a word. I was lucky to make it back to my car, lucky to drive away with nothing worse than the memory. But the truth is, I'll never know who it was, what they wanted, or how long they watched me before I finally noticed. And that's the part that keeps me awake. The thought that maybe they're still out there, watching someone else, stepping quietly enough to never be seen until it's already too late. It started as a simple plan, nothing unusual or strange about it. I had been working all week, feeling drained and tired of the noise of the city, so I decided to head out for a quick trip alone. I wanted quiet, fresh air, and space to clear my head. There was a small cabin tucked into the woods about 2 hours from my place that I had rented before, and I knew it was the kind of spot where you rarely saw another person. The dirt road that led out to it wasn't marked well, and most people didn't even know the place was there. It was exactly the kind of isolation I wanted. At least that's what I thought at the time. The drive out was calm. The highway stretched for miles with barely any cars, and when I turned off onto the narrow roads that wound into the forest, the feeling of being far away from everything sank in. The road grew rougher the closer I got to the cabin, stones popping under the tires, trees pressing closer to the edges. I kept rolling down the windows to smell the pine and feel the cool air. By the time I pulled into the small clearing where the cabin sat, the sun was dipping low. The light caught the wooden frame of the cabin and the trees around it, making everything look golden for a moment. I unpacked slowly, taking my bag inside, and then coming back out for the cooler I had stuffed with food. The cabin was simple. One room, a wood stove, a small table, a bed, and some shelves with old supplies left behind by whoever managed the place. No electricity, no phone signal. The silence was heavy but good at first. I made a small fire outside as the last light drained from the sky. I cooked a simple meal and sat near the fire until the night settled in fully. The woods became a wall of black around me, broken only by the glow of the flames. I kept catching myself staring into the tree line. It wasn't that I heard anything in particular. It was just the kind of darkness that makes you think too much. Every shape seemed like it could be something else. Every sound stretched longer than it should. I went inside after a while, locked the door, and sat at the little table with a lantern burning. The cabin walls creaked now and then as the wood cooled. I tried to relax, but something in me felt restless. I told myself I just wasn't used to the silence after so much noise in my daily life. Still, I lay in bed staring at the ceiling for what felt like hours before finally drifting off. Sometime in the night, I woke up. At first, I didn't know why. The lantern had burned out, and the cabin was pitch black. I listened and thought maybe it was just the wind against the trees, but then I heard it again. A sound that didn't fit. It was faint, but clear enough. Footsteps outside in the dirt. Slow, dragging steps circling around the cabin. My chest tightened instantly. I held my breath and tried to convince myself it could be an animal. But the weight of the steps, the uneven rhythm of them, it wasn't an animal. It was someone moving deliberately, slow and steady, as if they didn't care if I heard them. I stayed completely still, waiting, my ears straining. The steps paused on one side of the cabin, then started again, moving along the wall. I thought about grabbing the small hunting knife I had brought, but I didn't move. The wooden door didn't feel like much protection. My mind ran in every direction at once. Was it someone lost, someone camping nearby, or someone who had seen my car and decided to check the place out? None of those thoughts gave me comfort. After a while, the steps grew faint and seemed to fade into the woods. I stayed awake for the rest of the night, waiting to hear them again, but nothing came. When the first light of morning filled the cracks around the shutters, I finally let out the breath I'd been holding all night. I went outside slowly, checking the clearing. The ground was disturbed in a way I couldn't ignore. Clear footprints circled the cabin, some pressed deeper than others into the soft dirt. They weren't fresh boots, either. The tread was worn down, smoothed out with use. Whoever it was had walked around the cabin at least twice, close to the walls, pausing in spots as if listening or looking in. I spent the day restless, trying to shake it off. I forced myself to go about normal things, chopping wood, walking a little along the trails, cooking, but I couldn't stop glancing at the trees. I thought about packing up and leaving, but part of me kept saying it was just a strange moment, maybe someone out hunting or wandering. Still, the prints were burned into my mind. By the time night fell again, I had already locked myself inside and built up the fire in the stove. I sat on the bed with the lantern lit, knife on the table within reach. Every sound outside seemed sharper now. Hours passed, and I began to think maybe it had been nothing. Maybe I would just get through the night. Then I heard it again. The same dragging, uneven steps. This time slower. They came from the same direction, circling the cabin just as before. My whole body tensed. The fire popped inside the stove, and I worried the sound would make whoever it was know I was awake. The steps stopped right outside the window for a long time. Too long. I stared at the wall, picturing someone standing inches from the thin wooden planks, breathing, listening. Minutes dragged by before the steps started again. They moved to the door and stopped there. I sat frozen, my hand gripping the knife so hard my fingers ached. The door creaked lightly as if tested. Not pushed hard, not kicked, just tested. Then silence. I didn't move, didn't breathe, just waited. Eventually, I thought maybe the person had gone, but I couldn't be sure. The silence stretched into hours. I must have dozed off sitting upright, because the next thing I knew, sunlight was spilling into the cabin. I went outside again, and there they were. The same prints circling, stopping at the windows and door. This time there were more of them. The dirt churned up as if whoever it was had stood there for longer, shifting their weight back and forth. I decided I couldn't stay another night. I packed quickly, loading everything into the car. The whole time I kept checking the trees, half expecting to see someone watching me. When I finally drove off down the rough road, my hands were tight on the wheel, my eyes flicking to the rearview mirror. I didn't see anyone, not once on the way out, but I couldn't shake the thought that someone had been there on purpose. Not lost, not curious, but standing outside that cabin in the dark, circling and waiting. When I reached the highway, the tension didn't ease. Even now, I can still hear those dragging steps in my head, slow and deliberate, pacing just outside thin wooden walls. And I know if I had stayed one more night, if I had let myself believe it was nothing, the story might not have ended with me driving away at all. I remember the day so clearly because it began so normal, nothing strange about it at all, and yet it turned into something that has never left my mind. I had decided to go for a hike on my own, something I sometimes did when I felt restless. There was this old logging trail not too far from where I lived, tucked back behind farmland and fields, leading straight into miles of woods that seemed to stretch forever. It wasn't a popular place for people to go, which was part of the reason I liked it. The quiet always seemed heavier there, thicker than in other places, and it gave me space to think. That morning the sky was pale gray, not stormy but not sunny either, just that washed-out color that makes the day feel slower than it really is. I parked my car at the edge of a dirt road, packed a bottle of water and a snack into my small backpack, and started down the trail. The air smelled like damp leaves and soil, with that sharp coolness that comes from shaded woods. The path itself was wide at first, the remains of where trucks had once gone through years ago, but weeds and saplings had started taking it back. The deeper I went, the more narrow it became, until it was just a single dirt track lined with roots and fallen branches. The forest grew thick quickly. Trees pressed in from both sides, blocking out most of the light. Everything seemed muffled, like sound didn't travel far here. My own footsteps were steady, but they echoed only faintly. A crow called somewhere far off, then silence. I walked for maybe an hour, losing track of time, just following the path deeper and deeper until I reached a point where the trail forked. The left side looked more worn, but I had already been that way once before, so I took the right. The right path was rougher, covered in fallen sticks and patches of mud. It sloped downward slowly, leading toward the darker part of the forest where the trees grew taller and closer together. I liked that feeling of being swallowed up by the woods, hidden away from everything else. But after a while, I noticed something that put a chill through me. The further I walked, the less the trail looked like a trail. It thinned out until it was hard to tell if I was even on a real path anymore. I slowed down, trying to keep track of where I had come from, but everything started to look the same. Trees, brush, patches of moss, little dips in the ground, it all blended together. I told myself I'd just walk a little further and then turn back, but before long I couldn't even tell which way was back. I stopped and stood still listening. The forest was dead quiet. Not a single bird, not a squirrel moving, nothing. That's when I felt it, that heavy awareness of being watched. I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was just my mind playing tricks, but my gut didn't believe that. I turned in a slow circle, scanning the trees. That's when I saw it. At first it looked like just movement, something shifting between the trees about 50 feet away. Not fast, not loud, but enough to catch my eye. I stared hard, but all I saw was the outline of something stepping just out of view. I waited, heart thudding, eyes locked on the spot, and then I heard it. The sound of heavy breathing. It wasn't mine. It came from that direction, low and deep, almost like someone exhausted. It stopped when I took a step, then started again when I froze. I couldn't see anyone, but the sound was real, steady, and close enough to make the hair on my neck rise. I backed up slowly, my boots crunching on leaves, trying not to make noise. The breathing seemed to move too, shifting in rhythm with me, always staying just out of sight. I felt trapped. Running blindly in the woods was dangerous. One wrong step, and I could twist an ankle, fall into a hole, or worse. But standing there wasn't an option either. I started moving faster, trying to retrace where I'd come from, glancing over my shoulder every few seconds. The breathing grew fainter, like it was pulling back, and for a moment I thought maybe it was gone. But then I caught movement again, this time on my left side, deeper in the trees. A figure, dark and tall, slipping between trunks. I didn't wait to see more. I broke into a run, not caring about the noise I made, just focusing on moving as fast as I could. The branches whipped against my arms, the ground uneven under my feet. I pushed forward until I nearly tripped over a fallen log, catching myself just in time. My lungs burned, my chest tight, but I didn't stop. The thought of whatever that was trailing me kept my legs pumping. After what felt like forever, I stumbled onto a section of trail that looked more familiar. Relief hit me, but it was sharp and nervous, not calming. I recognized a bend in the path, and knew I was at least facing the right way toward where my car was. I didn't slow down. I kept running until the trees thinned, and I could see the faint outline of the field near the edge of the forest. When I finally broke out of the woods, the sudden openness of the field nearly made me dizzy. I stopped in the middle of the clearing, bent over, gasping for air. I kept looking back at the tree line, half expecting to see someone step out after me. But nothing came. The woods stood still, silent, giving away no sign that anything had been there. I walked the rest of the way back to my car, shaking, ears straining for any sound behind me. My hands fumbled with the keys when I reached it, and I locked the doors the second I got inside. I sat there for several minutes, just breathing, staring into the forest. Not a single movement, not a single noise. I told myself maybe it was an animal, maybe my imagination, but I knew what I had heard. That breathing wasn't like a deer or a bear. It was human, slow, deliberate. And the way it moved when I moved, the way it kept just far enough back to stay hidden, it wasn't chance. I drove home with the windows up and the doors locked tight. I never told anyone about it because I didn't want to hear the word imagination or overreaction. But deep down I knew better. Someone had been out there in those woods with me, following me, watching me, keeping close enough to let me know without ever showing their face. And the part that chills me even now is knowing I'll never know who it was, or why they were out there, or what might have happened if I hadn't run when I did. I still pass that dirt road sometimes, and every time I do, I feel that same heavy awareness, like eyes pressing from the shadows of the trees, waiting for someone else to step inside. That day taught me something I'll never forget. The forest isn't empty just because it looks empty. Sometimes it's what you can't see that's the most dangerous, and sometimes walking out alive doesn't mean you escaped. It only means you got lucky. It started out as a normal plan, something that felt simple enough when I thought about it during the day. I had been craving some time away from everything, away from the noise, away from the constant routine. The idea of spending a night out in the woods felt right. I packed my bag with what I thought I would need, checked my flashlight twice, made sure I had a lighter, some food, a water bottle, and a blanket. I told myself it would just be a quick camping trip, one night to clear my head. The place I picked wasn't too far from home, just a few miles outside town. It wasn't a marked campground, but it was a spot I had noticed before when driving. A small dirt pull-off on the side of the road led into a clearing that sloped down toward a stretch of woods. The field was wide, flat, and covered in tall grass that swayed when the wind touched it. The forest on the far side stood like a wall, thick and dark, and once the sun went down, it turned into a solid black mass. From the road, you wouldn't even notice it was there unless you stopped. I parked my car along the dirt pull-off, slung the bag over my shoulder, and started walking down into the clearing. It was quiet, the kind of quiet where you notice how loud your own breathing is. There was a soft hum of crickets, and sometimes the faint sound of something moving in the grass, but I told myself it was just small animals. Rabbits, maybe. The grass brushed against my legs as I made my way to a spot where the ground leveled out. I could still see the faint glow of the road if I turned back, but ahead of me was only the black outline of trees. I built a small fire with the wood I collected near the tree line. The flames crackled low, and the warmth was comforting, but I couldn't shake the feeling of how alone it felt. The sky above stretched wide, stars scattered across it. I remember tilting my head back and trying to count them, my eyes darting from one small point of light to another. I thought maybe this was what I came here for, just this quiet space, just to feel small under the sky. But then I noticed movement. At first, it didn't register. My eyes caught something shifting along the ridge of the hill about 200 feet away. The ridge rose up on the far side of the clearing, just before the woods thickened again. In the fading light, I could see the outline of a figure walking across the ridge, steady, not hurried, but straight, like they knew exactly where they were going. It wasn't the shape of an animal, it was upright, human. I stared hard, waiting to see if they would stop or look in my direction. But they didn't. They just kept walking until they reached the far edge of the ridge and disappeared behind it. I tried to convince myself it was nothing unusual. Maybe it was just someone out walking. Farmers sometimes checked their land, or maybe it was a hiker. But the way they didn't stop, didn't hesitate, just walked until they vanished. It left a weight in my stomach. I sat by the fire longer than I needed to, just listening, trying to hear if they were moving closer, but the night answered with nothing. Later, when the fire burned low, I decided I needed more wood. I grabbed my flashlight and walked into the edge of the forest. The air under the trees was cooler, damp, and carried the smell of earth. The ground was uneven, scattered with branches and leaves that cracked under my shoes. My flashlight beam cut through the trunks, pale light catching on the rough bark. I bent down to pick up a thick piece of wood, then froze. There was a sound behind me. It wasn't a branch breaking, not exactly. It was heavy, steady, like breathing. Slow and deep at first, then heavier, as though whatever was there had just exerted itself. I stood still, my hand tight around the wood, my heart thudding against my ribs. I turned my head slowly, shining the light into the trees. At first, I didn't see anything, just layers of trunks and shadows. But then I caught it, movement, just a small shift in the dark. Not clear enough to see a shape, not enough to define it as a person, but enough to know something was there. The breathing grew fainter, moving away, fading deeper into the trees. I wanted to follow the sound with my flashlight, to see what it was, but my body wouldn't move. My throat was dry, and my hands were shaking. The sound of the breathing kept going until it was gone. I forced myself to collect the wood I had, clutching it against my chest, and walked quickly back out to the clearing. When I reached the fire, I piled the wood on and sat down, trying to calm myself. I told myself again it was probably an animal, maybe a deer, maybe something else. But the weight of the sound, the way it had felt like it was right behind me, close enough that if I had turned a second earlier, I might have seen it, that stayed heavy in my chest. The night dragged on. The fire's glow seemed smaller with every passing hour, the darkness around me stretching wider. I couldn't stop glancing toward the ridge, half expecting to see the figure again. I kept the flashlight close, switching it on and off, scanning the grass, the tree line, anywhere movement might show. Every sound carried weight, the rustle of leaves, the crack of something shifting in the grass, the sudden burst of an insect wing near my ear. At one point, I thought I saw something again near the trees. Just a flicker, the suggestion of movement between trunks. I told myself not to imagine things, but my body wouldn't believe my mind. My shoulders stayed tense, my eyes straining against the dark. I didn't sleep. I couldn't. I sat up the entire night, the fire long gone cold, my flashlight beam flicking across the clearing again and again. Sometimes I thought I heard the breathing again, faint, somewhere past the trees, but I never saw anything clear. Just shadows, always shifting, never still long enough to explain. When the sky finally started to lighten, the field slowly turning gray, I felt my whole body ease. The woods didn't look as heavy with daylight creeping back in. I stood, stretched my stiff legs, and walked back toward the car. The clearing felt empty, quiet in a way that was almost normal again. But I couldn't shake the feeling I had been watched. Not once, but all night. On the drive home, every time I looked in the mirror, I expected to see something sitting in the back seat. My hands gripped the steering wheel so tight my knuckles ached. By the time I pulled into my driveway, I swore I wouldn't do that again. Not alone. Not in that place. The memory of the figure on the ridge, the sound of that breathing behind me, the way it faded into the dark, it followed me. I tried to explain it away, but there was no way to erase how real it felt. I knew someone or something had been there, and I knew it hadn't wanted me to see it. Even now, when I think back to that night, what unsettles me most isn't the figure or the breathing. It's the silence that came after. The way it slipped back into the dark without a trace, as if it belonged there and I didn't. That was the moment I realized the woods didn't care that I was there. They belonged to something else, and for that one night, I had stepped into its place. And it let me leave. It started out as a normal trip. At least that's how I thought of it when I first left the house. I had been working long hours for weeks, barely seeing the outside of my office or my apartment. My head felt heavy, my eyes strained, and my body restless from the same routine. I wanted to get away, even if it was just for a single night, and I figured a short camping trip would help me breathe again. I didn't plan it with anyone else, because I didn't want company. I wanted quiet, fresh air, and space that wasn't crowded by walls. I packed my backpack with the usual things: a tent, sleeping bag, some food, water bottles, and a flashlight. I left in the late afternoon, driving out of town until the road narrowed and the trees grew taller, blotting out the horizon. The air was cool when I parked by the side of a dirt road, locked my car, and started walking into the woods. I had no exact spot in mind, just the idea of following the trail until I felt I was far enough to be alone. The path was uneven, covered in roots and rocks, and the deeper I went, the quieter it became. The sound of cars faded quickly, and all that was left was the crunch of my boots and the rustling of leaves high above me. Every step felt like I was shaking off the noise of the world, peeling away the weight of the city. I liked the silence. By the time the sun dipped behind the hills, I had found a small clearing just big enough to pitch my tent. It was near a slope, and not far from a thin line of trees that separated the clearing from a denser part of the forest. The grass was low, the ground firm, and I set my tent there without thinking too much about it. I gathered some sticks and built a small fire to cook a simple meal. As I sat there, chewing slowly, I realized how much I missed the simple act of hearing nothing but the crackle of fire and the occasional chirp of a bird or insect. Darkness settled quickly, thicker than it ever felt in the city. I could see the stars above, clearer than I had in years, and for a while, I just lay back on the ground staring at them. The fire burned lower until it was just glowing embers, and I crawled into my tent, tired but calm. The ground was cold under my sleeping bag, but I didn't mind. The forest around me seemed still. I drifted off, thinking I had finally found the peace I was looking for. Sometime in the night, I woke up. I don't know why exactly, but something pulled me out of sleep. The tent was dark, but my ears picked up faint noises outside. It wasn't the normal sound of branches swaying or leaves brushing against each other. It was heavier, more deliberate, like footsteps, slow, steady, circling. My chest tightened as I lay completely still, listening. At first, I thought maybe it was a deer or something similar, but the steps were too controlled. They stopped for long moments, then shifted again, moving just beyond the thin wall of fabric separating me from the night. I tried to convince myself it was nothing, maybe my imagination, maybe the forest shifting, but the sound was too real. Minutes dragged on like hours. I didn't move. I barely breathed. Then slowly, the sound faded, and the forest fell back into its regular stillness. I didn't dare check outside. I stayed inside the tent, staring into the dark, until exhaustion forced my eyes closed again. When I woke with daylight, I tried to brush it off. I told myself maybe it had been an animal, maybe I had dreamt half of it. I stepped outside, and the ground was damp with morning dew. I walked a slow circle around the tent, and that's when I noticed it. The grass was flattened in places, in shapes too close to footprints to be ignored. They weren't clear enough to see shoes, but I could tell something or someone had moved there during the night. My stomach sank. I thought about packing up and leaving, but the sun was shining, and the forest looked harmless again. Maybe I was overreacting. Maybe I was just on edge. I convinced myself to stay, at least for the day. I wanted to enjoy the time away. I collected firewood, wandered the area, and even found a stream not too far down the slope where the water was clear and cold. For hours, everything felt normal again, and I managed to shake off the unease. By evening, I had a stronger fire going and sat close to it as the sky darkened. The air grew colder, and the forest sounds returned. I ate, warmed myself, and finally crawled into the tent again when the fire was nothing but glowing coals. My body was tired, but my mind was restless, replaying the sounds from the night before. When it happened again, it was worse. I woke to the same slow crunching steps outside the tent. They were closer this time, not moving in wide circles, but pacing right beside where I lay. The sound of weight pressing grass and soil filled my ears. Then it stopped, and I could hear breathing. Heavy, steady, deliberate breathing, just beyond the fabric. I didn't move. My hands gripped the edges of my sleeping bag, my heart pounding so hard I thought it would burst. The breathing shifted, low and steady, as if whoever it was leaned closer. I wanted to grab the flashlight, to shine it, but I was frozen. I felt the press of fear like a weight on my chest. Time dragged. I couldn't tell how long it lasted, but eventually, the sound pulled away. The footsteps retreated, slow at first, then fading into the distance. I stayed awake until the first light of dawn filtered through the tent. When I finally stepped outside, my stomach twisted again. This time, there were clearer prints in the soft earth. Not animal prints. Shoe prints. Someone had been there. I stared at them, following the faint trail toward the tree line, but I didn't go far. My mind raced with questions I didn't want answers to. I decided to leave. I packed my things as quickly as I could, shoving everything into my bag without care. My eyes kept flicking to the trees, waiting for something to move, for someone to appear. The hike back to the road felt longer than when I came. Every step I felt watched. The forest that had felt peaceful yesterday now pressed down on me, closing in. When I finally reached my car, my hands shook as I unlocked it and threw my gear inside. I sat for a moment, trying to steady my breathing before starting the engine. I didn't look back as I drove away, but I couldn't shake the image of the footprints outside my tent, the sound of breathing in the dark. That night, when I lay in my own bed, safe inside walls and under a roof, I realized how close I might have been to something far worse. I thought of the footsteps circling me, the breathing just outside, and the fact that whoever it was never revealed themselves. They didn't need to. They wanted me to know they were there. I never went camping alone again. Even now, years later, the memory sticks with me. The woods are wide and silent, but not empty. And sometimes, when I close my eyes at night, I still hear the slow, heavy steps outside the thin wall of my tent, waiting in the dark. I had always thought of myself as someone who could handle being alone outdoors. I had gone on hikes before, spent nights camping with friends, even walked home late at night through quiet streets without feeling like something was wrong. But this one trip changed the way I thought about being outside, about how much I trusted the safety of empty places. It started with me deciding to spend a weekend by myself in the woods, something I had been thinking about for a while. I told myself it would be peaceful, a way to get away from everything for a couple of days. I brought a small tent, some food, water, and enough gear to last. I parked my car near a trail that led deeper into the forest, then carried my things in until I found a spot that felt private and quiet. The first day was calm. I set up the tent, gathered firewood, and cooked a simple meal as the sun began to sink. The forest had that strange quietness it always gets in the evening, where the air feels heavy and still. I remember sitting on a log near the fire, listening to the sounds of birds going silent, the soft rustling of branches when a breeze passed through, and the distant crack of twigs somewhere deeper in the trees. None of it bothered me then. It just felt normal. I thought about how nice it was to be away from noise, away from people, away from all the distractions I was used to. But as night came on, the place began to feel different. The woods seemed to close in, the shadows stretching longer between the trees, making the spaces between them look like endless black corridors. The fire was small, but enough to light the little clearing I had chosen, though everything outside that circle of light looked darker than it had in the day. I could hear the forest still, but the sounds were harder to place now. Twigs snapping somewhere, something moving through the undergrowth, leaves shifting even when there wasn't wind. I tried to ignore it, telling myself it was just animals, maybe deer, maybe raccoons. When it was finally time to sleep, I climbed into my tent, zipped the flap closed, and lay on top of my sleeping bag. For a long time, I couldn't relax. I lay there staring at the thin fabric above me, listening. Every little sound seemed louder in the silence of the night. The distant call of some bird, the steady chirping of insects, and then, once in a while, the faint crack of something heavier moving across the forest floor. I told myself it was nothing. I tried to breathe slow, tried to calm down, but it felt like my ears were wide open, searching for something they didn't want to hear. At some point, I must have dozed off, because when I woke again the fire had burned out, and the tent was colder than before. The woods were completely silent now. That silence wasn't natural. It wasn't like the calm before. It was the kind of silence that makes your body tense without knowing why. I held my breath, listening, and then I heard it, slow steps in the leaves outside. They weren't heavy enough to sound like a bear or something that large, but they weren't quick or skittish like a small animal either. They were deliberate, slow, measured, like someone walking carefully just outside my tent. My heart started pounding. I stayed perfectly still, afraid to even move inside the sleeping bag. The steps moved around the clearing, slow crunches of leaves, pausing every so often. It was too steady to be an animal searching for food. It felt like someone was circling the tent. I didn't breathe until the sound faded, moving further into the trees. Even then, I couldn't relax. I lay awake the rest of the night, staring into the dark, waiting for something else to happen. When morning came, I was exhausted, but the sunlight made me feel safer. The forest didn't look as threatening in the day. I got up, checked around the clearing, and saw nothing unusual. The ground was covered in leaves and twigs, and though I thought I saw impressions where someone could have stepped, I couldn't be sure. I tried to tell myself I had imagined it, that it was probably just a deer. But the way it moved, the slow pacing, kept replaying in my head. I spent the day hiking further out, trying to shake the uneasy feeling. The woods were beautiful in the daylight, tall trees swaying, sunlight breaking through in patches, the smell of pine and earth strong in the air. I tried to enjoy it, but I couldn't get rid of the sense that I wasn't alone. Every time I stopped to drink water or sit for a moment, I felt like I should keep moving, like something was just out of sight watching. That night, I built a bigger fire, hoping it would make me feel safer. I cooked again, sat close to the flames, and forced myself to stay awake as long as I could. The forest sound seemed more normal this time, though every so often I thought I heard something faint, like a snap of a branch farther away. By midnight, my body was too tired to stay awake, so I climbed back into the tent. I hadn't been asleep for more than an hour when I woke again. This time it wasn't footsteps that woke me. It was the sound of breathing. Heavy, steady breathing right outside the tent. My blood froze. It was close, so close I thought for a moment it was inside with me. I could hear the faint rhythm of air pulling in and out, sometimes pausing, sometimes catching, like someone was trying to stay quiet but couldn't control their breath. I didn't move. I barely even let my chest rise and fall, trying to hide the sound of my own breathing. The fire outside had burned low again, so the tent was almost pitch black. I kept staring at the thin wall of fabric in front of me, waiting to see a shadow, a shape, anything. The breathing lasted for what felt like minutes, then slowly it moved away. I heard the faint crunch of steps retreating into the woods until it was silent again. I lay there shaking, unable to close my eyes. I didn't want to move, didn't want to make a sound. I stayed awake until the first light of dawn, every muscle in my body tight with fear. By morning, I was done. I didn't want to stay another night. I started packing my things as fast as I could, shoving gear into my bag, not even caring if I left things behind. The forest was quiet, but the quiet didn't feel safe anymore. It felt like the air was holding something back, waiting. I loaded everything, put out what was left of the fire, and started heading back to where I had parked. The trail felt longer than it had when I came in. Every sound behind me made me turn my head. Every bend in the path felt like something could be waiting just around it. I walked faster than I should have with the heavy pack, my legs burning, my breath quick and shallow. At one point, maybe halfway back, I stopped to rest for a second, leaning against a tree. That was when I noticed it. On the ground, pressed into the dirt, was a footprint. Not a boot like mine. Not the hoof of a deer or the paw of a coyote. It was the clear shape of a human shoe. And it was fresh. The edges were sharp, the soil still moist from where it had pressed down. It was facing the same direction I was going. I didn't stay to look at it longer. I forced myself to keep moving, faster now, almost running in parts of the trail, even with the heavy pack. The woods around me felt like they were closing in, every tree a place for someone to hide, every rustle in the leaves proof that I wasn't alone. When I finally saw the glint of my car through the trees, I nearly broke into a sprint. I dropped the pack into the back seat, climbed in, and locked the doors. My hands were shaking as I started the engine. I didn't even look behind me as I pulled onto the road and drove away, just staring straight ahead, gripping the wheel so tight my fingers hurt. It wasn't until I was miles down the road, the forest far behind me, that I let myself breathe again. But even then, I couldn't shake the image of that footprint, the sound of those slow steps, and the heavy breathing outside my tent. It was clear now. I hadn't been out there alone. Someone had been in those woods with me, watching, moving around my camp, standing just outside while I tried to sleep. And the worst part was not knowing why they hadn't done anything more. Not knowing what they wanted. Not knowing if they had followed me all the way back to the car, standing just out of sight in the trees, watching me leave. I had gone there to find quiet, to get away from people. Instead, I found a kind of quiet I never wanted again. The quiet of knowing someone was out there with me, close enough to touch my tent in the dark, close enough to hear my breathing, and close enough that if I hadn't left when I did, I might not have left at all. I remember the night air feeling thick, heavy, almost suffocating even though it wasn't hot. The kind of air that presses against your skin and makes every breath feel just a little slower, a little harder. I had gone out there alone, choosing to camp by myself in a small clearing near a stretch of woods I didn't know too well. I had walked most of the afternoon, carrying my pack and taking in the silence of the trail until I came across the opening. It wasn't much, just a patch of grass surrounded by trees, with a faint path leading deeper into the woods on the far side. Something about it seemed quiet enough, isolated enough, that I figured it would do for the night. I laid my gear down, put up the tent, and started setting things in order. The sun was still dropping behind the trees, leaving that dim orange glow that stretches shadows long across the ground. I could hear a few birds somewhere in the distance, but otherwise it was mostly still. No cars, no voices, no buzzing of electricity, just the muted sounds of the forest winding itself down for the night. At first it was calming. There's something about being away from everything that makes you feel like you can breathe a little deeper, even if the air feels heavier than normal. I gathered firewood just around the edges of the clearing, not wanting to go too far in. I noticed how quickly the forest swallowed light, the trees standing close enough together that the path between them turned into a black wall after only a few steps. I told myself I'd stay close until I had a proper fire going. It didn't take long before I had a decent pile of branches stacked beside the stones I had arranged in a ring. By the time I sparked it to life, the sun was nearly gone, and the flames leapt higher, casting a shifting circle of light around the clearing. The fire made the shadows seem alive. Every time I looked up, I caught myself glancing at the edges of the light, seeing shapes move where there was nothing, only the flickering of branches against the glow. I tried to ignore it, focusing on boiling some water for food. The sound of the fire crackling kept me company, but behind it, I started noticing other sounds. At first it was faint, like something brushing against leaves. Then it was the crunch of what might have been a footstep. Not close, but not far either. My head turned sharply, and the woods looked the same as they always had, dark, endless, silent except for the faint ringing in my ears. I tried to calm myself. Animals moved through the trees all the time. Deer, raccoons, foxes, anything could have made that noise. I forced myself to eat, even though every bite felt like chewing on stone. My stomach twisted as I swallowed, my eyes darting back to the tree line again and again. The firelight wasn't enough to push back the darkness far. The woods seemed thicker than they had during the day, as if they had crept closer while I wasn't looking. By the time I cleaned my small pot and set it aside, the sky had gone completely black. The stars above the clearing were sharp and cold, but they barely reached into the trees. I decided I'd sit up a while longer by the fire before going into the tent. My chair creaked as I leaned back, staring into the flames, trying to settle my nerves. That's when I heard it again. Not just one sound this time, but a rhythm. A slow, deliberate pacing. The crack of a branch breaking under weight. The dry swish of something brushing against another tree. I froze. My chest tightened, and I held my breath, straining to listen. The steps didn't come closer at first. They moved sideways, circling, dragging out the silence between each one. My mind scrambled for explanations. A bear? A large animal? But the way it moved, the careful spacing of the steps, it felt different. It felt purposeful, like it was aware of me, staying just far enough out of sight, but close enough that I couldn't ignore it. The fire popped loudly, and I jumped at the sound. The pacing stopped. For a long moment, there was nothing but the crackling of the flames and the distant call of some night bird. I slowly reached down to my pack and pulled out the small hatchet I carried, setting it across my lap. The weight of it in my hands was both comforting and useless all at once. Minutes dragged by, each one longer than the last. I told myself I couldn't sit out there all night. I needed to go into the tent, zip it up, try to sleep, and let morning come. But the thought of turning my back on the tree line, of lying down blind while something, or someone moved out there, filled me with a dread that seemed to stick in my throat. Finally, I forced myself to stand. The firelight danced across the grass, and my shadow stretched out long behind me. I kept the hatchet in my hand as I backed toward the tent. Every step made the fabric of the tent look smaller, weaker, like nothing more than paper between me and the dark. When I finally ducked inside, I zipped it up fast, heart pounding in my ears. Inside, the air was stuffy and close. I laid down on my sleeping bag, the hatchet still clutched tightly. I tried to breathe slowly, tried to calm myself, but every sound outside seemed magnified through the thin fabric. Leaves brushing, twigs snapping, and then, unmistakably, footsteps again. Closer this time. I held my breath. The fire outside crackled faintly, its glow pushing just enough light through the tent walls to keep the space from being fully black. Shadows shifted as the flames flickered, and in that unsteady glow, I could see movement just outside. A figure moved past, slow, steady, blocking the firelight for an instant as it crossed between me and the flames. My body went cold. My fingers dug tighter into the handle of the hatchet. Whoever it was didn't stop. They walked past, their shape stretching and shrinking as the fire danced. I waited, counting each second in my head, feeling sweat slide down the sides of my face. After a while, the sound faded, swallowed by the woods again. I didn't sleep. I couldn't. I laid there in the dark for hours, every muscle tight, every nerve on edge, waiting for the sound to return. The fire outside burned low, the glow fading, until only faint embers lit the clearing. At some point, exhaustion must have taken me, because the next thing I knew, a thin light was spilling across the fabric of the tent. Morning. When I unzipped the tent, the air outside was cool and damp. The fire was nothing more than ash, and a few charred pieces of wood. My gear was untouched, just as I had left it, but the ground around the clearing was not. There were prints. Not animal tracks, not random scuffs. Footprints. Bare, human footprints pressed into the dirt, circling the camp, weaving between trees, and stopping just a few feet from my tent before turning away. The weight of that realization sank into me. Someone had been out there all night, watching, circling, waiting. I packed my gear as quickly as I could, my hands shaking so badly that I dropped things more than once. I didn't bother to eat or even drink. I just shoved everything into my bag, kicked dirt over the ashes of the fire, and left. The trail back out felt longer than it had coming in. Every sound made me flinch. Every step felt like I was being followed. I didn't stop to rest, didn't look back until I reached the edge of the road where I had left my car. Only then did I allow myself to breathe fully again. Even now, when I think back on that night, I can feel the same tightness in my chest. It wasn't the woods that scared me, not the darkness, not the fire dying out. It was the knowledge that someone else had chosen to be out there too. Not camping, not hiking, not passing by. They had been there for me, circling me like a predator, watching me sit by the fire, watching me lie inside the tent, close enough to reach out if they wanted to. I never went back to that clearing. I never even looked for it again. The memory of those footprints was enough. I remember the way the air felt that evening, heavy and damp, the kind of air that presses on your chest without you noticing until you try to breathe deeply. I had decided to spend a weekend by myself at a small cabin tucked away at the edge of the woods. It wasn't really far from town, maybe a 40-minute drive, but once you got there it felt like another world. The dirt road leading in was narrow, with tree branches hanging low and scraping along the side of my car as I drove. The cabin itself was nothing fancy, just 4 wooden walls, a porch with a single chair, and an old wood stove inside. I had brought supplies with me: food, water, a lantern, a flashlight, a small axe for cutting wood, and a sleeping bag. I wanted to clear my head, to step away from everything. I thought being alone would make me feel lighter, calmer. For the first few hours, it did. I walked the edges of the clearing, noticing the silence except for the constant hum of insects. The forest loomed on all sides, dark and crowded with trees that seemed to lean inward, watching. When the sun began to drop, the clearing shifted. The light bled out of the sky and shadows stretched until they blended into the wall of trees. I built a small fire in the ring of stones beside the cabin, using what I'd brought with me. The fire crackled, sparks shooting upward, but the darkness around me seemed thicker than what I was used to. Every time I looked into the forest, I felt like something would be there if I stared long enough. I tried to distract myself by making food. I heated a can of soup on the fire and ate straight from it, the metal warm in my hands. I kept glancing toward the tree line, feeling that uncomfortable prickle on the back of my neck. The longer I sat outside, the more aware I became of how alone I really was. There was no cell service this far out. If anything happened, I would have to deal with it myself. It was around 9 when I heard the first sound that didn't belong to the usual forest background. It was faint at first, a steady rustle of movement. Not the random scatter of a squirrel, not the quick burst of a rabbit darting through underbrush, but a slow and steady push of something moving deliberately. I froze, spoon halfway to my mouth. My eyes fixed on the line where firelight ended and the forest began. The noise stopped the moment I tried to focus on it. I stayed by the fire a while longer, listening. The insects had gone quiet. It was strange how heavy the silence became when even the crickets refused to fill it. My ears strained for anything, and finally, I heard it again. This time it was clearer. The sound of weight shifting on leaves, something stepping carefully, but still heavy enough that it couldn't disguise itself completely. I told myself it was probably a deer, maybe even a stray dog, but the thought didn't calm me. I stayed by the fire until the wood began to burn down. Then I reluctantly went inside the cabin. I closed the wooden door, set the latch, and lit the lantern on the small table. The light flickered against the log walls, making the whole cabin feel smaller, almost suffocating. I lay in my sleeping bag, listening. For a while, all I heard was my own breathing and the occasional creak of the old cabin settling. I almost managed to drift off when a new sound pulled me back to full awareness. It was soft at first, like something brushing lightly against wood. Then it came again, louder, a clear drag of something along the outer wall of the cabin. My heart thumped hard. I lay perfectly still, staring at the ceiling, holding my breath to listen. The noise circled the cabin slowly. It wasn't quick or frantic. It moved with patience, dragging, then pausing, then dragging again. I imagined an animal rubbing against the wood, but it didn't sound right. The pauses between movements felt too controlled, too intentional. I sat up, my body tense. I reached for the flashlight, my hand shaking as I clicked it on. The beam cut across the cabin, bright but unsteady. I thought about going to the window, but fear pinned me in place. Instead, I stayed where I was, my ears straining, the sound of dragging wood still circling. Eventually, after what felt like forever, the sound stopped. The silence that followed was worse. I barely slept that night. Every small creak, every rustle outside made my pulse jump. I stayed alert until exhaustion finally pulled me into shallow sleep. When morning came, I stepped outside cautiously. The fire pit was cold, and the clearing was damp with dew. I walked slowly around the cabin, scanning the dirt for prints. At first, I didn't see anything unusual. Then near the back wall, I noticed disturbed leaves and a faint impression in the soil. It wasn't a clear footprint, but it wasn't random either. Something had been there, close to the wall, close to where I had heard the dragging. I tried to shake it off. I told myself it could have been an animal pressing against the cabin in the night. Still, the uneasy feeling stayed with me. I spent the day gathering more firewood, keeping busy. I avoided the forest, sticking close to the clearing. Every so often, I caught myself glancing at the trees, expecting movement. By the time night came again, my nerves were already worn thin. I built a larger fire, adding extra logs, hoping it would keep whatever was out there away. I sat closer to it this time, watching the flames. The night closed in fast. Soon the forest was nothing but a black wall surrounding the clearing. It didn't take long before I heard it again. This time it wasn't rustling in the leaves. It was the clear crunch of footsteps. Slow, deliberate steps, not far from the edge of the firelight. I froze, my eyes locked on the darkness. The sound stopped. My skin crawled with the awareness that someone, or something, was just outside my sight. The fire popped, sparks flying, and in that brief light I thought I saw movement between the trees. A shape, tall and still, half hidden in the shadows. My throat tightened. I told myself not to blink, not to move. But when the flames settled, the shape was gone. I stayed outside longer than I should have, trying to convince myself I imagined it. But the footsteps started again, circling wide around the clearing. My fear finally pushed me inside. I shut the door hard, latched it, and pulled the lantern closer. I sat in the chair by the table, gripping the flashlight, staring at the door. The dragging sound returned. It moved slowly along the walls, then paused. The silence was so heavy I could hear the blood rushing in my ears. Then came the sound of weight pressing lightly against the wooden boards, as if something, or someone, was leaning against the wall, testing it. I stayed awake the entire night, too afraid to close my eyes. When morning light finally crept through the window, I went outside again. This time, the marks were clearer. Not animal prints, but impressions too large and spaced too evenly to be anything but human. They circled the cabin, stopping at the door, then continuing. That was the moment I decided I wouldn't stay another night. I packed quickly, stuffing my things into bags without caring about the order. My hands shook as I carried everything to the car. The whole time I felt eyes on me, as if the trees were hiding something that refused to step into the daylight. When I finally drove away, the dirt road felt endless. Every glance in the rearview mirror showed only dust rising behind me, but I couldn't shake the feeling that if I slowed down, I would see someone standing there at the edge of the road, watching me leave. Even now, when I think back to that weekend, I remind myself there were no ghosts, no monsters. It was something real, something human, and that makes it worse. Someone had been out there, circling the cabin, watching me in the dark, and I'll never know why. I never thought that one simple decision could leave me shaken for the rest of my life. Looking back, it almost feels like it was something waiting for me, like it didn't matter what I chose, I would have ended up there anyway. But the truth is, I chose to go. I chose to step into that moment, into that place, and I learned just how quickly a normal night can turn into something terrifying. It was late summer, the air still heavy and warm, but already hinting at the coming fall. The days had been hot, and the nights cooled down just enough to make sitting outside feel comfortable. I had driven out to a small wooded area just outside of town, a place I liked because it was quiet. People rarely went there, and even fewer stayed after dark. The spot wasn't official parkland, just some old trails cut by hunters and kids looking for a place to drink. There was a clearing in the middle of the woods that I had found a couple months before, and it became a place where I could go and be alone. That night, I packed a small backpack with a flashlight, some water, and a folding chair. I parked my car on the gravel pull-off by the road and followed the narrow path into the trees. It was about a 15-minute walk to the clearing, and as I went, the sounds of the world behind me faded. No cars, no houses, no voices. Just the forest, with its mixture of insects buzzing, leaves rustling, and the occasional sharp crack of a branch snapping somewhere in the distance. I always tried not to think too much about those noises, because if you thought too hard about them, your mind would start inventing reasons for them. Every small sound could turn into footsteps. Every shadow could hide something waiting. I told myself it was just raccoons or deer, maybe even a stray dog moving around. Still, I kept my flashlight in hand, thumb on the switch, ready to snap it on if I had to. The clearing opened up suddenly, a wide circle where the trees stopped and the grass grew waist-high in some places. I had flattened down a small area for my chair and kept a few stones around from when I had once made a small fire pit. I set the chair down, sat, and let out a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. Out there, under the open sky, I always felt both exposed and safe at the same time. Exposed, because there was nothing shielding me from the woods that pressed in all around. Safe, because I could see the tree line in every direction, nothing close enough to sneak up without me noticing. The first hour passed quietly. I listened to the insects, the soft breeze moving through the grass, and the occasional night bird calling from the trees. My phone stayed in my pocket, and I just let the dark settle around me. But after a while, something shifted. I didn't notice it at first. It wasn't sudden, like a loud noise or movement. It was more subtle. I realized that I was leaning forward in the chair, listening harder than before. My eyes kept drifting to the right, toward the far edge of the clearing. At first, I thought I was imagining it. A darker shape among the trees, something that didn't quite match the pattern of branches and shadows. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, and told myself it was just my brain adjusting to the dim light. But the longer I stared, the more I felt sure that something, or someone, was standing there, just inside the tree line. I stayed frozen, my hand on the flashlight, but I didn't turn it on yet. I wanted my eyes to stay adjusted to the dark, because the beam of light might blind me for a few seconds when I turned it off again. I tried to focus on the spot, waiting for movement, but nothing happened. After a couple minutes, I convinced myself I was wrong. My mind had just built a shape out of the shadows, the way it does when you stare too long at the dark. I sat back again, but I didn't feel relaxed anymore. The quiet felt heavier now. I realized I couldn't hear any of the night insects that had been buzzing so loud before. The air felt still, like even the breeze had gone. I told myself that sometimes it happened, that the forest had its own rhythms. But my skin prickled, and my stomach twisted. I felt like the whole clearing was holding its breath, waiting for something. Then came the sound. It wasn't loud, but in the silence it felt sharp, cutting straight through everything. A footstep. Not the random snap of a branch from an animal, not the soft scurry of a raccoon. It was heavy, deliberate, and it came from the tree line to my right, the same spot where I thought I had seen the shape. My hand tightened around the flashlight. I turned it on, the beam slicing through the dark, flooding the grass and hitting the trees. For a second, all I saw were trunks, branches, and shadows. Then the beam caught movement. A shape shifted, pulling back, just out of reach of the light. I jerked the beam toward it, but whatever it was had already moved deeper into the trees. My chest tightened, and I could feel the pounding of my heart in my ears. I stood slowly, sweeping the light back and forth along the tree line. Nothing, just the still, waiting forest. I told myself it was an animal, but the sound had been too heavy, too human. I debated packing up right then and leaving, but a part of me didn't want to believe it. I didn't want to accept that someone else had been standing there, watching me. I waited, holding the light steady on the trees, but the forest stayed still. Finally, I shut it off, plunging the clearing back into darkness. My eyes adjusted slowly, and I sat back in the chair, trying to steady my breathing. For a while, nothing happened. My muscles started to loosen, and I almost convinced myself I had overreacted. But then I heard it again. Not from the right this time, but from directly across the clearing. Another footstep, slow, heavy, pressing into the ground. I stood up fast, swinging the flashlight across the clearing. My heart hammered in my chest as the beam lit up the opposite tree line. Again, I caught the faintest flicker of movement, something slipping back behind the cover of the trees, staying just out of full sight. That was enough. I shoved the chair down, grabbed my bag, and started for the path. My flashlight beam shook with my hands as I walked quickly, then faster, until I was nearly jogging. Every few steps, I swung the light behind me, half expecting to see someone following. Nothing, just the endless dark of the forest. The path twisted, and every shadow seemed to move. My breath came hard, and my skin was slick with sweat despite the cool night air. I kept telling myself not to run, that running would make me trip, but my body didn't care. By the time I saw the faint glint of my car through the trees, I was sprinting. I broke out of the woods, nearly throwing myself into the driver's side. I yanked the door open, tossed the bag inside, and slammed it shut behind me. My shaking hands fumbled the keys, and I dropped them once before jamming them into the ignition. The engine roared to life, and I threw the car into reverse, tires spitting gravel as I turned back onto the road. As I drove, I kept checking the mirrors, half expecting to see headlights behind me, or worse, someone standing in the road. But the night stayed empty. It wasn't until I was halfway home that I let myself breathe again. My body ached with the release of tension, my hands cramping from how tightly I had been gripping the wheel. When I finally pulled into my driveway, I sat in the car for a long time, the engine off, the world silent. My mind kept replaying the sound of those footsteps, the way the shape slipped just out of sight. Whoever it was, they hadn't called out, hadn't made a sound except for those slow, deliberate steps. They had just watched, waited, and moved along the edge of the clearing, staying in the dark where I couldn't see them. That was the part that stayed with me the most. Not the fear I felt, not the sprint back to the car. It was the knowledge that I had been out there alone, sitting in the open, while someone else had been in the trees, watching me, circling me. And they had never tried to leave the shadows. They wanted me to know they were there, without ever letting me see them fully. I never went back to that clearing again. Even now, when I drive past that stretch of woods, I feel the same tightness in my chest, the same prickle on my skin. I tell myself it was just someone passing through, maybe a hunter or another camper. But deep down, I know it wasn't that simple. Because if it was, why didn't they ever step out into the light? Why didn't they say a word? Why did they stay hidden, circling, waiting, until I finally fled? And why, even now, do I sometimes feel the same sensation I felt that night? The weight of unseen eyes on me, watching from just beyond the edge of the light. It was late in the afternoon when I decided to head out for a drive into the hills. I had been restless all week, stuck between work and a routine that felt like it was pressing down on me. So I thought maybe getting out of the house and away from the noise of the city would help clear my head. The highway stretched out long and empty, and the further I went the more the buildings fell away until it was only fields, patches of woods, and the gray outline of hills in the distance. The air felt cooler, sharper, and the silence that came with leaving the city behind made me feel like I could finally breathe again. The road I chose wasn't one I had ever been on before. It wasn't a main road, more like a narrow county road that wound through farmland and then cut into the hills. The asphalt was cracked in places, weeds growing through the edges, and I only passed one other car in nearly an hour of driving. I wasn't worried about getting lost since my phone still had signal, and I liked the idea of just following the road until I got tired of it. As the sun dropped lower, the light spilled across the hills in deep orange streaks. The woods got thicker, stretching on both sides of the road until the trees grew so close together they blocked most of the sky. I slowed down to take it all in, rolling down the windows to hear the cicadas and the distant sound of water somewhere deeper in the woods. I wasn't in a hurry, and for the first time in weeks I felt calm. But calm never lasts long. I noticed the first odd thing about 30 minutes later, when I came to a curve in the road where an old wooden fence lined the side. Just past the fence, tucked between the trees, there was what looked like the remains of a burned-out truck. The metal frame was twisted, charred black, and the tires had long since rotted off. It wasn't fresh, it must have been sitting there for years, but it struck me how strange it was that no one had cleared it away. I slowed down and looked at it as I passed, my eyes catching on the sharp edges of metal and the melted glass. For some reason it gave me a strange feeling, like I shouldn't linger too long. I pressed down on the gas and moved on. The road narrowed the further I went, so narrow that if another car had come the other way, I wasn't sure how we'd both fit. The trees leaned over the road in a way that made it feel like a tunnel, the branches reaching and tangling together above me. I glanced at my phone and realized the signal had dropped to nothing. I wasn't worried yet, but it made me feel like I was really out there, far from anyone else. The second strange thing happened just before dusk. I saw someone walking along the road ahead of me. At first I thought it was just a hiker or maybe someone from a nearby house. But as I got closer I realized there weren't any houses, no driveways, no trails marked anywhere near where they were. They were just walking slowly, straight down the middle of the road. I slowed the car to match their pace, but before I got too close they stepped off into the woods without looking back, disappearing between the trees. I looked to the spot where they'd gone, but the woods swallowed them almost instantly. No sound, no movement, just gone. I drove past the spot and looked into the trees, but there was nothing. No path, no sign anyone had been there. The sun had dropped lower by then, shadows growing long and stretching over the road, and the woods seemed darker than they should have been. I shook it off and told myself it was nothing, just someone out here who knew the place better than I did. Night came fast. Out here there weren't any streetlights, no glow from nearby towns, only the headlights cutting through the dark. The woods pressed in closer, and I felt like I was driving deeper into some place I wasn't supposed to be. I started to think maybe I should turn around, but the road was so narrow I would have had to back up a long way to find a spot wide enough to do it safely. I decided I'd keep going a little longer, hoping it would eventually open up. That was when I saw the car. It was parked on the side of the road, half on the gravel shoulder and half in the weeds. At first glance it looked abandoned. The windows were fogged over, and the paint was dull with dust. But what made me slow down was the driver's door. It was wide open, not just cracked, but all the way open, as if whoever had been in it had left in a hurry. I pulled up slowly, my headlights washing over the car. It was an older model sedan, maybe from the late 90s, and there were no plates on it. Inside, I could see clutter on the seats, fast food wrappers, an old jacket, something metallic in the cup holder, but no sign of anyone. I stopped for a moment, engine idling, staring at that open door. The woods around me were silent, too silent. Not even the cicadas now. I felt the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Something about it wasn't right, and I didn't want to sit there long enough to find out why. I eased past it, my eyes locked on the rearview mirror until the car disappeared into the dark behind me. I thought about turning around again. I thought about how strange it all felt, how the road seemed endless, how there was no sign of houses or other cars. But I kept going, telling myself I was overthinking it. Then I saw the figure again. Up ahead, maybe 50 yards down the road, someone was standing just off the shoulder, half hidden by the trees. Not walking this time, just standing. I slowed down, my grip tightening on the wheel. The headlights caught them only for a second before the curve of the road shifted, and they slipped back into the shadows. My chest felt tight. I pressed harder on the gas, telling myself I just wanted to get out of there faster, but my hands were shaking on the wheel. I kept glancing into the woods, every shadow looking like it could move, every gap between the trees feeling like a doorway. I drove for what felt like hours, though it couldn't have been more than 30 minutes. The woods didn't thin, the road didn't widen, and my phone stayed dead. My fuel gauge dipped lower than I was comfortable with. I started to wonder if the road ever ended, if I had somehow gotten myself onto some forgotten stretch of asphalt that just wound through the hills forever. When I came to the clearing, I almost didn't believe it at first. The trees broke apart suddenly, the road opening into a wide dirt lot that looked like an old rest area. There were cracked picnic tables, a rusted metal trash barrel, and a wooden sign so faded I couldn't make out what it once said. I pulled over and shut off the engine, the sudden silence pressing in heavy and thick. That was when I heard it. Movement. Not loud, but enough. Leaves shifting, a branch snapping somewhere just beyond the tree line. I sat frozen in the driver's seat, my eyes locked on the dark woods. The sound came again, closer this time, the unmistakable rhythm of footsteps moving slowly across the ground. Not an animal. Too heavy. Too deliberate. I turned the key and the engine sputtered back to life. But in that moment I caught sight of something in the headlights. A shape. Just for a second. Tall, still, standing at the edge of the clearing, watching. I didn't wait to see more. I slammed the car into gear and tore out of there, the tires kicking up dirt as I swung back onto the road. I didn't stop again. Not for the woods, not for the shadows, not even when I thought I saw movement pacing me between the trees. I kept driving, hands locked on the wheel, my eyes fixed on the narrow strip of asphalt illuminated in front of me. It felt endless, the road twisting and curling deeper into the dark, until finally, after what must have been another hour, I saw lights. They weren't headlights. They were streetlights. Faint at first, then brighter as the road widened and spit me out into a small town I had never heard of. Just like that, the woods were gone, the silence broken by the hum of neon signs and the sound of cars parked along the curb. I pulled into a gas station and shut off the car, my body shaking so hard I could barely keep the keys in my hand. I sat there for a long time, staring at the bright lights of the station, listening to the familiar noise of traffic on a nearby road, trying to calm myself down. When I finally stepped out, the air smelled of gasoline and fried food from the diner next door. It felt real again, normal again, and yet I couldn't shake the weight pressing in my chest. I didn't know what I had seen back there, or why the road felt the way it did, but I knew I never wanted to drive it again. I filled my tank, got back in the car, and pulled onto the main highway, heading home. But even as the miles rolled away, even as the city lights grew closer, I couldn't stop checking the mirrors. Every shadow that flickered past made my heart pound. Every glimpse of dark woods along the roadside made me grip the wheel tighter. I told myself I had made it out, that it was over, but some part of me couldn't believe it. Some part of me felt like the road hadn't really let me go. Like somewhere out there, in the dark hills and the endless woods, someone was still standing just beyond the trees, waiting for me to come back. I never really thought about how silence could turn against you until that night. I used to believe that silence was something calming, something that gave peace and rest. But when you're alone in the wrong place, when your body is tired and your nerves are stretched thin, silence becomes something else entirely. It presses against you, it rings in your ears, and every little sound that breaks through it feels like a warning. That was the way it felt to me when I decided to stay alone in that small hunting cabin deep in the woods. The cabin belonged to a friend of my father's. He used it in the fall for deer season and sometimes in winter when he wanted to trap, but for most of the year, it just sat there collecting dust. He let me use it for a weekend when I asked, since I said I wanted a break from people and noise. At the time, I meant it. I thought being cut off would be good for me. No phone service, no neighbors, no cars passing by. Just me, a small wood stove, a kerosene lantern, and my own thoughts. I parked my car at the end of the logging road and hiked the last mile in, carrying a pack with food and a few supplies. The woods were heavy and green that time of year. The air had that damp smell of soil and leaves breaking down. The trail wasn't really a trail, more like an overgrown path with brambles scratching against my legs. When I reached the cabin, the first thing I noticed was how small it looked compared to what I'd pictured in my head. Just one room, a sloped tin roof, and a crooked chimney. The porch sagged, and the windows were smudged with dirt. Inside, it was basic but fine. A cot against one wall, a little wooden table with 2 chairs, a shelf with some cans left behind, and the old stove with a pile of split wood stacked beside it. The floor creaked when I walked across, and there was a smell of dust and something a little sour, like damp clothes. But I liked it. It felt simple, quiet, safe. At least, that's how it felt in the daylight. By evening I had the stove going, a small fire crackling inside, and I cooked myself some canned soup. The sun went down quicker than I expected, the wood swallowing up the light until the only glow came from the fire and the lantern. The air outside was dead still. No breeze, no rustling leaves. When I stepped out onto the porch to breathe the cool air, it was like stepping into a wall of black. The trees pressed close, and the night swallowed everything beyond a few steps. I could barely see the outline of the path I had walked in on. That was the first time I felt it, the unease. Like standing too close to the edge of a drop you can't see the bottom of. I sat inside and tried to ignore it, telling myself I was just not used to this kind of darkness. I read a book I brought along, sipped water, and stretched out on the cot. I must have dozed off because I woke up some time later with the lantern out and the fire almost dead. The room was pitch black except for the faint orange glow inside the stove. I lay there still, adjusting to the quiet. That was when I heard it, something outside. A crunch, not loud, but sharp enough to cut through the silence. It sounded like a boot on leaves. I froze. My ears strained for more, but nothing came right away. Then a little shift. Another crunch. This time it was closer. My chest tightened, and I sat up slowly on the cot. My first thought was that it could be an animal, a deer or maybe a raccoon. But the way the steps came, spaced out and heavy, made me think otherwise. They weren't random scurries. They were deliberate. I held my breath and counted the seconds between them. 1, 2, 3, another crunch. Whoever or whatever it was, they were walking slowly around the cabin. I stayed still, every muscle tight, listening as the sound circled. At one point it stopped right outside the wall near my head. I could hear the faint shift of weight, like someone trying to stand quietly. The silence stretched on and on, until I almost thought I had imagined it. But then the crunching started again, this time moving toward the back of the cabin. I wanted to tell myself it was nothing. Maybe a hunter passing through, maybe just a deer. But I couldn't shake the thought of how slow the steps were, how purposeful. Whoever it was, they weren't in a hurry. They were moving like they had all the time in the world. I stayed awake for hours, clutching the flashlight I had beside me, until eventually exhaustion dragged me under. The next morning, I tried to brush it off. The light of day made it easier. I stepped outside and walked around the cabin, looking for tracks. The ground was mostly leaves, but here and there I saw depressions, long, narrow, like the shape of boots. They trailed off into the trees. My stomach turned, but I forced myself to believe it could have been from earlier. Maybe even my own, though they didn't line up exactly. I spent the day hiking a little, gathering more wood, trying to keep my mind busy. But all day, I couldn't shake the feeling that the woods weren't empty. Every time I stopped, I thought I heard something faint behind me. A twig snap, the sound of something brushing against branches. When I turned, there was nothing, just the endless green of the trees. That night was worse, much worse. The fire was burning steady, the lantern dimmed, and I had just started to drift off when it came again. The crunching, at first far off, then closer, slow, steady, circling. My mouth went dry. My heart pounded so hard I could feel it in my throat. This time I knew it wasn't an animal. There was rhythm in those steps, a weight behind them. Human weight. I gripped the flashlight again, but I didn't turn it on. I didn't want to give away that I was awake. The steps drew closer, circling tighter around the cabin, stopping now and then. At one point I heard something scrape lightly against the wall. A dragging sound, like fingers or the tip of something hard. I pressed my back against the wall of the cot and stayed there, barely breathing. Hours seemed to crawl by before the sound faded. I don't know when I finally drifted off, but when I woke up, the light coming through the window was weak and gray. I stepped outside again. This time, the ground told more of a story. Clear boot prints, fresh, leading from the trees right up to the cabin walls and back out again. My chest went hollow. Someone had been right there in the night, circling me while I lay inside. I wanted to pack up and leave, but part of me felt stubborn. I told myself maybe it was just some local messing around. If I left, it would feel like running. So I stayed, even though my gut screamed at me not to. That evening, I forced myself to stay awake. I kept the lantern low, the fire burning small, and sat at the table with my ears tuned to every sound. The woods outside were dead quiet. Too quiet. I waited for hours, the air heavy, my nerves stretched thin. Then, sometime deep into the night, I heard it again. Not just crunching this time, but something more. The sound of weight shifting on the porch boards. A slow creak. My throat tightened. The porch was only a few steps from where I sat. I could picture the shape of the door, the thin wood between me and whoever stood there. Another creak followed, closer. I held the flashlight tight in my hand, ready to shine it, but I couldn't bring myself to move. Then came the faintest sound of breath, just on the other side of the door. Long, slow breaths. Someone was standing there, listening. Minutes stretched like hours. My hands shook, but I stayed frozen, waiting. Finally, the boards creaked again, this time moving away. The steps faded into the trees, and eventually the silence returned. By the time the first pale light of morning came, I had already decided. I packed my bag, shoved everything I could inside, and left. I didn't bother putting the fire out. I didn't bother looking for tracks. I just walked. I walked fast, almost running, down the path, not looking back. The woods felt alive all around me, like eyes followed me through every step. When I finally reached my car, my hands shook so badly I fumbled with the keys. I got in, slammed the doors shut, and started the engine. Only then did I let myself breathe fully again. I didn't stop driving until I was miles away. I never told anyone the full details. I said I just didn't like being alone out there, that it wasn't for me. But the truth was clear in my head. Someone had been out there those nights. Not an animal, not a trick of my imagination. Someone had stood outside that cabin, circling, watching, breathing through the walls. I don't know what they wanted. I don't know why they never tried the door. But I know this. If I had stayed one more night, if I had let myself fall asleep again with those sounds just outside, I might not have made it out. Even now, when the world goes quiet and I hear the faintest creak of wood or the crunch of steps outside my window, my chest tightens the same way. Because I remember the weight of those slow, deliberate footsteps, circling in the dark, waiting for me to slip. It was late in the summer when I decided to spend a few days alone in the woods. I had been working nonstop for months, and my mind was restless. I thought a trip out into nature would calm me down, help me clear my head, and let me feel something different from the constant noise of daily life. I packed my gear slowly and carefully the night before: tent, sleeping bag, a small stove, food for a few days, a knife, some rope, a flashlight, spare batteries, and enough water to last until I could refill from the stream I knew ran through the valley. I felt proud of myself for being so prepared. The drive out took nearly 3 hours, and I could feel the city fading away behind me as the roads narrowed and the trees thickened around the asphalt. The air grew heavier with the smell of pine and damp earth. By the time I parked my car near the gravel trailhead, there was barely anyone around. A single truck stood in the lot, old and faded, and its owner was nowhere in sight. That gave me a strange feeling, knowing someone else was out here, but not knowing where. Still, I brushed it off. People came out here to camp and hike all the time. The trail started wide, worn down by years of use, but after half an hour of walking it narrowed into a path lined with roots and rocks. My pack was heavy, sweat rolled down my back, and insects buzzed around my face. The deeper I went, the quieter everything became. At first, I welcomed the silence, but soon it began to feel thick, as if the trees themselves were pressing closer around me, cutting me off from the world I had left behind. By late afternoon, I reached the small clearing I had planned to camp in. It was a flat patch of earth, a good 100 feet from the stream, with tall trees on every side. The grass was short and dry, and it looked like others had camped there before. I dropped my pack, stretched my sore shoulders, and set up the tent. I felt a little thrill at the thought of being alone out here. Nobody to bother me, no responsibilities, just me, the woods, and the long, quiet nights. After the tent was up, I gathered some branches and started a small fire. I sat with my knees pulled up, listening to the crackle and the occasional snap as sap boiled out of the wood. The shadows grew long and stretched out across the clearing, and the forest shifted with the evening. Birds grew silent. The wind faded. It was as if the world was holding its breath, waiting for the night. When darkness finally settled in, it came fast. I cooked a simple meal on the fire and ate slowly, looking into the trees. The light from the flames only reached so far, and past that point everything was swallowed in blackness. I tried to look away, but I kept finding my eyes drawn back to the dark. Every now and then, I thought I saw a movement between the trunks, a flicker, a shift, something sliding across the edge of my vision. I told myself it was just my eyes playing tricks. I slept poorly that night. The ground was hard, and the noises of the forest kept dragging me out of shallow dreams. I heard rustling, heavy steps that stopped as soon as I raised my head. My heart pounded every time. At one point, I was sure I heard breathing just beyond the thin nylon wall of my tent. Slow, steady, almost human. I held my breath, clutching the knife I had left beside me, until finally the sound faded. I lay awake for hours after, staring at the roof of the tent until the sky lightened. The next morning, I tried to shake off the unease. I walked down to the stream, knelt at the edge, and cupped water into my mouth. It was ice cold, and the shock of it helped wake me. I filled my bottles and washed my face, but I couldn't ignore the faint prints I noticed in the mud. They weren't animal prints. They looked like boots. Fresh ones, pressed deep into the wet earth. They weren't mine. I could see my own prints, lighter, leading in a different direction. These ones followed the stream, and they were new enough that water hadn't filled them yet. I told myself maybe they belonged to the man with the truck, but something about them didn't sit right with me. They were close to my camp, too close. I spent the day hiking further into the woods, trying to distract myself. The forest was endless. Every direction looked the same: tall trees, damp earth, fallen logs, and thick undergrowth. My feet ached, and sweat drenched my shirt. By late afternoon, I returned to camp, worn out. The fire pit was as I had left it, the tent still standing. But something was different. My pack had shifted. I had left it leaning against a tree, but now it was on its side, lying in the dirt. I felt my stomach drop. I knelt, opening it carefully, checking everything. Nothing was missing, but things had been moved. My food bag was at the bottom when I had left it on top. My flashlight was turned sideways. Someone had gone through my things. The sun was dropping fast, shadows swallowing the clearing. I tried to steady my hands as I lit the fire again. I sat close to it, watching the dark beyond the trees, my knife resting on my thigh. Hours dragged by. The fire burned low, and I added wood slowly, careful not to let it die out. My ears strained for every sound. The snap of a twig, the shift of leaves, the faint crunch of footsteps that seemed too deliberate to belong to animals. At some point deep in the night, I saw it. Movement at the edge of the firelight. A shape, tall, thin, standing between the trees. It didn't move closer. It didn't speak. It just stood there. My chest tightened, and I could feel the blood rushing in my ears. I gripped the knife so hard my knuckles ached. I blinked, and it was gone. I didn't sleep at all that night. Every time I thought I heard something, I sat up, listening, heart racing. The hours were endless. When dawn came, I packed fast. I stuffed everything into my pack without caring about order. I wanted out. My skin crawled with the feeling of being watched. I stamped out the fire and headed back toward the trail. My steps were quick, too quick, and I kept glancing over my shoulder. 2 miles in, I found something that made me stop cold. A tree near the path had a mark cut into the bark. A long slash, fresh, pale wood exposed beneath. Below it, pressed into the mud, were boot prints. The same as before, pointed toward me, following me. My breath caught. I hurried on, legs burning, throat dry. Every step felt heavier. The forest no longer felt like trees and air and dirt. It felt like walls closing in, like eyes all around me. The silence wasn't empty. It was thick, waiting. By the time I reached the parking lot, I was drenched in sweat and shaking. My car was there, untouched. The old truck was gone. I unlocked the door with trembling hands, shoved my pack inside, and started the engine. Gravel spat from under my tires as I pulled away. The road wound back through the trees, and I didn't let myself slow down until the forest finally thinned and the sky opened wide above me. I kept looking into the rearview mirror, half expecting to see a figure in the middle of the road, standing and watching. I never went back to those woods. Even now, when I think about it, I don't remember the quiet of nature or the beauty of the trees. I only remember the feeling of being followed, of someone standing just out of sight, waiting for the moment I let my guard down. I still don't know who it was or what they wanted, but I know one thing clearly. If I had stayed even one more night, I might not have come back at all. I never thought much about being alone in the woods. I had camped before, hiked plenty of trails, and even spent nights in cabins far from towns or roads, but there was always someone else nearby. This time was different. I wanted to test myself, to see if I could handle being fully alone in a remote place for a few days. It wasn't supposed to be about fear, more about peace and self-reliance. But what happened changed the way I think about being out there. I drove out early in the morning, hours down winding rural roads, passing through small towns that looked half forgotten. The kind of places with peeling paint on old stores, gas stations with one pump, and maybe a diner with 2 cars parked outside. The further I went, the less I saw. By the time I left the last stretch of cracked pavement and turned onto a narrow dirt road, I knew I was heading into real isolation. Dust followed me in the rearview mirror, hanging in the air before drifting into the trees. The road cut deep into the forest, pines and oaks leaning over, branches stretching almost a touch above the hood of my car. It was quiet enough that when I rolled down the window, I could hear insects buzzing and the distant cry of a bird. No traffic, no people, just the crunch of tires on gravel and the occasional jolt when I hit a rut. After about 20 minutes, the road widened into a rough clearing near a stream. That was where I planned to set up camp. I unpacked slow, taking my time. The sun was still high, a sharp white light filtering through the trees, making everything look alive with movement. I pitched my tent near the tree line, close to where the ground dipped slightly toward the water. The stream wasn't wide, but it had clear, moving water that would be good for cooking and cleaning. I gathered some fallen wood, stacked it neat, and set up a small fire ring with stones. It felt good, methodical, like the kind of routine that kept your mind calm. The afternoon passed with me walking the area, making mental notes of landmarks, listening to the forest's rhythm. The smell of pine needles under the sun, the way the air cooled slightly in the shade, the small rustlings of unseen creatures moving in the brush. It was peaceful. I cooked a simple meal, ate slow, and as the sun sank, I sat by the fire and listened. Darkness in a place like that doesn't come gradual. It feels like a sudden weight, shadows stretching long until they become the ground itself. I told myself it was fine. I'd seen dark woods before. I laid down in the tent, zipped the flap, and listened to the stream. But that night I didn't sleep much. Every small sound seemed louder. A snap of a twig somewhere to the left. The faint shuffle of something in the undergrowth. My mind pictured deer, maybe raccoons, but part of me stayed alert, ears straining in the dark. Morning brought relief. The sun spilled gold across the clearing, and the night's unease felt almost foolish. I brewed coffee over the fire, ate breakfast, and hiked deeper into the woods. The trail wasn't marked, but I followed a ridge that gave me a good view of rolling hills thick with trees. It was beautiful in that raw way, untouched and endless. I walked for hours, turned back when the light began to fade, and reached camp tired but calm. That second night, though, something changed. I was sitting by the fire, staring into the flames, when I heard movement just beyond the circle of light. It wasn't the soft scurry of a small animal. It was heavier, deliberate, leaves crunching slow like steps. I froze, trying not to move or breathe too loud. The fire popped, sparks lifting into the air, but I kept my eyes fixed on the tree line. Nothing appeared. No glowing eyes, no animal shape. Just silence after the sound stopped. I waited, telling myself it was probably a deer. I had seen tracks earlier, big enough to belong to one. Still, I felt my heart hammering in my chest. I banked the fire lower than usual and retreated to the tent. Inside, with the flap zipped tight, I laid on my back and listened hard. At some point, I must have drifted into a light sleep because I woke up to another sound, this time closer. Something brushing against the nylon wall of the tent. A slow drag like a hand or paw sliding along the fabric. I held still, every muscle locked. The sound circled partway around before stopping. I waited in silence, afraid to even shift. Minutes crawled. Eventually it faded, footsteps crunching into the woods. I stayed awake until dawn, eyes wide in the dim light of early morning, my body aching from lying so stiff. When the sun finally rose, I stepped out. Nothing looked disturbed. No tracks I could see in the pine needles. Just my camp, quiet and ordinary. I tried to push the thought down, convince myself I'd exaggerated what I heard. Maybe wind had moved the branches against the tent. Maybe an animal sniffed around and wandered off. I spent the day uneasy. I kept glancing over my shoulder while walking, ears tuned for anything out of place. I cut my hike short and returned earlier than planned. I built the fire high that night, sitting close, letting the heat push back the chill creeping in with the evening air. I stared into the woods more than into the flames. Sometime around midnight, I heard it again. Footsteps. Slow. This time clearer, crunching dry leaves, snapping twigs. I turned my head sharply, eyes straining past the firelight. I couldn't see a figure, but the sound was deliberate. Not wandering like an animal grazing. It was moving around me, keeping distance, circling. My throat went dry. I gripped the small hatchet I'd brought for chopping wood and sat frozen. The steps stopped. The woods fell silent again. My ears rang from the intensity of listening. After long minutes, I forced myself into the tent, clutching the hatchet. I didn't sleep at all. My mind spun with thoughts I couldn't stop. It wasn't a deer. Deer don't circle. And the sound against the tent the night before. Too controlled, too curious. By morning, I decided to leave. I didn't feel safe. I packed my gear fast, stuffing things haphazardly, not caring about neatness. My eyes kept darting to the trees, half expecting something to step out. I loaded the car, started the engine, and drove down that dirt road without looking back. But halfway out, I saw it. Through a gap in the trees, a figure standing still. Not close enough for detail, but clearly human, facing the road, watching. My hands tightened on the wheel, stomach dropping. I didn't slow down. I didn't stop. I drove until the forest thinned, until the dirt gave way to cracked asphalt, until I reached the safety of a town. I never went back. I don't tell many people about it because it sounds vague, like paranoia. But I know what I heard. I know what I saw, even if it was only for a moment. Someone was out there with me, moving in the dark, circling, watching. And the thought that keeps me awake sometimes isn't what they wanted that night. It's the fact that they never tried to show themselves. They were patient. They were content to stay hidden. And that means they had done it before. It was late in the afternoon when I finally pulled off the highway and turned onto the long dirt road that led deep into the woods. I had been driving for hours, my back aching from sitting too long, and the silence of the forest around me was almost a relief compared to the endless noise of traffic and people I had left behind. The road was rough, with patches of mud from the rain earlier in the week, and every bump rattled the inside of the car. Dust rose behind me in the mirror, hanging in the air as if no one had traveled this way for days. I was heading toward a small cabin I had rented for a few nights. I had wanted time away from everything, somewhere without neighbors or constant noise, somewhere I could just sit in peace and hear nothing but the wind and maybe the sound of water moving in a creek. The cabin was far from town, tucked deep inside a stretch of forest where cell signal barely reached. It was the kind of place where people rarely came unless they had a reason, and that was part of why I chose it. The sun was dropping lower when I finally saw the cabin. It was small and simple, sitting in a clearing with trees pressed tightly all around it. The wood was darkened with age, and the roof had a patch of green moss along one edge. A single dirt path circled around the cabin and disappeared back into the forest. I parked the car, stepped out, and was met with that heavy stillness that only deep woods can have. The air was damp, carrying the faint smell of pine and wet soil. Inside, the cabin was basic but clean. A wooden table stood near the window, A narrow bed was pushed against the wall, and a small wood stove sat in the corner with a neat pile of logs beside it. There was no electricity, just a lantern on the table and a box of matches. The water came from a pump just outside. It was exactly what I had expected, exactly what I thought I wanted. I unpacked slowly, putting away food I had brought in a small cooler, stacking a few books on the table, and laying out my sleeping bag on the bed. I could hear the forest settling as evening came on, the cries of birds fading, the wind whispering through branches, the occasional snap of something moving in the undergrowth far away. By the time the last light drained from the sky, I had lit the lantern and sat at the table listening to the faint creaks of the cabin adjusting to the cooling night. At first, everything was calm. I cooked a simple meal on the stove, ate, and then stepped outside to walk around the clearing. The night was clear, and stars showed through the gaps in the treetops. I stood there for a long time, breathing in the cool air, until I finally went back inside and prepared to sleep. The first sound came around midnight. I had been lying in bed half asleep when I heard something faint outside, a sound that didn't belong to the usual rhythm of the forest. It was a dull thud, almost like a footstep, followed by the faint crunch of dry leaves. My heart beat a little faster, but I told myself it could have been anything, a deer, a raccoon, maybe even a branch falling. I lay there waiting, holding my breath, but the sound faded and didn't return. Eventually, I drifted off to sleep. The next day was quiet. I spent the morning walking along a narrow trail that led deeper into the forest. The path wound between tall trees, their trunks thick and close together, their branches blocking much of the light. The deeper I went, the more I felt cut off from everything else. There were no signs of people, no litter, no footprints, just the packed dirt trail and the endless stretch of trees. I followed the path until I reached a small creek. The water was clear, and I sat by it for a while, watching it run over the rocks. It was peaceful, but there was an uneasiness under it, a sense that I wasn't completely alone. I kept glancing back at the trees, half expecting to see someone standing there, but there was nothing. By late afternoon, I returned to the cabin. I gathered wood for the stove, cooked dinner, and tried to relax. The silence seemed heavier now, like the woods were pressing in closer. I sat at the table reading by the lantern until my eyes grew tired. That night, the noises came back. I woke to the sound of movement outside, closer this time. It wasn't quick or random like an animal foraging. It was slow, steady, deliberate, something moving through the leaves with weight. I lay perfectly still, listening. The sound circled the cabin, stopping every now and then before continuing again. My skin crawled. I thought about getting up and checking, but the thought of looking out the window and actually seeing something filled me with dread. After what felt like hours, the sound faded again, and I eventually fell back asleep. In the morning, I went outside and walked around the cabin. The ground was damp with dew, the leaves wet and soft, but in some patches of dirt I saw faint impressions. Shapes that could have been footprints, though blurred and hard to make out. I crouched down, studying them, but told myself I was just seeing patterns in the dirt. Still, unease settled deeper in my chest. The third night was worse. I had trouble sleeping, half expecting the sounds to return. And they did. Around the same hour, the crunch of leaves came again, louder now as if whoever, or whatever, it was no longer cared to hide. I could hear it moving close to the cabin walls, stopping just outside. My breath was shallow, my body tense. The lantern was dark, but a thin sliver of moonlight slipped in through the cracks of the shutters. Then I heard it, something brushing against the wood. Not scratching, not an animal clawing, but the sound of fabric or skin sliding slowly along the wall. My chest tightened, and every muscle in me was screaming to do something, but I stayed frozen, my eyes locked on the ceiling. After minutes that felt like hours, the sound moved away. When morning came, I was exhausted. I told myself I would leave, but part of me wanted to believe I was overreacting. Maybe it was just someone passing by. Maybe it was hunters or locals. I tried to convince myself, but the truth was harder to ignore. That afternoon, I forced myself to check the area again. I walked into the trees behind the cabin, scanning the ground carefully. About 50 yards in, I found it, a patch of flattened leaves and disturbed dirt, as if someone had stood there for a long time watching. My stomach turned. From that spot, the cabin was clearly visible through the trees. I knew then it wasn't an animal. Someone had been out there. Someone had been watching. I went back inside and locked the door, though the thin wood of the cabin didn't feel like much protection. The rest of the day dragged on slowly. each sound outside making me flinch. I barely ate, too tense to relax. I lit the lantern early, sitting close to it like the light alone could keep the dark away. When night came, I didn't lie down. I sat on the bed, my ears straining. The forest outside was alive with its usual sounds, the occasional call of an owl, the wind in the branches. But underneath it all, I kept waiting for the steps. And eventually they came. This time, they didn't circle. They approached directly, heavy and slow, until they stopped just outside the cabin door. My whole body was tight with fear, my pulse hammering so hard it made me dizzy. The silence stretched, broken only by the faint sound of breathing, long, steady breaths that were not my own, coming from the other side of the door. I stayed frozen, my eyes locked on the handle. I half expected it to turn, but it never did. After what felt like endless minutes, the steps retreated, moving back into the trees. I didn't sleep at all that night. As soon as the first light touched the clearing, I packed my things in a rush, shoving everything into bags without care. I loaded the car and didn't look back at the cabin. My hands were shaking as I gripped the wheel, my eyes flicking constantly to the mirrors as I drove back down the dirt road. Even once I reached the main highway, I couldn't calm down. The thought of those footsteps, of someone standing outside in the dark listening to me breathe, sank deep into me. I knew it hadn't been my imagination. I had felt it too strongly. I didn't tell anyone when I got back. What could I say? That I rented a cabin and someone stalked me at night. There was no proof, nothing but faint footprints and the sound of breathing. But the memory clung to me, sharper than anything else I had ever felt. I never went back to that cabin, and I never tried to stay anywhere that far from people again. The silence of the woods, once something I thought I wanted, now only reminded me of that night. The night when someone stood outside in the darkness, watching, waiting, and never once showing their face. I remember the night clearly, even though years have passed, because it settled in my memory in a way that refuses to fade. I had gone on a trip by myself, something I rarely did. It wasn't a vacation, not in the way people normally think about it. I just wanted some time away from everything, away from people, away from the noise, away from the constant pull of everyday life. I had borrowed my uncle's small cabin that sat deep in the woods, far from town. It was old but sturdy, with a single bedroom, a small kitchen, and a creaking porch that looked out at the dense trees. The drive there had taken most of the day. I remember how the paved road had turned into gravel, then eventually into a dirt track where trees closed in on both sides. My phone lost its signal miles before I reached the cabin. That had been part of the plan, though. I wanted silence. The cabin itself wasn't much, but it felt private. There were no neighbors within sight, just a stretch of woods, hills, and a stream that I could hear if the wind blew the right way. The first evening felt peaceful. I unpacked my things slowly, set up some food on the counter, and walked around the cabin to check that everything was in decent shape. The roof looked fine, the windows intact. Inside smelled faintly of old wood and dust, the kind of smell you notice at first but quickly get used to. I sat on the porch until the sun went down, watching the sky shift from blue to gray, then to the deep black that swallows up the forest. Out there, away from city lights, the dark felt heavier, thicker, almost pressing against my skin. I lit a lantern inside and tried to read a book, but the silence was so strong it felt like sound itself had been removed from the world. Every time the cabin creaked, every time the wind brushed against the trees, my attention snapped away from the page. I told myself it was nothing, just my mind adjusting to being alone. The first night passed without much trouble, though I woke up a few times. The stillness outside was so total that even the faintest sound, a distant snap of a twig, the scratch of branches against the siding, jolted me awake. I would lie there, staring at the ceiling, waiting to hear more. Sometimes nothing followed. Other times, I swore I caught the faint crunch of steps in the undergrowth, but it could have been animals. The next day, I decided to explore the woods around the cabin. I followed a narrow path that led downhill toward the stream. The trees were thick, branches woven so close in some places they blocked most of the light. The air was damp, cool, and filled with the smell of wet leaves and moss. I remember pausing by the stream, crouching down to watch the water twist around rocks. It felt untouched, wild, and I realized then how truly alone I was. On the way back, I noticed something odd. Just off the path, there was a section of the ground that looked disturbed. The soil was darker, pressed down unevenly, as if something, or someone, had walked over it many times. I crouched down, brushing away leaves, and saw what looked like a partial footprint in the dirt. It was faint, hard to tell if it was really from a person or just an odd shape left by rain and fallen branches. Still, it stuck in my mind. When I got back to the cabin, I tried to shake the feeling off. It could have been a hunter, maybe, or someone hiking. The woods weren't private property. Anyone could be out there. That night, though, I kept thinking about it. The cabin had no curtains in the main room, and when I sat at the small table eating dinner, I could see straight out into the dark woods. The lantern cast my reflection against the glass, but behind that reflection was nothing but blackness. I couldn't help but imagine someone standing just beyond the tree line watching. Later, when I went to bed, I locked the front door, though I hadn't the night before. I even slid a chair under the knob, something I hadn't done since I was a kid. Sleep came in fits, and sometime past midnight, I woke to a sound. It was faint, but enough to stir me. I held my breath, listening. There it was again, the crunch of leaves, slow, deliberate. Not the quick scatter of an animal, not the random falling of branches. Steps. I didn't move. I just lay there, every muscle tense, staring at the ceiling. The sound circled the cabin, one slow step at a time. It wasn't close to the walls, more like someone was keeping just far enough away to stay hidden in the dark, walking around in a slow loop. After what felt like forever, the sound faded, blending back into silence. I barely slept after that. The next morning, I checked outside. There were no clear footprints on the ground around the cabin, just leaves and damp earth. I told myself maybe it had been a deer or a bear, something large enough to make that noise, moving slow because it was sniffing around. That made sense, but it didn't sit right. The day dragged. I couldn't focus on reading or walking far from the cabin. Every time I stepped off the porch, I felt like eyes followed me. The disturbed patch of ground I'd seen near the stream replayed in my head. Maybe someone had been out there, someone I hadn't seen. By evening, my nerves were raw. I cooked a simple meal, but I barely touched it. The forest outside was already dim, and shadows bled into each other. I decided to keep the lanterns lit and stay inside. As night deepened, the silence grew heavier. Hours passed in that stillness until finally, it came again, the sound. This time it was closer. The steps weren't circling wide. They came right up to the side of the cabin, stopping now and then. I could hear the weight of each step pressing leaves and twigs into the soil. My heart pounded so loud I swore it might echo through the walls. I sat frozen in the chair by the window, staring at the black glass. My own reflection stared back, but I couldn't see what was outside. Then there was a scrape, soft but unmistakable, like something brushing against the siding. It moved slowly along the wall, toward the window. I blew out the lantern in a rush of panic, plunging the cabin into darkness. My eyes adjusted slowly, and I sat there in the dark, holding my breath, listening. The scrape stopped. For a long moment, there was nothing. Then came a sound so quiet I almost doubted it. The faint shift of weight right outside the window, as if someone was standing there. My chest ached from holding my breath. I waited frozen, until at last, after what felt like an hour, the steps moved away. They faded back into the trees, one by one, until silence reclaimed the night. I didn't sleep at all. I stayed in the dark until the first pale light of morning crept through the glass. When I finally dared step outside, the ground by the cabin looked different. The leaves were pressed down, the soil disturbed. They weren't animal tracks. They were footprints, large and clear, circling the cabin. I packed my things the moment I saw them. I stuffed clothes into my bag, barely folded, threw food back into containers, and loaded everything into my car. The entire time, I kept glancing at the tree line, half expecting someone to step out. I didn't even bother to clean the cabin or check if I left anything behind. When I finally started the car and drove down the dirt road, I didn't look back. I kept driving until I reached the paved road and finally saw other cars. Only then did I feel my chest loosen. I never told anyone in detail about what happened. If I did, they'd say it was a hunter or some drifter passing through the woods. Maybe they'd be right. Maybe it was nothing more than that. But the way those footsteps had circled the cabin, slow and careful, the way they had stopped right at my window in the dead of night, that was not an accident. Someone had been out there, watching me, and they knew I was alone. I never went back to that cabin again. It started out as a normal trip, the kind of plan that doesn't feel like anything unusual at the time. But when I look back on it now, I can see how every little detail lined up to put me where I ended up that night. I had gone up into the hills outside of town, nothing wild or far from civilization, but just enough distance to make me feel like I was away from everything. I brought a small backpack, some food, a water bottle, and a flashlight. I thought it would be nice to spend a night out there alone, to clear my head and just get a break from people. The place I chose wasn't even a proper campsite, more of an open clearing I had stumbled on before when hiking with friends. It was quiet, surrounded by trees on 3 sides, with a narrow dirt path cutting through and heading further into the woods. To one side, maybe 200 yards away, the land dropped off into a ravine where a shallow creek ran. I could hear the faint trickle of water if I listened hard enough, but most of the sound that night came from the trees swaying and creaking with the light wind. I laid out my small sleeping bag, set up my little camping stove, and cooked myself a simple meal. As the light faded, the sky turned a dull shade of purple, then darker, until only the last glow of the sun lingered behind the ridge. I remember staring at that ridge for a long time because I thought I saw something move up there. It wasn't unusual to see a deer crossing, and I told myself that's all it was, but the shape looked taller, slower. It walked across the ridge without stopping, heading straight in one direction until it vanished on the far side. I sat there watching, my food forgotten for a while, feeling that strange weight in my chest when you notice something you can't quite place, but don't want to admit unsettles you. Darkness came quick after that. The fire I had built was small but steady, crackling in the still air. The sound gave me comfort, as did the light, but the woods beyond stayed pitch black. I kept catching myself staring into that blackness, as if my eyes would adjust enough to see shapes moving. Every now and then, the wind would sweep through, carrying with it the dry rustle of leaves and the shifting creaks of old branches. My mind played tricks, turning those sounds into footsteps that never came any closer. After a while, I decided to walk just inside the tree line to gather a bit more firewood. I didn't want to run out during the night. I kept the flashlight in one hand and picked up fallen branches with the other. The ground was uneven, covered in roots, patches of leaves, and soft earth that sank slightly under my boots. The beam of light jumped across trunks and brush, making shadows bend and twist in ways that looked unnatural if I stared too long. At one point, I froze. There was a sound behind me, faint but clear enough to separate from the usual noise of the forest. Breathing. Heavy, labored breathing, like someone just out of sight was trying to catch their breath. I spun around with the flashlight, the beam cutting through the dark in sharp slices, but nothing moved. My heart started pounding. I told myself it had to be an animal, maybe a deer or something bigger like a stray cow from a nearby farm, but I couldn't shake the thought that it had sounded exactly like a person standing just a few feet away. I waited, holding my breath, listening as hard as I could. The sound drifted further off, fading until it mixed with the wind again. I almost dropped the wood I had gathered, but I forced myself to carry it back, walking faster than before, nearly tripping in my rush. When I stepped back into the glow of the fire, I felt the tension ease slightly, like the light itself built a wall that nothing could cross. I sat by the fire for a long time after that, barely eating, just staring at the trees. My mind wouldn't let go of the sound I had heard. Every crunch of leaves in the distance, every snap of a branch, felt like a warning. I kept thinking back to that figure on the ridge. Whoever it was, if it was a person, they had been walking in a straight line, without pause, like they had somewhere to go. I wondered if that somewhere was here, where I was now. By the time I finally lay down in my sleeping bag, the fire had burned low. The air had grown colder, the kind of cold that bites through layers and settles into your skin. I pulled the bag tight around my shoulders and tried to close my eyes, but sleep wouldn't come. I listened too closely to the night, waiting for something, anything, to happen. My ears felt sharper than ever, picking up distant noises that I'd normally never notice. Sometime past midnight, I heard it again. Breathing, faint but steady. This time it wasn't moving away, it was closer. The sound had weight, like lungs working harder than they should. My eyes shot open, and though the fire was just a bed of glowing embers now, there was enough light to see a faint outline beyond the circle of camp. I couldn't make it out clearly, but there was definitely movement between the trees. Not fast, not direct, but there. I stayed frozen in place, barely daring to move. The sound shifted, then faded again, the way it had before. I sat up slowly, pulling the flashlight from where I had left it at my side. My hand shook as I clicked it on, the beam spilling out and cutting across trunks, rocks, and brush. Nothing. Empty woods. But I knew I hadn't imagined it. That night stretched on endlessly. I didn't sleep at all. I kept the flashlight close and stirred the embers back into small flames when they threatened to go out. My body felt rigid, locked into a state of waiting. The woods had gone quiet, almost too quiet, the kind of silence that feels unnatural. When the sky finally started to lighten, I felt relief wash through me, but it didn't erase the unease. I packed up quickly, stuffing my gear into the bag with shaking hands. My eyes kept darting to the tree line. I wanted to believe the night was just my mind playing tricks, fueled by shadows and sounds, but deep down, I knew what I had heard. The walk back to the trailhead was slow. Every turn in the path felt dangerous. Every patch of undergrowth seemed like it could hide someone waiting. I kept looking over my shoulder, convinced I would see someone following at a distance, but the trail stayed empty. My footsteps sounded louder than normal, echoing through the early morning air. When I finally stepped out of the woods and onto the gravel lot where I had left my car, I felt my whole body relax for the first time in hours. I threw my bag in the back seat and sat behind the wheel, gripping it tightly. I looked back once more at the tree line. It stood there, silent and still in the morning light, hiding whatever had been there with me through the night. Driving away, I couldn't shake the feeling that if I had stayed one more night, something would have happened. I don't know what, and I don't want to imagine it, but I know with certainty that someone else had been in those woods with me. I hadn't imagined the breathing. I hadn't imagined the shadow on the ridge. Whoever it was, they had stayed just out of sight, close enough to hear me, close enough to follow me, and patient enough to wait through the dark. I never went back to that clearing again. Even now, years later, the thought of it brings back that same cold weight in my chest, that certainty that I had come close to something I didn't fully understand, but knew was dangerous. The woods are big, empty places, and at night, you can't always tell what's moving just beyond the reach of the light. And sometimes, whatever is out there doesn't want you to see it until it's too late. I had been looking forward to the trip for weeks. Life in the city had started to feel like a cage, the noise and routines piling up until I could hardly breathe. When my friend mentioned a secluded cabin he knew about, tucked away deep in the woods and far from traffic, people, and all the endless distractions, I agreed to go without even hesitating. The thought of peace and silence seemed like the cure I needed. I packed food, water, extra clothes, and enough supplies to last a few days. The drive itself took hours, the paved roads fading into gravel and then into narrow dirt paths that snaked through tall trees and endless stretches of green. By the time I arrived, the sun was low in the sky, throwing long shadows across the clearing where the cabin stood. It was smaller than I imagined, made of weathered wood with a sagging roof and a small porch. The forest surrounded it on all sides, thick and heavy, pressing in close like it wanted to swallow the place whole. I stepped out of the car and listened. The silence was overwhelming, broken only by the distant chirp of birds and the faint rustle of leaves shifting in the evening breeze. I felt both calm and uneasy at the same time, like I was exactly where I wanted to be, but also somewhere I didn't fully belong. Inside, the cabin was simple. One small room with a bed pushed against the wall, a table and chair, and a wood stove in the corner. The air smelled musty, like the cabin had been empty for a long time. Dust coated the surfaces, and spiderwebs clung to the corners of the ceiling. I unpacked slowly, putting away food and setting my sleeping bag on the bed. By the time I finished, night had already settled in, thick and heavy. I sat outside on the porch for a while, staring at the sky. Without city lights, the stars stretched endlessly, sharp and bright against the darkness. The quiet was deeper now, broken only by the occasional hoot of an owl or the distant snap of a branch in the woods. The first night passed quietly. I woke once to the sound of something moving outside, maybe a deer or raccoon, but it faded quickly, and I fell back asleep. The morning came cold, the air damp with dew. I made coffee on a small camp stove and sat on the porch again, watching the sunlight filter through the trees. It was peaceful, and for most of the day I explored the woods, wandering down narrow trails and listening to the sounds of the forest. But later that afternoon, something shifted. I was about half a mile from the cabin, walking slowly through a patch of thick trees, when I heard it. A heavy crack, like someone stepping on a large branch. I froze, scanning the trees, waiting for an animal to appear. The forest went quiet, too quiet. The birds stopped, the rustling leaves seemed to pause, and I felt my chest tighten. I told myself it was nothing, just a deer, maybe a bear, something natural. But the sound had been heavy, deliberate. I turned and headed back to the cabin, moving faster than before, glancing over my shoulder every few steps. That night, I couldn't relax. Every sound outside seemed louder, sharper. The scrape of branches against the cabin, the shifting creaks of the wood, the rustle of leaves carried by the wind. I sat on the bed, staring at the door, listening. At some point, exhaustion pulled me under, but I woke again around 3 in the morning. This time, I knew I hadn't imagined it. There was movement outside. Slow, heavy steps, crunching softly against the ground, circling the cabin. My heart thudded, so hard it felt like it would break through my chest. I stayed perfectly still, my eyes fixed on the door. The steps paused, then shifted again, moving past the windows. The cabin was too dark for me to see clearly, but I could make out the faintest suggestion of a shadow passing across the glass. My mouth went dry. I didn't breathe. I waited, straining to hear, but after a long moment, the sound faded. The silence that followed was almost worse. The rest of the night stretched endlessly. Every creak of the cabin made me flinch. At first light, I stepped outside carefully. The clearing looked the same, the woods calm and still. But then I noticed the ground near the porch. In the soft dirt, clear as day, were footprints. Large, heavy boot prints, circling the cabin and leading back into the trees. The sight made my stomach twist. I was miles from the nearest town, no neighbors around, no one who should have been out there. Someone had been walking around the cabin in the middle of the night, watching. I thought about leaving right then, packing up and driving back, but a part of me refused to run. I told myself it could have been a hunter, someone lost, maybe even just passing through. But deep down, I didn't believe it. The second day dragged on. I couldn't focus on anything. Every time I tried to step into the woods, I caught myself glancing over my shoulder, scanning the trees for movement. I ended up staying close to the cabin, sitting on the porch with a knife by my side, just waiting. Hours passed like that, the sun crawling slowly across the sky. By the time night came again, my nerves were stretched thin. I locked the door, pulled the chair against it, and sat awake with the knife in my hand. For a long time, nothing happened. The forest was quiet, almost too quiet. Then, sometime after midnight, I heard it again. The same slow, steady steps crunching closer. This time they didn't circle. They stopped right outside the cabin. I could hear breathing, heavy and slow, just beyond the wall. My skin prickled. I sat frozen, my grip tightening on the knife. Minutes dragged on, and the sound didn't move. Whoever it was just stood there, waiting. Finally, the footsteps shifted. I heard them move toward the window, the soft scrape of something brushing against the glass. My heart pounded. Then silence again. I waited, every muscle locked, listening for the next sound. But it never came. At some point, exhaustion broke me, and I must have drifted into a restless sleep. Morning came, and I forced myself outside. The same boot prints were there, fresh in the dirt, pressed right up against the cabin wall beneath the window. Whoever it was had stood there for a long time watching. That was when I knew I couldn't stay. I packed quickly, shoving everything back into the car, my hands shaking the whole time. I kept glancing at the woods, half expecting someone to step out and watch me leave. The drive out felt endless, every shadow on the roadside making me grip the wheel tighter. I didn't relax until the trees thinned and the paved roads returned. Even then, the unease didn't leave me. I kept replaying it in my head. The sound of those steps, the stillness outside the cabin, the footprints pressed deep into the earth. It hadn't been an animal. It hadn't been an accident. Someone had come out into the middle of nowhere, in the dead of night, just to circle that cabin. Someone had been standing there, inches away from me, watching through the glass. And the part that kept me awake long after I got home was the realization that whoever it was hadn't tried to break in. They hadn't rushed the door or smashed a window. They hadn't made a sound beyond those slow, steady steps. They were waiting, watching, and they knew exactly where I was. I had not planned for the night to turn into something I would remember for the rest of my life. It was supposed to be simple, calm, uneventful. I had driven out to the old cabin that sat at the edge of a wooded valley, far from the nearest town. It was one of those places I visited when I needed quiet, where the hum of city life could not reach me. The air was always different out there, sharper, colder at night, and the silence could stretch so deep it almost rang in my ears. The cabin was basic, nothing more than a wooden frame with a tin roof, a single room with a small stove, and a cot in the corner. There was no electricity, no phone service, just the sound of wind moving through the trees and the smell of damp earth that always seemed to cling to the valley floor. I arrived in the late afternoon, parking the truck at the narrow clearing that passed as a driveway. The ground was soft from recent rain, and my boots sank into the mud as I carried a bag of supplies inside. By the time I set everything down and started a small fire in the stove, the light outside was already fading. Twilight in the woods is never like twilight in the open. The trees absorb the last of the sun, pulling the sky into darkness before you even realize it's happening. Shadows grow quickly, and soon the forest seems to press itself against the cabin walls, as if it wants to take back the small patch of cleared land the cabin sat on. At first, the night was uneventful. I ate a simple meal of canned soup, warmed on the stove, and then stretched out on the cot, listening to the steady crackle of the fire. The roof ticked as it cooled, and now and then I heard the creak of wood shifting in the walls. It was normal, sounds I had heard before. The sort of noises you stop noticing after enough visits. But sometime after midnight, I woke up. My eyes opened in the dark, and I wasn't sure why at first. The fire had died down, leaving only a faint orange glow in the stove, not enough to light the room. The kind of glow that barely holds back the dark. My body felt tense, alert, as if it had woken itself out of instinct. My ears strained. That was when I realized the silence was too heavy. The usual night sounds, the rustle of leaves, the call of distant animals, the small tapping of branches against one another, were gone. The woods had gone completely still. I stayed on the cot for a long moment, my breath shallow, barely moving. Then I heard it. A sound that was so soft I thought at first I had imagined it. The crunch of footsteps on damp leaves, slow and deliberate. Not the scatter of an animal, not the light hop of a deer. This was heavy, careful, moving with a rhythm that only a person could make. My skin prickled, and a cold weight settled in my stomach. I sat up as quietly as I could, trying to control the creak of the cot frame beneath me. I could feel the sweat forming on my palms, even though the room was cold. The sound came again, closer this time, then stopped. The silence that followed was even worse, stretched tight and waiting. I moved slowly to the small window by the stove. The glass was old, cloudy, and in the faint light from the embers I could see little more than shapes outside. The trees stood in crooked lines, their branches shifting slightly in a weak breeze. Nothing else moved. I pressed my ear closer, straining for any sound. Then I heard it again, this time to the left, near the side of the cabin. Leaves pressing under weight, a branch snapping. Someone was out there. I knew it as clearly as I knew the beat of my own heart. I thought of the truck parked outside, but the keys were on the small table across the room. If I made too much noise, whoever was out there would hear me. I sat in the dark for what felt like hours, my back against the wall, listening. The footsteps came and went, circling the cabin. Sometimes near, sometimes fading, but always returning. Whoever it was, they weren't in a hurry. They were taking their time. I tried to convince myself it was just a hunter passing through, maybe someone lost, but deep down I knew better. No hunter creeps around a cabin in the middle of the night without calling out. No one moves like that without purpose. The longer it went on, the more certain I became that whoever it was knew I was inside, and they were waiting for me to make a mistake. At one point, I thought I heard breathing outside the window. Slow, heavy, close enough that it felt like the glass might fog if I stared long enough. I didn't dare move. My muscles ached from holding still, my legs numb from sitting pressed against the wall, but I couldn't force myself to shift. Eventually, exhaustion began to drag at me. My eyelids felt heavy, my thoughts slow, but each time I almost drifted, the crunch of footsteps snapped me awake again. The hours stretched endlessly, the darkness thick and suffocating. I checked the faint light of my watch when I could, but time seemed to move differently out there. What felt like a full night turned out to be only a couple of hours. Just before dawn, when the first pale light began to touch the trees, the sounds finally stopped. The silence outside was different this time, lighter, no longer weighed down by the presence of something unseen. I stayed frozen until the sky turned a dull gray, then finally stood, my legs weak and unsteady beneath me. I moved to the window again, peering out as the forest slowly revealed itself. Nothing stirred. No figure stood among the trees. But when I finally stepped outside, the ground told a different story. The mud around the cabin was full of prints, deep and clear. They circled the cabin again and again, pausing here and there. Some pressed right up against the walls as if the person had leaned close to listen. I followed them a few feet into the trees, but they faded quickly into the undergrowth, swallowed by the forest floor. My chest tightened as I realized how close they had been, how many times they had walked past as I sat inside listening, waiting. I went back to the cabin, locked the door, and gathered my things. I didn't bother making breakfast. I didn't even bother cleaning up. By the time the sun had fully risen, I was driving down the narrow dirt road, the cabin shrinking in my rearview mirror. Even now, I can still picture those prints in the mud, circling, lingering, never entering but never leaving. Whoever it was had stayed out there the whole night, just beyond the thin walls, patient and silent. And though I never saw their face, I knew enough to understand that they hadn't been passing through. They had come for me, or maybe for anyone foolish enough to sleep alone in a cabin in the woods. I never went back after that. The cabin still stands, I'm sure, but I couldn't bring myself to return. The thought of lying in that cot again, knowing someone could be just outside in the dark, waiting, was enough to keep me away. Sometimes I wonder if the person ever came back, circling the empty cabin, realizing it was vacant. Other times I wonder if they've found someone else since. Either way, the memory of that night is enough to remind me that the silence of the woods is never as empty as it seems. It started on a cool autumn afternoon, the kind of day where the air feels heavy with the smell of dry leaves and distant wood smoke. The sun was still out, but it was slipping lower in the sky, spilling an orange glow across the trees that surrounded the place I had decided to explore. I had driven out of town on a back road I didn't normally use, just looking for a quiet spot to walk, to clear my head, maybe take some pictures. I didn't have a real plan. That was always a mistake when you're heading into places you don't know well. But I wasn't thinking about that at the time. The road was cracked and narrow, swallowed on both sides by thick forest. The trees were tall and close, their branches leaning over the asphalt like they were trying to cage it in. I had the windows of the car rolled down, and I could hear nothing but the hum of my tires and the occasional cry of a crow. No other cars passed me, and I hadn't seen a house in miles. I spotted a small pull-off ahead where the ground opened into a gravel shoulder, so I slowed and turned in. There was a faint dirt path at the edge of the trees, half hidden by weeds, and it looked like it had been there for decades. I cut the engine, and the silence fell in around me almost instantly. Even the crows were gone now. I sat in the car for a minute, just listening to the nothingness, before I opened the door. The air was sharp and cold as soon as I stepped out, and I could hear the dry crunch of gravel under my boots. I grabbed my small backpack from the seat, slung it over one shoulder, and walked to the start of the trail. The ground was damp beneath the thin carpet of fallen leaves. My steps felt loud, almost too loud, in the stillness of the woods. The trail wound forward into the trees, twisting gently until it swallowed the view of the road. After about 10 minutes of walking, I realized the forest felt different than the woods I normally hiked. The trees were closer together, thicker, their bark dark and damp with moss. The air had a weight to it that clung to my skin, and the smell was sharper, like wet earth mixed with something stale. I kept walking because I wanted to see where it led. The trail narrowed as I went, dropping in and out of shallow dips in the earth, but it stayed clear enough to follow. The ground was uneven, covered with roots that pushed up through the dirt, forcing me to keep my eyes low so I wouldn't trip. I noticed that the further I went, the darker it seemed, even though the sun was still up. The trees knitted tighter overhead, blocking most of the light, and the forest floor felt strangely enclosed. After maybe half an hour, I came across what looked like an old stone wall running parallel to the trail. It was broken and half buried under vines, but it stretched far in both directions. I stopped and studied it, wondering why it was here, this deep in the woods. Someone had built it a long time ago, and judging by the size, it might have marked a property line or an old farm boundary. The thought of there being farmland out here, in a place now swallowed by forest, made me uneasy. I wondered how long ago people had abandoned it, and why. I pushed further down the trail, passing the wall until it finally veered off and disappeared. My boots sank into patches of soft earth, and once or twice I thought I heard movement in the underbrush off to my left. I froze when it happened, holding my breath, scanning the trees, but I never saw anything. The sound was faint, just the soft crack of twigs or a faint shuffle of leaves. Each time it happened, it felt closer. By the time I noticed how far I'd gone, it was too late to turn back without walking in the dark. The sun was sliding lower and the air was colder, heavy with dampness. I pulled out my phone to check the time, but the signal was gone. The battery icon showed it was draining faster than usual, like it always did in areas with no service. I put it back in my pocket and kept walking, figuring the trail had to loop somewhere, maybe toward another road. That was when I noticed the smell. It wasn't the earthy scent of wet leaves anymore. It was something sharper, sour, like rotting meat. It came in waves, faint at first, then stronger as I followed the curve of the path. My stomach turned as it hit me, and I pulled my jacket collar up over my mouth. I thought maybe it was a dead deer, caught somewhere in the brush, but the smell was too strong, too wide, like it wasn't just one spot, but hanging in the air all around. I slowed my steps, straining my ears. That was when I heard it again, the shuffle. Not in the distance this time, but close. Too close. It sounded heavy, dragging, like something moving with weight. I froze mid-step, trying not to make a sound, but my boot had already cracked a twig. The noise in the brush stopped. The silence after was worse than the smell. I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck prickling, my pulse hammering so hard it made my head throb. I told myself it was probably just an animal, a boar maybe, or even a bear. But the thought didn't make me feel better, because being alone with either of those in thick woods was no safer. I started walking again, faster now, not running but moving with urgency. My breathing grew louder in my ears, too fast, and the trail seemed narrower the further I went. I kept glancing over my shoulder, but all I could see were the trunks of the trees stretching back into darkness. Then the smell thickened, overwhelming, so strong it coated my tongue. I gagged and pulled my collar tighter. My eyes watered from it, but I forced myself to keep going. That was when I saw it ahead of me, a clearing. The trail spilled out into a flat space where the trees opened just enough for the last of the sunlight to filter through. I stepped into it cautiously, scanning the ground. That was when I saw the bones. They were scattered across the dirt and leaves, pale against the brown earth. Some were small, maybe from deer, but others were larger, longer, thicker than I wanted to admit. Some still had dark patches of dried flesh clinging to them. My throat tightened, and I felt bile rising as I forced myself to look closer. The bones weren't just scattered randomly. They were piled. A few were stacked, like someone had dragged them here. The sour smell was choking now, heavy in the air. I looked around the clearing and saw more, half buried in leaves, some snapped in half. The edges weren't chewed the way animals usually left them. They were split clean, sharp, like tools had been used. My chest was tight with panic. I didn't want to stay there another second, but as I turned back toward the trail, I heard it again. Movement. Slow, heavy, deliberate. This time it wasn't to the side. It was directly behind me, coming from the same trail I had just walked. I couldn't see anything in the dark trees. My heart slammed in my chest as I backed further into the clearing, my eyes locked on the path. I didn't want to move deeper, but I couldn't stand with my back to the forest either. The sound grew louder, closer. Whoever, or whatever, was out there wasn't bothering to stay hidden anymore. I knew I couldn't outrun it on the narrow trail. The ground was too rough, and if I tripped I'd never get up in time. My only chance was to break through the trees, away from the trail, and hope I found another way out. I turned and pushed into the woods, branches whipping against my arms and face. The ground dropped unevenly, and my boots slid on wet leaves. I stumbled, nearly fell, but kept moving. Behind me, I heard the heavy steps following, crashing through brush, not fast but steady, as if it knew I couldn't keep this up for long. I don't know how long I ran. My lungs burned, and my legs felt like they were filled with lead. The forest was darker now, almost black, and I could barely see where I was going. Every step was a risk, every branch a claw pulling at my jacket. I finally stopped, chest heaving, forcing myself to listen. The forest was silent again. I stood there, bent over, sucking in cold air that cut my throat, trying to hear past the hammering of my heart. For a moment, there was nothing. Then I caught it, a faint sound, distant but there. Breathing. Slow, heavy, steady, somewhere in the trees around me. I couldn't tell where it came from. It echoed in a way that made it impossible to pinpoint. I turned slowly, scanning the black trunks, but the forest all looked the same. I didn't dare call out. I didn't dare make a sound. I forced myself to move again, slower this time, pushing through the trees in the direction I thought the road might be. My phone was useless. My sense of direction was slipping. Every tree looked like the last, every slope of the ground identical. But I kept moving, one step at a time, until finally the ground slanted upward, and I broke out of the tree line onto a strip of gravel. It was the road. Relief flooded me so fast my knees nearly buckled. I staggered to the edge and looked both ways, trying to figure out which direction I had parked. My chest was still heaving, my throat raw, but the silence pressed in again. Too quiet. Then I heard it. Behind me. From the trees. That same slow, steady breathing. I didn't wait. I ran down the road, not caring which way, just running. The gravel crunched under my boots, sharp and loud in the night air. My legs screamed with every step, but I didn't stop until I saw the faint reflection of my car's windows down the curve of the road. I reached it and fumbled for my keys with shaking hands. My breath fogged in the cold air as I yanked the door open and threw myself inside, slamming it shut and locking it. My chest heaved as I started the engine, the sound shattering the silence around me. For a moment, I sat there with my hands tight on the wheel, staring into the rearview mirror. The trees stood dark and silent behind me. Nothing moved. No sound. Just stillness. I drove out of there fast, gravel spitting under the tires, not slowing until the trees thinned and I saw the open stretch of highway ahead. Only then did I let myself breathe, the shaking in my hands refusing to stop. I don't know what was in those woods. I don't want to know. But I know it was real, and it was close, and if I had stayed even a little longer, I might not have made it out. And I will never set foot on that trail again.